Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Championship Sunday has arrived at the first ever season of the Blast Bounty. My name is Farah Spears, joined by the capable hands of Pimp and Maui, who've been here all week long. We were here last week as well without the players, but it's so nice to have the players joining us in the studio to be kicking off this 2025 season.
Of course. It was nice to see the webcam reactions. We saw people just punching their monitors, practically like the rage-inducing moments for all of them. But now we get to see it in person, and it becomes so much more visceral.
As I said yesterday, it felt like that Na'Vi versus Spirit game that brought Counter-Strike alive again for 2025. It's been great to see the players show up, and you can feel the tension, you can feel the emotion in here. Yes. They want to make an impression from the get-go of the season, and most of them have so far.
Let's put a pin in that second game and recap the first game that was going down. That's, of course, why Eternal Fire is earning their spot in the grand final, because they managed to take down G2 Maui.
I absolutely love this game. This felt like it was brain versus brawn in some aspects. The way that Madger wanted to call these games, the clear game plans, the fact that even without Xantares having a pop-off performance, they were able to get it done. And unfortunately, on the other side, G2, I will say, if I'm being honest, I've seen some light improvements in this team. I don't have it out for Taz anymore. There may be another guy on the roster that I still have questions about. But in terms of individuals, they are a team to look out for this season.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a great game yesterday, and if you want to phrase it up, in a very simple way, I think the better team won against the better players yesterday. There's no doubt that when you look at Monty, Heavy Guard, and Malps for that matter as well, the raw individual skill they have, they can unleash it in moments, and they did against EF yesterday. But Madger with some great calling, EF with some great team cohesion. Yes. The better team won yesterday, and I don't know what you like more, better players, better team play, but we saw EF, really put a big scalp to them.
Yeah, definitely. Na'Vi versus Spirit, I'd say that could even take the mantle for the even more entertaining game, which is saying something. And you're totally right, Maui, on that Ancient train. That delivered.
You got to begin believing in what Ancient can provide between two heavy hitter teams. That was so great. The evolution of calling throughout that game, the way that every individual in the server had a pop-off moment at one point or another. That was everything you could want from a game of CS, but spirit. Yeah, they're the raging major champions, and they showed the previous major champions why they're the new dogs.
The raw emotion we got in that game yesterday, standing behind the players, standing behind Na'Vi, even when they were winning rounds, they were slam desking. Even when they were losing, they were upset about it. The same could be said for Donk as well. He had a period in the game where he didn't get much done. He was upset, he was mad, and then he came alive. It was a game that lived its own life almost. There was a nerve to it, and for my money, the best game we've seen in all of 2025 so far.
I would totally agree with that. We had winners, we had losers, we still have some losers, Jacob, when we check in with our Blast TV fantasy. You're really at Struggle City. What happened to your goat?
I mean, I picked Saivu, and I made a mistake. You know, sometimes you gotta back your goat. Sometimes the goat will not back you, and that's just the way it works. Congratulations again for having an original thought and picking Donk out of all people.
Did Zywoo let you down again? Just like he did in how many tournaments last year? Oh, did you really think it was gonna change? The script is the same, pimp. Donk's on top, okay? If you didn't pick Donk, what are you doing? And we see what you're doing. You're coming way dead last. Look at the point differential here.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Saivu is my goat.
I love just being in the middle of the pack. Shout out Harry Russell, the genius among us.
Damn.
Did you ever suspect that, Maui?
Harry, despite what he lets on, actually one of the most brilliant Counter-Strike minds in the scene.
For real.
You get him in a room talking about CS, he knows his stuff. I will be real.
Well, we still got time for those to be changing. Probably not for you, Jacob, but we do have a grand final coming your way. Of course, we can take a look at the schedule. That is going to be going down a best of 5 grand final. Cannot wait to see exactly what goes down there. We began with 32 teams. Now just 2 teams remain. We've seen plenty of new faces coming into the studio and plenty of emotions to go alongside it. Highs to lows, celebrations to frustrations. We've truly had it all to open up the 2025 season. We've also got to see a hell of a lot of new rosters, new players coming into the mix, seeing exactly how they're gelling together, which begs the question, how do we see these teams progressing throughout the rest of the season? We've had an absolute treat of getting to open up 2025 here in Copenhagen. So I think we should go through the players and have a look at how we're kind of ranking them going on towards Katowice, which is literally just a couple days away from starting off, Jacob.
Yeah, that's a massive tournament for a lot of these teams coming up. Of course, it's going to be a temperature check as we don't really have that much information on them. However, championship contenders, playoff bound or group stage warriors, we'll find out where we place these different teams. Bear in mind, Maui, some of them we only seen play once, so it's just a small temperature check.
Of course. But everybody knows that I love a tier list, and so
you are the king of tier lists, actually. Have you patented that? Let's dive into Heroic. Obviously, we saw them coming into the new season. Hell of a lot of new names on the roster. Just to clarify, this is the Valve ranking. Maui, they do update this every day.
Every day.
That's
yeah, this is for today.
It's for today. So we're getting the live data. Yeah, tell me a story about Heroic and how you've seen them so far.
I think they impressed a lot, you know, just for them to get inside this studio, for them to win a couple of games. That was very impressive. We didn't really know what to expect with some players coming into it, with the core of the lineup being switched out as well, but I think they really, really did impress me. So a team that I hold in a high regard, a couple of interesting names in there. Tenea as well, he secured his visa. He's got to be at IM Katowice, so no stand-in situation. So overall, a great start for Heroic. However, they're limited in the playing capacity. I don't have them as a playoff-bound team, so for me, a group stage warrior.
I would agree with the sentiment that I would place them as well in group stage warriors, but you know, taking down Liquid was really impressive, spoiling their coming out party. I feel like some of the individuals look great, but more than anything, Saw, what he's doing with Linus as the IGL of that team, I feel like the cohesion, the strategies, that's what people have to worry about, because I'm gonna say Saw is a top 5 coach in this scene instantly. Like, I mean, I feel like he's proved it with multiple rosters at this point. So the worry for other teams when they're seeing Heroic in the future might not be their players. It's how are you going to get outplayed?
I think that's a very good assessment. So we're putting them in group stage warriors for now, just based off the sample size that we've seen, correct?
It seems like a matchup dependent thing, but yes, we are going to put them there.
Okay, you mentioned Liquid. Let's move on to them next. Obviously, Heroic managing to take them down. With Nerds in the mix, where do you view them in terms of this list?
Well, I feel like Liquid has shown so much in terms of the firepower upgrade that Nerds brings. Like his individual form versus Yekindar 1-for-1, it might be the strictest of all upgrades in all of the roster mania that has happened, because roll for roll, it fits out incredibly well in terms of how he plays it, the way he's a little bit more careful, probably adding more ideas to the mix. All of that, we loved it. Unfortunately, they fell short here at the bounty, but I still have high hopes for this team. The firepower is great, Pip.
Yeah, me too. I think Nerds is one of the most underrated players we have in the scene right now. I think him coming into Liquid gives him another chance of showcasing himself to the world of Counter-Strike. Remember back in ENCE when they were a top 2, top 1 team at points, you know, where they were going into grand finals. Again, I think he was one of the most underrated players in that whole equation of what made ENCE such a good team. He came into Team Liquid. Again, they lost to Heroic in that game. That wasn't necessarily the best start for this lineup, but I think Liquid have had more time to practice. Twist have had a better idea of how to utilize Nerds, which gives me high hope, which is also why, Mari, I think we made a bit of a ballsy statement right here. You would probably argue that they could be in the group stage Warrior sequence, but I think I want to make an argument for Liquid to be one of the potential surprises coming into Katowice, actually a team that could be playoff bound.
I like it. I like it. I actually feel like Liquid are a team that if things are clicking, then they should be playoff bound. To me, it just kind of depends on a couple things. Do they get the right maps in a BO3 that work to their favor?
Yes.
Are the stars that are supposed to pop off able to do so? And how badly are people scouting Ultimate? Because that was kind of the one tricky part about Liquid in the middle of last season. Like, he had that dip in form. It felt like everybody found out his tricks. I think he's a bit renewed coming into this one, so I'm looking out for him too.
I like that. What about Na'Vi? Obviously seeing them eliminated by Spirit yesterday, but making it to the semi-finals to start off the season, that's no small feat.
Yeah, I think the whole conversation surrounding Na'Vi obviously was the bad end to 2024. Yes. We didn't really know we had them coming into 2025. Obviously, their performance in Singapore wasn't great. The performance at the Major was a bit of a disaster for a team that was, you know, by many considered to be the best team of 2024. I think what we've seen so far here, the Blast Bounty, is a team that is playing decent and good Counter-Strike, but if there's one worrying sign for me, and I gotta be honest with that was the whole mental state of the team yesterday. I felt a lot of emotions, and it was negative emotion. It was negative energy, and I'm not a big energy guy. I'm not a big guy on speaking of aura and, you know, vibes and all that kind of stuff.
You mentioned that word a lot, though.
Yeah, but I'm trying to invite Maui into this conversation as well.
You've said it more than I have.
I know. I'm just trying to make you feel comfortable. I think that's something they got to look into. In terms of role playing, we saw it yesterday against Spirit. They can play Counter-Strike at an incredible high level, but they got to control their emotions and maybe find back to the happy days.
Na'Vi, for me, last season, were so good at resetting if they lost one map, moving on to the second, feeling like the championship caliber roster that they should be and could be at any point in time. And I think that's why we did put them, though, in that highest tier. Even though they didn't beat Spirit on a single map, they put the hardest test against them. And an even hotter take is, I mean, I think that Ancient map that they played against Spirit is probably going to be one of the closest maps that Spirit have at this entire event, and we still have a BO5 to play.
They are still a championship contender heading into Katowice until they show us something else.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. Let's move on to Pain. Obviously, with quite the revelation in terms of the roster, one of your favorite new players to be onto kind of the mainstay scene, I guess, of Counter-Strike. How do you like what they've shown so far, and where do you think they're going in Kato?
Davideus is another upgrade on paper over Lux, and so I've been liking Pain for the fact that he is integrated so seamlessly, the fact that Biguzera seems to be taking this supportive role head on and actually excelling at it. Pain is one of the most exciting teams, not only because of the individuals, though, but because their tactics look so well orchestrated. Slow, default, methodical, covering their bases, using the sort of space that they take on the map to the best effect. Biguzera has proven that he is an excellent IGL, and he has an upgraded roster to go even further. However, Pimp, I don't know if it's going to be enough because Kato's so stacked.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We got to manage our expectations. And I think the expectations for Pain coming into the season was that they could be a team that could cause an upset or two. I think nowadays our expectation, after having watched them at the Blast Bounty, having watched Davideus coming into the team, is a team that realistically can go toe-to-toe against some of the teams that could be playoff bound. Do we think they will? Most likely not. Do we think they're a team that will come in, you know, and be a stable within the top 10? Probably not. There's so many good teams out there, but they are in the conversation, and that in itself is a massive credit towards Pain Gaming as well. I'd also argue that Furia, you know, if they want to be called the best Brazilian team, they got to step it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Right now, I see Pain being that team. So not a team that is going into the playoff. They're not playoff bound. They're not championship quality. But just being in the group stage at IM Katowice, that in itself is not a bad sign for a team that has impressed me an awful lot so far.
Is this one that you guys were fighting over? I heard there was, you know, some tension of your decisions that you've made jointly together.
This one, not as much. I just feel like Pain will be one of those playoff-bound teams or championship contenders if they upgrade one position.
Okay.
I don't want to throw anybody under the bus right now for Pain because I want to see them play out a little bit more of the season with the new roster, but just I need to see a jump up from a couple guys on that team.
Next one might sound a little bit strange because obviously Mongols went here, they chose to skip. I hear there was a few broken legs in the mix, all rumors aside. They are currently ranked 3rd on the VRS, and they are going to be in Katowice. Where do you place them in terms of expectations? I mean, by top 3, you would say that they should be championship contenders, but is that reality?
I mean, by default, to me, the fact that they didn't play the Blast Bound team makes them one of the most interesting teams to see at IM Katowice, because we haven't seen them play so far. And I think we saw a Mongols that throughout 2024 became better and better and better as a team. They went from being a team that was slightly above Pain in the ranking order or in the pecking order to be a team that you'd expect to go into a playoff, being a team that would take down some of the big dogs. What they did during the major as well was hella impressive. I know it ended in the quarterfinal and they didn't really get to show their absolute best self in that instance, but the way they conducted themselves and the player material, the age of the team, there's so many interesting aspects when it comes to the Mongols, so I'm super excited to see them play at Katowice.
For a full continental Asian roster, this is the best we've ever had.
Yes.
And on top of that, they have made consecutive playoffs at big events. They look so strong when they're playing that tier 1.5 opposition. Like, they're clearly a cut above there. To me, it's just what do they do in the playoffs? So this was an easy playoff-bound team for me.
Yeah.
I just want to know, is Senzu going to hold his nerve when he gets on that stage? Because that seemed to be really biting him when he was in those big moments, just holding his nerve. They are a bunch of young guys, though. I got to remind everybody.
Also home to one of my favorite exit interview quotes coming off the Shanghai Major. Defeated but not destroyed. My dude, like, I shed a tear for that one.
Say that to the legs.
Let's move on to Maus, because we could be looking at these guys and going, you might have destroyed yourself by removing Shui seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting. I think the main caveat with Maus is obviously there's 2 conversations to be had. One is IM Katowice. They're going to field in a stand-in, one from the Maus Academy. Yeah. That's probably not going to bound well for them, to be completely honest. We spoke about the whole field of teams right now being super, super stacked. So coming in with essentially what is a stand-in instead of Spinks is not going to be great for them. So I think people can already guess now where we place them. And then the second conversation is, are they going to do with Spinks? Are they going to be a better team? Is Brolin going to work out as an in-game leader? What is Cyclone going to do in terms of taking this team up to a point where they were almost a guarantee that every single playoff that we played throughout the season? I don't know what to expect anymore from Maus, and I think removing Shuhei is a big fat question mark until we see the full team play together.
The worst thing about being in the Counter-Strike scene, I'll just put it straightforward, is that you make a prediction about this and everybody says it was obvious when it comes true, but nobody's willing to actually make that prediction themselves. No. This team will do badly, okay? Yeah. That's just my take completely. And when that happens, I want to see everybody reply to me and saying, it was obvious they were going to do it, but so many people are unsure right now. Brolin's not an in-game leader, guys. Like, that's never been told that ever. No. Never heard that. Exertion was having trouble in the comms.
Floated,
no,
right? That's never even been in the vicinity of the conversation.
Not even for a split second. Yeah. So this team is going to have a lot of difficulties in this season. I almost just see this whole roster as a stopgap before they get a new IGL come June or July.
Okay, so group stage warrior, most definitely, as we move into Katowice. What about G2? Obviously eliminated yesterday by Eternal Fire, coming in with new name and Heavy God. We're, I think, making the rumors ourselves that Shui is, you know, obviously got to be in the sights of G2.
I think you got to be in the conversation. I said it a couple of days ago, and I'll happily say it again. Again, regardless of what you think of Snacks being an in-game leader of G2, regardless of how Snacks would have played at this tournament, I don't even care if he had a good tournament, bad tournament. In isolation, if you are the organization, if you have capacities like Monacy on your team, Heavy Guard who's come in and hit the ground running, you have Malps who's being catered to be potentially, you know, the new Nico within this lineup as well, and have already shown glimpses of that. You gotta hold up to that responsibility almost, right? If you want to make sure that Monacy have have any interest whatsoever in re-signing a contract with your organization, with your team, to be a franchise player for G2, you better give him the best possible scenario around him in order to win those games. And I think with Shuhei on the market, that's a conversation that is a no-brainer. Now, G2 at IM Katowice, we saw it in this studio. They can play some damn good Counter-Strike because they have some of the best individuals in the world.
Yep.
And that was the conversation in 2024 as well. We don't see them as the best team, but we probably see them as the team with the most raw firepower. And given for that, they can always make an upset or two.
Heavy God is a world-class anchor. m0NESY is a world-class hopper. Malbs is a world-class rifler. Hunter is actually an excellent secondary caller, but their IGL is out of the top 10 IGLs for me. So that's still a playoff-bound team, okay? It is the sum of the parts that actually make this so scary to deal with. And even though Eternal Fire obviously pushed them yesterday to 3 maps, I mean, like, that could have been G2's easily.
You think the, mind capacity of G2 is what's capping them from being a championship contender now?
It's a lack of direction.
Yeah.
Like it's a lack of direction. Like the identity of the team. You know, when you look at some of these teams you have on your screen right now, we can clearly identify what they want to do with their gameplay. Pain Gaming T sides very slow, methodical.
Yep.
You know it. Heroic would saw as a coach. There's an identity behind the team. When I watch G2 play, I watch a bunch of great individuals, but that's about it.
Speaking of championship contenders, I think we can all just very quickly agree. Spirit, they're up there, right? No conversation really to be had.
What makes you say that?
The best damn team in the world, home to the best player in the world, reigning major champions. There's so many accolades that I don't even have a list long enough.
It almost makes Counter-Strike boring because the result seems predetermined. But it's just the way we get there is what's fun, okay? Because we always get to see the antics of the players on that team. We always get to see how Donk is going to pop off, how Shiro's going to clutch a 1v2, how Zontix is going to give an interview at the end that doesn't have any emotion whatsoever. We all know it's coming, and we still can't keep our eyes off of it.
We do love a bit of recency bias. I know they played exceptionally well at the major, and they even did well in Singapore, where they got to the final as well against G2. However, they got owned in that grand final. Spirit is the best team in the world right now, but they are by no means unbeatable. We're not looking at a Na'Vi from 21. We're not looking at an Astralis back from the days. We're looking at a team that right now is the best in the world, but I think at any given tournament, there's no team out there right now, if you're Na'Vi, if you're Vitality, if you're FaZe, they believe they can beat them. They're aware that they're great, but they believe they can beat them. So we're not at a point where we're talking of an era or anything like that just yet, but obviously a playoff contender. Yeah,
let's put them... wait, you're saying playoff contender, or are you saying...
Champion.
Oh, sorry.
Championship contender. Okay. Just checking, Jacob. I know you've had a lot going on.
Okay.
You mentioned the name FaZe. Obviously, they've come into the new season with one of probably the most exciting roster changes, one of the biggest names now moving on to the FaZe squad alongside Karrigan. It is Elige, Maui.
Take it away.
So excited for this.
I love this move, but I need to give them time, okay? I hate when people say that. It's just the most tired phrase in CS. Give us time, give us time. But I get tired when they say it after 3 months, after 5 months, after 7 months. This has been the first tournament for them. It didn't look great. I know that the expectations of FaZe are incredibly high, and on paper, this is one of my favorite rosters, and I just get so excited to watch them play. However, I feel like it is going to take them a couple months before I'm actually putting them in those Elite 6 teams to make it to a playoffs of a tournament like Katowice.
And I just want to provide context for why you're saying that, because I somewhat agree. Elige coming into FaZe Clan, Karrigan said it perfectly fine himself. Changing one player shouldn't necessarily mean too much of a difference, but it does within FaZe Clan. He said that it even felt like we changed 50% of the team just by bringing in Elige. He will get all the roles that he wants. He will be set up. He will be the star of this team, but that also means Reigns has to take up a new position. Where he's moving into a bit of an anchor role, which has never really been the jam and butter of Reign, at least not the last 5 years. So I think that's where the big caveat is. It's not about whether Elige is going to perform or not. I think FaZe will perform with time as well, but Reign is the big question mark to me. Can this old dog who's been around for such a long time, who's done so well for himself, can he reinvent himself and once more become an influential player? I think it's going to take a bit of time. I still personally had them as a playoff contender, but we agreed to put him into a group stage warrior.
Really?
Because Maui is... he's the big boss here.
Really?
Hey, it's because we had another team that was playoff bound, of course, though.
Okay.
I'm trying to keep it to 6 teams over there.
Yeah.
FaZe, they're on the fringe. If we could have put them at the very top of Group Stage Warriors, that's obviously where we would have had them.
So where's Vitality going? Obviously taking Robs from the side of FaZe.
And this feels a bit easier to fit him into the system than Elige for FaZe. And that is why Vitality, on the other hand, yes, their T-sides look like they need a bit of reworking, but I will have some faith in what Rob said, saying that they are very, very easy to fix those T-sides, which really were their Achilles heel at this event. if I know anything, I know that Robs can make it work. He did it with FaZe. He did it with a Mouse Sports lineup before that. I rate Apex very highly. And also, your GOAT, Pimp. I mean, he's still there. He's still there, and I know that he's going to be good for farming some people in a group stage.
Okay. They will be in the playoff as well. But let's be honest, Cyber is an own quantity. We know he's going to do well. I think Robs as well. As you said, perhaps it's going to take him a bit of time to feel comfortable within that environment. And I think Robs as a player type, Robs as a personality, he needs to be made sure what's going on around him before he can make all the right decisions and be this annoying opponent to go up against. So they also need a bit of time, but I agree with Maui, should be easier to slot him in, which is why I think the Vitality success will come sooner than later. A little bit of a question mark to me though is Flamesy. He is going to change a couple of positions, but let's be honest, Vitality, they are a playoff bound team.
Not a championship contender. Not a championship
Not yet.
contender.
Not quite.
No.
Losing to EF in the fashion that they did, it's tough to believe.
That's fair enough. I think it's, a fair assessment to say the teams that we've got at the creme de la creme haven't made any roster changes. You need a little bit of time to be filling in new shoes. Speaking of new shoes, let's talk about Falcons. Quite the number of changes coming into this season. When I was chatting to a couple of people, like pre-knowing exactly what roster moves were going down, I was like, damn, we're not going to get to see Nico and Kado. Of course, they just stole all of Heroic so that they made sure they were in that top 8. What have you learned about them so far, and where are they going to be placing in Kado, do you think?
Well, it feels like if you're able to take the Heroic core that was able to get to the quarterfinals of the Shanghai Major, drop one of their riflers to take from the G2 team that defeated them their best rifler and slot them on your team, you think that would mean that they're a top 8, top 6 team, but I just have my reservations about them. The synergy didn't feel like it was there. For whatever reason, Tessus, of all people, was easily their best player at this event, and that just doesn't rub me the right way, okay? And I'm gonna say, I think Magisk has to prove a lot, because he was the lone member kept on this team, and I haven't really seen significant contribution just yet.
No, I would agree with that sentiment. I think, if anything, Falcons have brought themselves into being relevant again. For the longest time, they were a team that, sure, they'd get to the group stage, but no one would ever believe they could ever come near closer playoff. They would even go to challenger events and not win them. So there was a lot of stuff going on within that lineup. Again, there's two conversations. One being how they're going to do it at IM Katowice. I don't think anyone would disagree saying we don't expect them to be at the playoff, which is why we put them as a group stage warrior in this chat as well. However, I also want to make a bold prediction like you did with Mouse. I'd say in 6 months' time, when Falcons have done a couple of upgrades to their lineup, when Nico have been able to attract more star power into that team, which is why he was brought in the first place, Falcons will end the year as a top 5 team.
Okay, a couple, though.
I like it.
Obviously, I mean, maybe the Orpa is in the question. Who else? Magisk, if he doesn't step up?
Everyone but Nico at this point.
Really?
Wow.
You think everybody could be on the chopping block other than
Even
Nico?
Kixan.
That's wild.
Even Kixan.
Even Kixan. Yo, what if they got Shue? We haven't even considered this. Sorry, let's put a pin in the conversation for now. Eternal Fire, obviously seeing them setting up just behind us. Where are they placing for your money, Jacob?
Let's be honest, the biggest surprise of the start of the 2025 season, the fact that they are in this grand final in itself is a massive testament to what they've been able to achieve, what they've been able to do with their lineup as well. Again, like with every other team, it's a temperature check. It's still early days, but they have proven to me now that they're ready to enter the conversation, just outside the top 5. And this is why I want people to listen very carefully. We're talking expectations for Katowice. I think they're going to come in with a lot of confidence, obviously for being in the grand final, but also for the future as well. Not everyone can be the best team in the world. Not everyone can have the budget like a top 5 team in the world. Yeah. And right now, EF is, in the conversation to be a top 5 team with a significantly less budget than everyone else. With a very depleted scene in terms of raw talent. It's not like they can go out there and shop Turkish players and replace anyone if someone is having a bad showing. So the fact of the matter is that we even have them in this conversation is probably the biggest testament and the biggest compliment I can give to them. But to stay there and go into Katowice and replicate this performance is going to be tough for them.
It is.
Where I see Eternal Fire at this event is that they are tactically ahead of so many of the teams that are more loaded with firepower. The field is going to catch up tactically. The firepower will remain in favor of those teams that have the bigger name rosters. That's what's scary about Eternal Fire. And for me, when I'm looking at them, I don't know how much more they can improve tactically. I don't know if they can really level up their game to trade better. They already do it at a very high level. They already have good strategies. They already have good conditioning. And so Madger's, fun way, doing a great job at this tournament, but I don't see how the players are gonna all perform 15% better for when the other teams that are newer are going to just see what they're doing and anti-strat them a bit more.
That's very interesting logic. Where do you put them? in the tier list.
I think with the level of gameplay we've seen from Eternal Fire so far at this tournament, they are a playoff-bound team. I think they have a realistic shot at making the playoff at IM Katowice, especially if they can keep it up. But as Maui said, the firepower is going to stay the same. They're not going to reinvent themselves in a week's time, and all the other teams are now looking at EF, preparing for them, and giving them the respect they deserve. I also want to pose out this question to everyone watching at home. You know, had you said to me, or had you asked me, or had you asked EF, what would you say to be a top 6, top 17 for the entirety of the 2025 season? Would you take that upon the season? Everyone would say yes. You know, to have a team up there in that conversation that can go into the playoff, a national team from Turkey coming into it, it's a massive achievement already. So calm down, appreciate it, respect what they've done, but also manage your expectations just a little bit.
Well, they're not only playoffs bound here, they're also a championship contender, as they have earned their spots in the grand final. They've taken down some big names to make it to this point as well. We're talking Vitality, G2 in this very studio, some respectable names in the online stage as well. But now they're going to be turning to face their most ferocious opponent yet. Not only the best team to come out of 2024 with that major title, also home to the best player in the world, Donk, and they're looking to start off their 2025 season as they ended their last by getting another trophy to their name. But it's not just a trophy, it's not just a whole load of very valuable VRS points, it's also a big chunk of change on the line. We can head on over to the Blast TV Bounty Simulator to see exactly how this one could potentially play out. So gentlemen, should we theorize a couple of different scenarios? If Eternal Fire win today, let's bring that up. Let's see how much money they could be going home with.
Wow.
Just over 300k. And that reflects in the points as well.
And people need to understand, you know, this is a massive achievement for Eternal Fire already, and it would be a massive scalp if they could win this tournament. That amount of money, that amount of points, it would guarantee them, you know, invites to all the big tournaments, probably guarantee them to be at the major as well. There's so much at stake for EF. They've already done half the job and more so, but if they somehow, some way could beat Spirit, as you said, that's a big chunk of money and a big chunk of points.
I can't see a world that they aren't qualified for the major.
No.
Honestly, I mean, the major invites end at the beginning of April. That's only a couple more months that you have to play to try to catch up with what EF is doing. And if they find the upset victory today, boy, like, I mean, can you just sit back? I actually wonder if they can just stop going to tournaments for 3 months.
That would be a wild
kind
thing to do in either situation.
Yeah.
Let's flip the script and see if Spirit were to be winning today, how much money they'd be going with. Okay, just shy of 300k. Still huge
really
chunk of
good.
change. I'm very interested though, because I'm doubting we're going to see anybody accept any wagers today. We've heard it from Eternal Fire. The points seem so much to them. If we could bring back up the Bounty Simulator and just, you know, just use that slider. What if Eternal Fire were to accept the big bets coming out of Spirit?
It would be a big surprise. It'd be nice, but I doubt it's going to happen. Look at that. That could be even more money.
300K.
Wow.
$3,000.
I don't think it's going to happen, though.
No.
I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
They should, honestly, I've been hoping someone would do it throughout the entire tournament, but I 100% understand EF if they're not willing to gamble anything on what they've achieved so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've been, you know, it's been toyed, it's been hung in front of them in both of their games. We're talking G2 and Vitality, which was very impressive to see Eternal Fire being able to take down those kind of names to start off the season.
What they've already accomplished and done, and proving that they can stick it to the big dogs with great tactical play, that's what's been the most impressive thing about Eternal Fire. They had a bit of a dip at the end of the previous year, not even qualifying to the Shanghai Major, and they looked back at their roster. They said, what needs to change? How can we fix it? They dug deep into the Turkish scene. They found a new up-and-comer in Jota. And honestly, I can't believe that the team that has found the most success at the opening tournament of the season is Eternal Fire, because yes, this move was there, and some people that knew Tier 2 knew Jota was quite good, but it's not the blockbuster signing. That's what's so impressive about all of this and what Madrid's accomplished.
Also the fashion they won in, you know, you saw the teams they beat right there. You look at Falcons, you look at Vitality, G2, all world-class teams, or at least teams with world-class players. And the fact of the matter is they've only lost one map in that process as well. It's not like they've been scrambling through some of these games. It's not like they've been, obviously they've been tested, but it's not like they've been close to losing too many of those. They're 7-for-1 in maps in 2025 so far, which in itself, with a roster change, impressive.
Not to rain on their parade, but all of their opponents so far have made a roster move coming into this season. Now they're going to be facing a team that have not done that, so I'm interested to see how they handle that. Let's talk a bit more about Major, because you were very impressed yesterday, Maui, with some of the adaptations he's been making during the game, especially in that semi-final, because they were starting off basically every map negative in rounds, right? G2 always getting the upper hand.
Major has shown me at this tournament that the style that he wants to call might feel a bit simplistic, but it almost reminds me of the way that the best IGLs in the world called back in 2018 and 2019, where you are clearly going into every match with a very concerted game plan, hitting a specific bomb site over and over and over again, and then you use the conditioning of that sort of play to then mind game with your opponents. It tricked G2 at certain times, it tricked Vitality at certain times, it got the better of teams that on paper have more firepower with them. And when we were looking last year at who was the best IGL in the world, it's the guy that got the most out of pieces that were unsuspecting. And Major, by and large, has done that to take down Vitality and G2, who have on paper way better firepower. I have to give him credit now.
Just to contextualize that, I think it's also a result of the fact that he knows what tools he has around. If he had Nico on his team, if he had a m0NESY on his team, he would play different. And that's, again, probably the biggest compliment you can give to any coach or any in-game leader out there. The better you know your players, the better you know your strengths, and the better you know your flaws and your weaknesses, the better you can work around them. And I think that's what Matcha is doing. The way he's calling, sometimes you see them hit the B bomb site on Dust
4 times
in a row. Against Vitality, just to give you an essence, they hit the B bomb site on Mirage 4 times in a row. But if he believes that the simplistic way of playing Counter-Strike is what suits his players the best, then that's what he should do. He cannot play a default-based Counter-Strike solution where every player has to make their own decisions and they have to outsmart the likes of Robs, outsmart the likes of m0NESY. It's better to keep it simple, use the team aspect of the game, and that's where I want to give all the credit.
Yes.
You got to know what tools you got to work with, and then you got to make the most out of it, and that's what he's been able to do.
And you've also got to make the adaptations where maybe some of the tools aren't having their sharpest day in the box, let's say, because yesterday we didn't really get Lantaris. He was pretty quiet. It was mostly on Wicadia. But Major had some really good words to say about that. You know, it means we're a team now. We know how to respond when these situations arise, which they're always going to.
When your best player is not even putting up the superstar numbers that he is capable of, and you're still able to find wins, when your team rating is lower than your opponent in a BO3 and you are still winning, this is, again, another testament to how strong the teamwork is from Eternal Fire, how they are winning some of these rounds, and then G2 just has to save and get exit kills. Pad your stat sheet individually because we'll take the round victories.
What was your takeaway from the Xantares performance yesterday then, Jacob?
It wasn't bad, it just wasn't at the level that he has been at throughout the entire tournament, because he is, as you said, a superstar. And again, for many years, perhaps a bit underrated given the fact he wasn't playing the biggest playoff, he wasn't getting into the big games, but in terms of individual skill, raw understanding of the game, he was fantastic. He also did come alive when he was needed the most on Nuke. I remember a triple kill entry on the inner bomb side when they really, really needed him. So stats-wise, maybe not the best game, but impact-wise, he was still up there.
Well, let's get to hear from the man himself at Xantares with James Banks.
Xantares, 29 years old, you finally make it on the HLTV top 20 in 15th place. How much does that mean to you? Because we have obviously said so many times how good you are as a player.
Like, it means a lot for me. I'm just a hard work guy, so I just try everything to like make top 15. So I'm just glad I make it. So that's it. Yeah.
I also wanted to ask you, I remember in CSGO, you used to play with Mouse XL. In CS2, that's gone, but obviously you must have tried to find a way to get past this. How do you do it?
Yeah, I just changed my sensitivity and I try to adapt because must be adapt. Like, there is no choice, so I just play out of deathmatch to adapt. Yeah. So I make a little bit quick, so I'm just happy to just make it, you know. Yeah. I feel still nice, you know.
So you've got it feeling good again. Do you feel like you're back at your best?
Right now, like, I'm a little bit sick, so I'm not my not best performance. But today I will just do everything to win the game.
For you, yesterday, it wasn't normally the level we see from you. Do you understand why?
Yeah, I have no idea. Like, I don't know. Okay. I just feel like very bad after the game, but we won anyway. Like, after the game, I just talked to my friend. Like, I say, sorry guys, like, I didn't play my own level, but today maybe I will make it better.
And your team are definitely going to need you against Spirit. This is your first grand final since EPL 20. You've already taken down Vitality and G2 here. Do you feel like you're ready now for this Spirit challenge compared to when you last faced them at Bedboom?
Yeah, of course. Like, we just watch how they play. Like, we both team like similar, and we play like 2 times, 3 times against each other, and then like we know how to play now. Like, we will be adapt, you know, like in the game. Like, we will see what's going on, you know.
I look forward to seeing it, man. Good luck.
It's an interesting thought that I kind of want to get your insight on whilst Xantares is obviously chatting to somebody very important whilst
taking
he's
business
calls.
calls.
He was saying to Banks, you know, I can't really explain why I had an off day yesterday. It must be hard as a player to actually be able to vocalize why maybe you're just feeling a bit off.
He's playing against a team that has arguably more firepower than he has. I mean, he is one of the best riflers in the world, but he does have a brawly nature. He is going to take a lot of fights, but when you're playing against Heavy God, Monacy, and Mobs, they're the rare few in a trio that can fire back as hard as you can. So that's, again, why it's so impressive that they were still able to win, because this actually was a rare case where Madger showed he was tactically in his bag. He didn't need his star power to be there. It was a team effort.
That's just how it is sometimes for a player. You can't describe it, you can't give an explanation. Sometimes you're having a good day, sometimes you're having a bad day, and it's probably the question that gets asked the most out there by the community as well. How do I become consistent at Counter-Strike? How do I make sure that every game I play, I'm the best player on the server? Obviously, you can do a lot of stuff to move in that direction, but no one is flawless. No one is going to have a perfect game or a game where nothing goes wrong. We saw with Saivu inside the studio as well for Vitality. He did not have a great showing whatsoever as well. So sometimes don't seek for an explanation when there is none. Just accept the fact that for the vast majority of time, he's a superstar.
Just one little thing I have to comment on from that interview, though. For him to switch from using in-game mouse excel to not using it at all, let me just say to the fans out there that are wondering like what sense they should use, what mouse they should use, good aimers are good aimers. Like if you put in the work to be a good aimer, it doesn't matter what the settings are, you're going to adapt. Your hand-eye coordination will catch up to whatever settings or mouse or setup you have. And that's why Xantar's has this longevity that he does.
Fun note as well, one of the only players in the entire tournament who's still playing with a wired mouse as well. Most of them are wireless.
You're not a big fan of that, are you, Jacob? You said some.
I mean, if he feels comfortable with it, then yeah, but there's a reason why 98% of pro players move to wireless.
Who else was using it? Was
Voxic.
Yeah.
Voxic and Santeros stuck with it. Okay. That's fair enough. If you're comfortable with that, go for it. But, you know, it doesn't really matter. It's just a fun little tidbit.
All right, tell me a little bit of the other stories we have about Voxic, because we've seen him, obviously, you know, he's the AWPer for the side of Eternal Fire, but he's not afraid to pick up a rifle and actually do some heavy lifting with it.
No, and I think that's the player I'm looking towards. You know, if EF want to be a stable top team, if they want to continue to reiterate what they've done here at the Blast Studio so far, Voxic is a player that needs to find consistency in his gameplay. I think when he came into EF again, a lot of question marks surrounding him. His stay in Cloud9 wasn't that great. His former teams, wherever he were not looking that great. And then seemingly he's found a certain fire for the game again, a professionalism, and I think Matcha has helped him as well to get the most out of him. And as you see on the screen right here as well, it's not only about the AWPing. That's what we used to know him for, you know, very fast, high sensitivity. His rifling has stepped up massively, and he's finding impact in more aspects of the game, and that's a change I love to see from Voxic.
I feel like people underrate Voxic for some reason just because he uses the AWP, but if he didn't have the AWP, my take is just that he still would be the second best player on this team. Okay. That's how good his rifling has looked at this tournament. And of course, with the AWP itself, he had many standout moments against G2 to defend bomb sites, to find picks, to play post plants in the fashion that he did yesterday. He showed that he had a versatility with the weapon for early round and late round, and his ideas for where he needs to be holding the line for his team were everything that they needed in order to suit the tactics that Madger was trying to call, like holding for that random mob swing. You need to hit the shot or your players are going to die, and he did just that.
I feel like we've obviously got two very exciting AWPers going to be in this server, but I think I would argue that more of our attention is going to be focused on the riflers, because when we look at Xantaros, obviously we're hoping for him to regain his form, regain the fire that we saw earlier in the tournament. That's going to be hard when you're going head-to-head with Donk on the other side of things.
It is going to be hard, and let's be completely honest, you know, as impressed we were yesterday with the fact that Xantaros didn't have his best game and EF was still able to beat their opponent, I don't think that's going to be the case today. If Xantaros is not going to have a good day, it's tough to imagine a world where EF is going to beat Team Spirit. Make no mistake, Spirit are massive favorites in this matchup, even to win it, you know, in quite a clear fashion. However, one man that can disrupt that, one man that can change the tide of the game and maybe shut down Donk a little bit could be Xantaros. So without him playing well, it's going to be tough. They can't win as a team only today. They need him to step up a little bit.
Madger said in one of the draft shows that, sure, we don't have Nico, but we have Xantares. I don't know if he's going to say the same thing about Donk.
It's the final boss.
Yeah.
Exactly. A little bit tougher. And if anything, Xantares just should watch Nico demos for how to deal with Donk, because he had his number so long last year. So all in all, the firepower for that single matchup does lie in the favor of Spirit, but the supporting elements of Eternal Fire have been great at this tournament thus far.
You could literally like close your eyes and say, oh yeah, Donk was the reason why they won any series. But like, let's put this into context for yesterday, right? Because we were going to multiple several overtimes where in the first OT, Donk was pretty quiet, but then when he came alive, this completely changed the trajectory for Spirit.
He was quiet, he was frustrated, and he was about to lose Ancient. You're down 18 to 15. Na'Vi just need one CT round, but Donk, you know, a fantastic round right here where he's very aggressive, assertive, he gets the multi-kill. Around here where Londa said it in the cast, he's in alert position. We don't see Donk be that often. Instant punishes 2 players, and then the following round, another entry in towards the bomb side. The amount of raw impact Donk had in this second half of the second overtime was absolutely absurd. If Donk can do that, you know, against a team like Na'Vi, one of the most structured teams, one of the teams that we always praise to be the best in overtimes, imagine what he can do against EF. So if I'm EF, I hope we don't go into overtime.
Wasn't just down to Donk though. We've got to give some props to Chopper as well for how he was able to adapt, especially considering no Hallie behind him at this tournament.
Exactly. That's why I am giving credit to Chopper for a little bit more of what's happening in this tournament. In the later stages of overtime, we were able to see just how, even if Donk doesn't get the opening kill, they still have great ideas of how to play the mid rounds out. And that's where I really am starting to believe that Chopper, being one of the top 3 IGLs of last year, as voted by HLTV panelists, they might be cooking in that one a little bit, okay? Because I held my reservations. I thought that Hallie was really the main guy. That's what all the Spirit vlogs, that's what all the interviews have shown me. But in a live environment, we were able to see just how Chopper was able to break down the Na'Vi defense. Like, breaking down that Na'Vi defense has got to be one of the toughest tasks, as they are one of the most well-drilled teams in the world. So all in all, if he's able to pull off those kinds of mid-rounds again, then it can be people that are other than just Donk who really step up for them.
Well, we do have some words on this exact topic, courtesy of James Banks.
Chopper, you had a crazy game against Na'Vi, but it was the first time you were tested so far at the Bounty. Was this a game where you missed having Hallie behind you?
It was a hard game because Hallie, I guess it's 50% or more of our game. Yeah, he has a lot of impacts, tacticals, pauses, and also he has really a lot of vision how to change game and how to help me or help the team, because we are still a young team who has a lot of voices. Let's go make this, go make this, no, let's go this. And when game is going in clutches, like close rounds, we have a lot of voices, a lot of visions how we need to play, and I need to fast to listen everything and make decision. And without Hallie, it's a little bit hard for me, because when Hallie is here, people not so activity, and they just, okay, we know Hallie know how to win, and we listen him. Yeah. And without him, it's hard.
Yeah, understandably hard without Hallie standing behind Chopper, but this is what makes moments like this even more impressive, Maui.
Right. This is the exact example that I was thinking of, where in the mid-round here, Spirit, they don't have a kill. In fact, Donk dies first. They get the trade on the frag, but then they just hold. They smoke off CT spawn, or they smoke off that B area, and you can see the desperation of Na'Vi. By pausing here for Spirit, they were able to elicit a reaction, understanding that they were in the position of control and that Na'Vi were the uncomfortable team. And with that, they even made a strong read. They went to the weak side bomb site, recognizing that the B side guys are going for that play. No, that basically is a huge tell. And so to have instant reactions, to recognize where they're in a moment of power and where Na'Vi has to react, that's why I just have to start rating Chopper. Like those kinds of moments really show what he's made of in mid rounds as an in-game leader.
It's hard to disagree with that sentiment. I think doing that in overtime, doing that when the game is so deep into it, where it's the decision-making by the players, where it's more so the in-game leader taking over, where all the timeouts have already been used by Blade on the other side, that's when we saw the real quality of Chopper as well. And whether that's Hallie having taught him over all those years, you know, or by being together, or whether that's Chopper maybe being a bit better than everyone would anticipate, who knows? But yesterday, that was a very strong performance.
The final topic on the side of Team Spirit, we touched upon it yesterday, but I think Connor put it perfectly. When we get into these overtime situations, like that's where we heard Shiro absolutely squealing in the studio. He was loving the energy. He loves that pressure, and I love that we get to see a lot of power coming out of him.
That hasn't always been the case, has it? You know, we spoke about the evolution of Spirit from a mental standpoint, and everyone knows the story of Shiro, you know, from crying in the middle of a game or feeling very emotional in the middle of the game, to then be the guy we saw yesterday, where he's the one trying to take it upon himself to keep the mood up, to keep the energy upward in the game. I will say, from also watching some of those documentaries on YouTube surrounding Spirit, how they won the major, etc., etc. He's not flawless. There's still some mental aspects he's working with, but at least he's improving game by game, tournament by tournament. Today, though, we're in a studio. We're not in a big arena. We're not at a major final. However, it is a big game, but I don't think that Shiro is going to be affected in the same way that we've seen earlier, which is another quality to him and another, I guess, step in the right direction for Spirit to win this grand final.
You could see that the moment affected Shiro quite a bit between maps 2 and 3 of the grand final of the major. However, the development of Shiro to be kind of a shaky opper in terms of emotions to becoming a hype guy, that's what I want to see. I want to see growth in all of these players over time. And so for Shiro to show that he can be an emotional leader of a bunch of guys that are pretty much just totally nonchalant all the time, like that to me is saying that he can actually do a little bit more in terms of the intangible side instead of just filling up the stat sheet with
Well, without
frags.
further ado, it is time to get into the map vetoes for the best of 5. Picks and bans. Ancient already banned out Maui. You crying in the club?
I mean, yeah, it's a shame, but it is the permaban, as is the permaban of Spirit here.
Yeah.
I feel like Eternal Fire have been really loving their Anubis lately. Every time they can first pick it, they have been going for it, so they want to include it in this series. As for Spirit, they've shown 2 real strong first picks, Dust 2 and Nuke, but Nuke was against the weaker teams. I'm not sure what they consider Eternal Fire today, but if they really respect them, I feel like they would go for the Dust 2 personally, and okay, all right. They didn't do this versus Na'Vi Pimp. They went for the Nuke this time, which was a bit of a surprise to go away from it. But yeah, this seems to be the first pick of Spirit this season.
Yeah, it has been so far. Very interesting. Of course, just noting out there that Train is still in the mix. Now, Dust 2 being picked by EF as well. I wouldn't say that's a bit of a gift to Team Spirit, but it's a sign of EF also coming into this game saying, we believe in ourselves. We trust ourselves to be a team that can go toe-to-toe versus Spirit on a map like Dust 2. To me, that speaks confidence. Mirage being picked by Spirit, which sets up this perfect scenario, Maui, that if we should go to a 5th map, if we have to go all the way out here tonight, we have Train as a 5th deciding map. That is perfection. That would be a beautiful story.
Oh my
That would be
gosh.
so beautiful. But what's the likelihood, Maui? We've been talking about both sides of the equations. We've obviously, you know, been hyping up the storylines. But maybe we need to crash back down to earth and go, Eternal Fire, they are by a country mile the underdogs in this one.
Oh, it is a huge landslide, Freya. I don't really see many universes in which Eternal Fire is going to be taking us to that 5th map, let alone winning the series. Spirit are such heavy favorites. Like 3-0, 3-1, those seem like the most likely outcomes because in terms of cohesiveness, that's what Eternal Fire has had over some of these new rosters. But now they're playing finally a team that can match them or actually beat them in firepower, but also has that. So you're losing on 2 fronts out the gate.
Should we take a look at our predictions and see if anybody respected the underdog in this one? A best of 5 where Jacob,
Pimp, what?
you've gone for Eternal Fire.
What?
I mean, they've been a surprise throughout the entire tournament. And, you know, the entire community, all the Eternal Fire fans out there have told me how wrong I were every single time I predicted against EF. So I'm giving up, you know, I'm giving it to you right here. I am predicting EF to win this grand final for you, Turkey.
Don't let them win, Pimp. Don't let them win. You don't have to let them win today, okay?
Well, maybe a jinx.
Well, somebody will indeed be winning, but we do have to throw things to a quick break before we can kick this grand final of Spirit versus Eternal Fire. Also have one more thing in common. Donk turning 18 yesterday, Maja 34 years young yesterday as well. It's time to see who can get their hands on the birthday trophy.
no matter if you're hunted or hunter, it doesn't matter for us. You can always win if you believe in yourself.
We just want to win a championship. We're ready for all of them.
Being underdogs, it's always something I prefer than favorite, to be honest. You have just to prepare and play well.
In the end, only one team is going to raise the trophy.
I think it will be fun to play against a team who has a big bounty. We will do our best for that.
Doesn't matter if it's bounty or not. I don't think we are underdog. We prove ourselves. We can win against everyone.
Everyone here was in position to fight alongside, so they're on an island as the short hits coming through. Woxic scout. Whoa! Woxic's on a tear!
To have a target on my back, I don't care because I just want to win.
Everyone wants to win. It doesn't apply any pressure.
We're ready for every team.
They'll find Magic's at least. Here comes a triple from the cat fight. Donk picks up. He is a samurai. That's not even a headshot for the quad. Into the grand finals of Blast Bounty.
Eternal Fire move in to a grand final.
This is what it all comes down to. A best-of-5 grand final here for the first ever Blast Bounty trophy. And also a chance to see Spirit and Eternal Fire see if they're going to have some more fun in this and add a wager as we go down it. But first of all, Donk, Eternal Fire, they've done pretty good. Yeah, they're looking better from when you last faced them. Do you think they're also scared of you like the other teams were?
I don't know, hopefully so. I don't know.
You hope so. You've made everyone else very scared. Madja, you told me last time, oh yes, I won't spend any, I won't bank, I won't put up more wager, but then you won both games.
Yes.
Bad decision.
No, that's good signs. It means if I go safe, maybe I have chance to win again.
You're going to try and keep with the same thing. All right, I'm going to start by asking you, Donk. You told me every time you would go all in and throw your money down. Are you going to try again?
No.
No?
No.
Why?
I want, but my team don't, so no.
No.
Yeah.
So the team tried to make a decision, you said yes, and everyone else said no?
Yes.
No way. Okay, that I didn't expect. Donk doesn't get to make the decision. Well, it doesn't really matter for you. Were you going to do it?
Going safe? Like,
yeah, safe always.
Right.
Well, safe has worked out for you so far. There will be no challenge. There will be no extra bounty on this one, but we do get to see a great final between Spirit and Eternal Fire.
No extra cash on the line in this grand final. We kind of saw it coming, but I didn't see it coming from the side of Spirit. I thought it would be Madja to deny any extra wager, but it all makes sense going forwards. Let's talk about the maps. Best of 5, starting off on Anubis. We've seen Spirit decide to start on the CT side. What logic are you putting behind that, Jacob?
That is interesting. That is interesting. We also know for a fact that they've done that when we get to Dust 2, so there's a big question mark attached to why you want to start on the CT side. I think Spirit trusts a lot in their defense. I think Spirit trusts a lot in their preparation for this game. And I think what we've seen from Madja and the boys for EF is that they've been good at setting the timber on the T side, but in pretty much every single game they played so far, they were off to a bad start. They were off to a start where they couldn't really get it going. And by that logic, if you're Spirit and you're starting on the CT side and EF is off to a rough start where they have to warm up into the game and warm up into the map, if you can guarantee yourself 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds in that first half, you're in a pretty good position to nail it and end it in the second.
Looking at Eternal Fire's Anubis yesterday, or versus Vitality even, so much of the focus was fighting the E-Box player. That was Malbs, that was Flames. Now it's Donk.
Exactly.
Okay? I feel like that's got to be your win condition if you're Spirit. You're looking at that and saying, okay, you want to take this space, you want to take this fight, you're going to be taking a fight with the best rifler in the world. We don't care who you have on your team. We don't care what strats you're using. He's going to just shoot you faster than you can shoot him, and that's the worrying sign for Eternal Fire. And to me, gives some credence or logic behind the CT side pick.
Now, I will still, there was one thing I noticed yesterday when EF were playing Anubis as well on their T side. There were a couple of rounds where they took mid control and they did it fast. I don't know if there was a read against the opponent knowing that they wouldn't focus on middle or what was going on, but within 20 to 25 seconds, they were controlling the entirety of the mid portion of the map. One thing I've seen Spirit struggle with on their CT side is the synergy between Sontix and Shiro. There's been a couple of times in this very tournament where you've seen Sontix being shot in the back, where Shiro wasn't covering his back from that mid split. Maybe, just maybe, that's something Major have localized as well. So just maybe we're going to see EF test that mid area early on to see if there's still some synergy errors between Sontix and Shiro that we have seen transpire at this tournament.
Do you think that's a way that they could, you know, make sure they don't start off cold? Because in basically every map we saw yesterday, as Jacob pointed out, versus G2, they were always starting off with the opponent getting a string of rounds and leaving them in a disadvantage.
That's where it was down to actually Joda the day before, who was such a pistol king to get them on the right foot, and that's where I feel like the boost that he's giving them might not be felt here, because sure, you could win the pistol, but in terms of game planning, that's a bit another thing where it's actually been an interesting kind of interaction between the game planning and the adaptations that Major made so that they could correct those bad starts. They just kind of need to, I think they just need to go with more variety in their starting plays.
Okay.
They did so many times against both of their teams that they played so far in the playoffs, just same gun round strategy 2-3 times in a row. Just be willing to change it a little faster.
Do you think the versatility is going to be, you know, an aspect that they can gain any advantage with Spirit in this one?
I think it's going to be tough. I'm not going to lie. What have brought EF success so far this tournament is the wolf pack mentality, staying together, trade fragging, going into a bomb site together. If there's one thing we know within the Spirit camp, it's Donk is always good for 2. I think Sontix as an anchor, usually good for 1 kill, 2 kills. So they're going to have to win a lot of clutches today, EF. And we haven't seen them tested that much in the clutch scenarios. A lot of them they've won, you know, and I think against G2 yesterday in the clutch scenarios, they outplayed their opponents. But today it's going to be a bit more of a brawl. It's going to be a bit more about fighting, and that's where I could see EF struggle a little bit. I think it's going to be a close game, but I have Spirit winning.
Well, it's time to kick off the first ever Blast Bounty Grand Final. Spirit taking on Eternal Fire with Scrawny and Lourdes.
Spirit winning, Jacob.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Prediction says otherwise.
They get the graphic wrong.
He's clip-clopping already.
Yeah.
Straight out of the gate.
I knew he got hacked when he predicted Eternal Fire.
Must have been.
He doesn't want to curse them. That's the thing, right? He's been wrong about them 2 times in a row. I think the only thing that could make it worse is not predicting them to lose this grand final. It's going to be a tough game. This is one where this is a rematch. How many teams get to play best of 5 grand finals versus each other? Outside of like the purest, most elite tier 1 teams, it almost never happens. But this is the second time Eternal Fire and Spirit are going head to head in a best of 5 series. This time with Train instead of Vertigo.
Hell yeah.
And this time not at Bet Boom, here at Blast.
And what's nice is that, you know, their second map pick back in that previous series was Anubis. They didn't get there and losing 3-0. So let's see what Eternal Fire do with now what has become their home map. Obviously losing Jota as they attempt to cross over the bridge with majority players. We currently have Zontix inside of the A side on his own. Chopper rotating back around CT spawn really leaves Zontix isolated. But luckily for him, Eternal Fire not setting their targets at him just yet.
Yeah, that's actually an apt point. I do think that it allows Donk to be able to fall back and Chopper to make sure they don't spread too far into spawn since it's still early in the round. And here the rotation will come around.
Nice.
Great shot from Major. That opens things up.
Yes, sir. That's what they're looking for. A clean execution and an open bomb site to boot. Now, Xantares, there's going to be a lot of talk about him trying to bring his previous level at Bounty to the LAN portion. And right here versus Shiro, critical kill, because then suddenly everybody is dealing with this smoke up in their face on storage. But he gets drawn back closer towards heaven. Foregoing a little bit of mid-control opens up the possibility of Shiro coming forward, but they're still taking their time. Magic's having the kit is fine. Great trade back from Wicadia to maintain camera control, and Magic's just gonna slide in and wait. And then they come forward from storage. Instant headshot from Chopper bodes well, but we get this pinch from the W's of Eternal Fire, and Wicadia's gonna finish it off. It's 3 for him and a pistol in the Turkish back pocket.
So great here for Wicadia to take camera control, win that, because that allows the crossfire to stay standing. Of course, Chopper, when he explodes, gets his kill, but Wicadia still has to be respected in his position, and he stays alive to the very end. A lot of this came down to Major's shot to kick things off. Zontix going down, and again, as you pointed out, Chopper had left him just in case it was a split towards the other side of the map. I liked Wakadia's interview where he said, I don't see ourselves as underdogs. Like, even if you clearly are, and they got 3-0 last time, they didn't get double digits last time, but you have to have the self-belief, and they have taken down 2 teams in the tournament that can have you believe they have a higher peak now than they did then.
Money, money, money. We're going to farm in Xantares with a double as well. I like that you bring up that point because I'll second it with this. Yesterday on stage, standing across from Donk, Alexi B straight up told him, oh, we don't want to gamble. And we said that when you have a confidence-based player like Donk and you just kind of bend at the knee right before, 30 seconds before the game goes live, what does that indicate over to him? And so, yes, confidence will be key, and I think an opening map specifically on Anubis is going to be very critical for the series as we go forward. You know,
because otherwise it's going to be 4 maps in a grand final that Spirit have won in a row, double digits and a win, or what Eternal Fire are looking for. And if they're going to win this series, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's going to be on Train.
Okay.
Which is, I think it's just going to have to go that far ultimately. If it ends before Train, I mean, then you have Eternal Fire beating Muhammad Ali, Mike Tyson, and Jake Paul all in one playoffs.
They said it couldn't be done. Madger not nearly as successful in his A main play at the start of this round, going down to Zontix, who peels back. Changes position, puts Shiro in the angle, but all of that irrelevant because we're talking about a B hit by the looks of things. And that's going to be Magix and Donk all day long. They have a third piece and Chopper sliding up. Great pressure onto Donk. Jota just Mac 10, tears him down. Good thing Chopper was here early. It allows for him to challenge onto Jail to peel a player back. We've got low HP for Woxic still. And of course, Xantera's not a part of this equation, still sat back holding on to bridge control. Chopper loses half his health, fighting from inside of the site. Jota's been cleared out. Not ideal for Woxic to be playing at 17 health, but we said it has to be Xantares today, and this will be his first chance. Players right in front of him, not able to track Chopper as Chopper is looking to tap back into the form he showed us yesterday. Individually looked good versus Na'Vi. It's a long defuse, and it's a no challenge from Woxic. They concede this one, and Team Spirit pick up their first.
Man, if you had HP, it would have actually been worth trying, but he wouldn't know they didn't have a kit in this situation. Chopper, we're gonna have this breathe strip on his next on his next sticker. Honestly, when he gets into the major, because it feels like this has actually been working very well for him. Yeah, he talks about oxygen to the brain and how it opens things up, and I mean his fragging has been incredible. Someone just like tweeted me the stats of like every IGL right now and how they're all just suffering. Kerrigan, Apex. And then we don't have Chopper on that graph because his form right now is actually looking pristine.
Sorry, Kerrigan, Apex, go on.
It's Snacks was on there.
Alexi B?
Alexi was on there.
I hate to say it, but we had to get there.
Alexi did struggle. Oh, that's who you're fishing for. Alexi did struggle the most. That's for sure.
Tough stuff. But not Chopper. And not Madger.
Yeah, true.
Which I think bodes well for our grand finals today. In their last best of 5 grand finals, in a 3-0 loss, it was actually Madger who was the top performer for 2 of those 3 maps. And again, probably why you lost, but he will step up in big pressure situations. We saw that at the Copenhagen Major when he identified, he's like, my teammate's not bringing it to the table today. I've got to go massive.
Oof.
And so we'll see if that is needed. Right now, Xantares with good timing on the mid walkout, nearly catching Shiro.
Shiro doesn't come back for it.
Yeah, you've given him a second chance.
Interesting. Look, another active move from Chopper. Well, he's got the better utility now.
It's been a very mobile.
They're really ready for a camera push with Zontix pushed this far out. So, look at Shiro's position.
Fishing around for it. It's actually Chopper and Jota to exchange kills. Zontix pushing, finds bomb. It's sitting on the dirt at 30 seconds. Leg shot comes through from Shiro as Zontix doubles down. And unfortunately here for Eternal Fire, felt like the posturing was going well enough, but the trade frag back from Donk really spells disaster at this point. Again, no possession for Woxic as he's just floating around on bridge. So Spirit off of Zontix this round.
A lot of people thought Zontix was sort of robbed of Anchor of the Year, or the opportunity to get it because of the other, star anchors out there, I guess. But the crazy part about Zontix, his CT side stats just were so high, which specifically meant he was a great anchor. His overall stats lagged a little bit behind players like Bit and JL for the whole year, so that kind of left him out of the conversation. But in these positions, he kind of has like the perfect style of aim to hold. And in that spot exactly, you could go back to a more depressed angle and re-aggress. But when you have that spot and your Zon takes the bombs right in front of you, you leave nothing to chance, man. Just believe in yourself. It helps your team out so much who are in the site. So think about, oh, camera, if anything goes wrong, you just want to make sure Shiro has a great angle to fight camera.
Limitations on this one, but Eternal Fire still come through with the buy. Putting the op on Overwatch not only gets the better of Chopper, but instant transition with 2 AKs firing forward. Now, you've got Zontix with his hands full in a moment.
You can hear him running over. I think Eternal Fire feel like they've done enough now because they've scared Spirit in this setup. And they loved eventually going B.
Ooh, love this. Transition into a faster B play. Shiro will get back in time, but a missed shot. Still a door open. He finds it off the second, again leaving a bit of slack, but now Donk's at the party, and Magix is hanging on to Obelisk the entire time. So just as quickly as Eternal Fire try to scramble into a bomb site, it's of course the defense to come sprinting in to stop it. Could have gone well if they win their duels, and that was with Shiro even giving them a bit more of a chance. Lcadia looking for a huge clutch early, but Donk is just chomping at the bits to come pushing through this smoke, turned away from B despite a rapid pace.
There were, you know, 2 parts to that. I think Spirit, they also heard Eternal Fire quickly organizing towards the B site. They were just desperately looking for the opportunity. I think that's going to be a consistent theme this game. In their last Anubis match, that was just like what they were looking for every round. So as fast as they rotated out of the site, they also had time to get back, and Shiro put himself in a good spot. Even though he misses those 2 shots, he stays alive long enough to be a distraction. Donk does the rest on the outside of the site, and he gets a really important 1 kill. But good tactic to kick it off here for Eternal Fire. Yeah, we have, I mean, the next player who has the potential to get an MVP off the back of an amazing grand final is Antares.
Yes.
He's sitting at like a 120 right now. Donk's obviously a shoo-in unless things go horribly south. Something like a 1.47. And obviously with the activity in his roles, it's like unlike anyone else. He'll have the most opportunities to get kills.
He also has an opportunity right now, a golden opportunity, in fact, to start off back-to-back years with tournament MVPs and just, you know, ludicrous statistics. Can he do it at Kato twice? The jury's still out on that, but...
Yeah, well, they will be tournament favorite by a huge margin after, you know, some of the losses we've seen at this event. And with the roster moves as well, it's one of the teams that didn't make one.
Obviously, Jota being the one piece different between these rosters and their previous BO5. Shiro's leaving a little bit more slack out there again. Luckily, he's got Zontix to just sweep away the little that Eternal Fire have to fight with. Poor Madger on a quarter HP. Excuse me. Nothing. Zontix USP peak. That's 4 straight from the defense. Making quick work of an Eternal Fire T-side.
Yeah, and a quick 4K for Zontix as we go right into attack timeout. And might say it a few times this half, but again, the defaults are sort of a formality, I think, to Eternal Fire, who are just going to look for opportunities to get E-box control. And I think when they played against G2, it really worked well because you had, you know, Hunter jiggle spotting with a smoke out, and Eternal Fire knew they could just walk in. But you're not going to be able to walk into E-box versus Spirit almost ever, so they're going to have to fight a little harder for it. And that's also your hardest fight first because it's Donk. Now, confidence is a real issue in Counter-Strike because if someone can hold the position while just peeking constantly, your whole team saves grenades. You guarantee so much information. Like, think about that. He's swinging outside of E-box. How much can he see? That just in itself burns time off the round. So not having to start in passive setups because you know you've got the better player is just such a huge advantage in this game.
Chopper clipped by the off last time, now supported by Zontix, and that's why Xantares comes running around the corner off of the trajectory of the utility, thinking maybe he could take the space, but a straight-up lost duel as Zontix goes 9-3.
And they are killed.
And Donk both remaining mobile, like Chopper is. I mean, we've seen Chopper on both bomb sites already.
Yeah, he's moving a lot, you're right.
Everybody is just so fluid at the moment right now in this Spirit defense, and the calls have just been clean, right? They haven't moved into the wrong position yet. We are early days in the CT side. We're going to see a Woxic attempt and a boost yet once again, and perfect. Chopper's hand gets blasted off, the nade hits the ground, Pin's still in it. And a 4v3 established at 40 seconds. Now, Bomb is floating out here top mid, and that death right there takes all the wind out of the sails of Eternal Fire.
100%. Otherwise, they could have organized towards Shiro, grabbed that bomb and taken it to camera, really caused a ruckus. And instead now, they've just got to go back and honestly, I don't even think you've got time to collect this and go for a site hit. It's just wisely going to be a save here for Eternal Fire as this round winds down. So this is this is another moment where Madra gets into E-Box and they get the, Spirit get the first kill, so they don't really need to be peeking everything. And as you pointed out with Chopper, honestly, it's not just this game, it's lately. The defense has been really dynamic because he moves so much. And that's something that's extremely hard to game plan versus. If you're constantly moving, but at the same time always in a very good spot or well supported, it's going to be hard to get reads on what positions, what angles are being held for Spirit. Amazing form from Spirit at the moment.
It's the exact form that the desk kind of highlighted would keep Eternal Fire at bay. They said, sure, Eternal Fire has shown us the team play and tactics, but it's going to take something special on an individual level to compete. And that's before Donk truly goes God mode. Right now, it's Chopper and Zontix, and Shiro's getting in on the action at this point.
Every tactic now is just...
Yeah. Starting to be hit by a bit of a brick wall. We've got the Wicadia Mac 10 challenge here for Donk. He'll sign up for that as his teammates go running out B main, challenging every step of the way and coming away with the heads of Eternal Fire. It is 6-2 queued up, barring a Joda push through middle that could have maybe killed Chopper and gotten wild. But again, every step of the way from Eternal Fire met by landmines. And this one, so far, smooth.
And just as much as we want to say, it's great to see Chopper calling a game and just getting some info on, especially a game like on Ancient, such a high-level CS game, and seeing Chopper have to do that without Hallie. He both acknowledged that it was a lot harder without Hallie there, and said there's a lot of young voices that have a lot to say. But also, got to give yourself some credit, Chopper. There were some excellent calls in there.
Yes,
the
sir.
meta reads were extremely good, and he was correct about a lot of plays. So it felt like he had things under control. But that being said, Hallie's still helping with all the prep, and Donk said he's not physically here, but he is in spirit. In spirit.
Chopper, how dare you?
Yeah, they're just...
Xantares 3-8 off that death.
They're so clear about where everyone's going to be standing while they're waiting at defaults.
You know, one of the better things we've seen from Eternal Fire has been their Anubis play, but it just looks like, man, oh man, Team Spirit have such good reads on the situation. Going in for a boost like that.
Yeah.
I mean, this is Spirit showing a playbook that screams to me prep has been done, regardless of Hallie's lack of presence. There is no lack of his preparation on display. And Team Spirit, it's not even though they're getting pushed and they're starting to have to pull out these tricks to try to get the game back in control. They're just remaining proactive on a CT side that seems very well aware of what Eternal Fire have to offer. So they'll rock that boat back towards the B site. And again, just on time, here's Shiro getting into position, but also thinking about going back to cover Temple, which would be the right call. Chopper finding this attack on the back line, turns Woxic, alleviates some pressure, confirms the bomb as well as he exchanges glances with Woxic. But they haven't kept eyes on Temple. We're seeing Donk check it every once in a while, but I think they believe that they've got the good timing. Donk, how dare you? And if there wasn't a third player here, then maybe Woxic could do something magical, but the P250 spam, it's a parting gift with the bomb plant, 7-2 nonetheless.
Oh my gosh, that's the Donk moment of the match so far. Just kill him fast, man, kill him fast. That's Woxic does a great job of like peeking out of E-box just to draw their attention to allow the lurk to have its like full efficacy, but first of all, we see two great tactics to kick things off. They felt like the round was over right here after a shot like that. No way. Let's watch this back, Donk. Bro, that's insane.
Dude.
Yeah. Man, the perfect spray in a moment like that. Full strength Spirit.
Scary stuff.
And this match is, there's about 300K on the line here.
Yes, sir.
Even with not the extra bets on the side. So the bounties have really added up, and Eternal Fire have done a fantastic job to get to this point. Like, no kidding. The wins that they pulled off, making it to this grand finals. Such impressive. Spoiling the debuts.
And so far, doing it flawlessly.
And Joda is just fitting in superbly. Like, you couldn't ask for much more from him, I think.
Zontix peels away. We've seen him sit in that confident A main spot, but playing with utility right now. There could be a nice bit of timing to catch off defense, but he'll drop the incendiary. Op peels back towards site. Shiro looking to pluck one off the attempt in. Good flashbang to catch the Opper. But who comes out with kills? Because it's interruptive utility from both sides. Everybody getting blind. The bodies come flying out through camera, and there goes Eternal Fire.
That Molly helps so much. Oh my god, they right in front of it. Chopper chases this one down.
Did Chopper just chase down Zantares?
I can't believe that.
And beat him in a head-to-head duel?
But look at what's happening over on the B site. It is Magic's alone for a second as they're wondering where they're going to go.
They're going to come around both sides of Obelisk, but it's a little bit delayed on that right side peak, so he gets his one. Frag grenade for the bomb planter. Going to soften up his food like a mother bird. Donk lets two get off site. We're going to get this flank from Chopper. Shiro's still sitting back at a depth.
This has been a common move, but with a bomb planted where it is, it gives a good chance for Eternal Fire to at least get one kill. However, Chopper clearing out E-box, I think Donk's going to know now.
Two getting into Temple. Of course, Donk knows nobody's crossed over to Long, so if it's not back plat, which is now confirmed, he's locked in on this angle.
But they can...
Woxic's gone back all the way around, and Chopper actually gives himself up.
I can't believe he played from that far away.
Oof. They're going to kind of misread this retake, in my opinion. Shiro's going to get gunned down by Jota. There we go. Eternal Fire with a third.
I think the fact that Woxic is all the way back there, there's definitely a world where that goes wrong, for sure. But they played it super well, and you had Spirit just not believing that they would even try this, right? Yeah. They thought, okay, they're going to play for main. They must be having one tucked in somewhere, one on the flank. But no, they doubled up all the way back in this position, and even this is really quality grenade on site. A lot comes down to this one spray. Jota dies there. I don't think Woxic can actually defend the bomb.
No, but I mean, I think Chopper even being exposed to Long is evidence that he just completely rid off that possibility.
Yeah. Fair enough. Use that time very efficiently. Third round for Eternal Fire.
Good on Woxic to not be so passive that Chopper doesn't punish for that little bit of an extension.
Yeah, if they did double up there and, Woxic didn't keep walking, then they could both get smoked out at the same time.
Yep.
So
good on them. Eternal Fire. That run away from the A bomb site to me just looked like they were kind of panicking in fright that the hit didn't go well, but nice for them to still achieve something out of the round.
Spirit's A combo is just one of the best in the world, if not the best right now. Like Zontix is just so hard to deal with, and Eternal Fire already like going B so much. I feel like this is such a feather in the cap of Spirit, but right now Chopper hasn't rotated over just yet.
Yeah, Chopper's rotations have been key in supporting either site, so here he comes, just flying out from Temple. Going for some spam as Magix gets the fight towards Dark. Trade frag out of Donk, still standing. Bomb being planted as he softens up a couple, but it's only Chopper to maintain control of this bomb site. Tease can peel back in the 3v3. Hell of a map coming out from Chopper at the moment. 12 and 6, man. And look at this deep position from Woxic, still inside of water as the other two players get fully smoked off. There is nobody that can disrupt this. Woxic's nade has to open long because he's still, no. Wakadia is gonna have to try to flash through off the bomb defuse, and Zontix has got that cover. But Joda double spray through smoke. And this smoke soon to fade. Shiro spams him back and jumps on bomb with time.
He's so hyped. I mean, they were very fortunate to get the 2K through the smoke. So to get one back from Shiro, I couldn't believe he didn't stick the bomb in that spot. But when he got the ammo coming through the smoke, he identified where his target was and dealt with Jota. This is risky. Oh, the switch to the M4 too. Wow. That's really CS2 at its finest, though. You get the tracers through the smoke, but you also get the holes. You can really figure out where the trajectory is. There we go. The war cry from Shiro.
Yes, sir. That Spirit Banshee.
It would be great if production could pitch correct his voice so that he sounds like how he really sounds, you know?
Yeah, the audio's off.
Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, that's...
Here he comes again. They are close enough to try and pounce him. Double off. That is so gross.
Yeah, and Magix,
that's actually gross.
He does pull this out too. Yeah, two off on the same
Not with
side.
Shiro, you know, like normally when you see it, it's because Donk's still rifling around him, but Shiro takes a close peek. You think you're gonna gun down an Opera, and then Magic's on this passive, strong angle. Yeah. That's kind of gross, man.
Yeah,
Hallie, you should be ashamed of that one.
It's shower time. No, we got to give Chopper credit now for the live match calls.
Chopper, you got to be ashamed of that one. Gross.
Remember when Get Right pulled out the auto sniper versus Eternal Fire?
Yeah.
They didn't like that very much.
They didn't like that, no. No, they didn't.
I remember they called him Auto Noob.
Eternal Fire's T side has come to an abrupt halt. It was a varied game plan. Definitely more switch-ups in comparison to their Anubis map yesterday. However, not being able to break through, maybe for a fourth. Final attempt coming out from Eternal Fire. Chopper, how is he him? 13 kills, standing up in heaven. Bomb trying to cross over at the 7-second mark, and a nade to just defuse the situation. No defuse needed. Bomb plant impossible. Xantares, it's a kill for the road. He can hang on for now, but they're hanging on for dear life in a map that they call home.
Did you know he's asking me?
Ime, what was the question?
Okay.
For Monacy. Okay.
Let me take a little bit. Will you tell him that it's me asking him?
Hello guys, this is Monacy, and now you're watching Questions Chained. The game is simple. Each player will ask a question to the next player.
I would like to ask for xFloud what he thinks about Xantares.
I think he's one of the best players, not in Turkey, also in the world. Like he's hard worker, and his mechanics are in shape every time. He works a lot, and he's very vocal. His game sense are very high, and like he just works a lot on it. I think he's not only Turkish way, but he's also a very good European player. Do you think Donk can stay in shape and hold his performance in 2025?
He definitely can do that if he wants to, and if the team around him not trolling the games pretty hard, then yeah, he's definitely capable of doing like the same or more, because he's just built different. My question for Ime is, bro, are you him?
Every time when I see him everywhere, he's shouting to me, you are him, and I mean, he's so funny, but I don't know, maybe not. Who knows? My question for Major from Eternal Fire is, how is it to play with Xantares in the team?
He's winning duels, so it's all right. It's fine playing with him, winning a lot of duels. So, Tyrion, what is the difference between Nafanai and Boomich?
First of all, the way of calls. I think Boomich has more structured calls that helps us, young players, to perform better. The second thing that he brings a lot of very good vibe. He's never tilting. Sometimes Nafani had problems with this, I would say. My question to Magi is how it's possible to move on mouse button.
So the question is, how is it possible to move with the mouse? Yeah, I don't know. It's something I've got used to over time. People definitely can't seem to imagine how it works, but it works for me somehow. So yeah, of course, console's different, but as soon as I played computer games, it was always using the mouse to move. And every game I play now, no matter what game it is, I always change the controls to this. I can't use like the standard. My question to Monacy would be, how are you so goddamn fast?
Well, I don't know how to answer. Maybe is the most, I don't know, the question you cannot answer. I think because I play a lot, I started playing since a long time, and I don't know, maybe my reflexes just fast. I don't know.
Eternal Fire try to kick off a best of 5 with a map that they look so strong on, Mohan, but met by resistance. Team Spirit played such a clean CT side. I mean, varied looks coming into multiple rounds, the rotation from their players, basically ahead of Eternal Fire's pack each and every round. There was a couple moments where maybe they didn't get there in time and Eternal Fire put up a better fight, but it is a 2-0 start for Eternal Fire and 1 gun round sprinkled in.
Yeah, obviously those moments are relatively seldom when we look at just the 3-round half, but that was full strength Spirit. And I mean, Chopper was more than even just a fragger. He's the top fragger on the team right now, but it was really his rotations that gave him all those opportunities. Ready for everything.
Zontix was so critical in just being an A anchor himself. And Chopper's mobility nets him frags all across the map. We get the full-blown commit from Spirit with the double smokes. Wicadia trying to fight from within the little room they hang on to, but nobody will be able to stop Donk from planting bomb. He remembered how to plant this time.
Yeah.
5v5 in the retake, and all 5 Eternal Fire players coming out from storage.
It's winnable, but no smoke for the CT side.
No forward press from the post plant, so just allowing now for the CTs to come into these gunfights. Good positioning from Donk as he just gives up the gush. The headshot back and forth, but it's 3 kills from Eternal Fire to keep the dream of a pistol alive. Such low health, it is an easy cleanup between Magix and Shiro, and they will draw the line in the sand, double digits as fast as possible.
Yeah, maybe if they had a main smoke, they could have potentially scaled a bit better, but a lot of that just came down to shooting. They knew where Spirit were going to play from. They just had to win them out while Spirit were waiting, and yes, it came relatively close, but this is a moment where Spirit get 10 rounds. Their confidence just feels unbreakable at the moment, and there's not much more you can ask from them. All right, wow. I mean, five MP9s with no utility at all.
Let's go swinging.
Let's see. We know how good this gun is.
They just run out B main. Magix content to disengage. Donk actually takes a bit of damage, but obviously Magix confirming everybody else is coming at him. Ooh, beautiful. Wow. Magix, the tracking on Wicadia sits him down.
Yeah.
And Chopper's Mac 10 remains clean, 16-9, still at the top of the charts. Chopper, Grand Finals, MVP.
Man.
Imagine.
It'd be, what was so annoying about Shanghai was that as many kills as Magix got, the life game that he had, Donk still had him beat by like a hair. That would be an incredible sight.
Tough stuff for Eternal Fire, but again, their hands kind of tied at this point. Got to come in with the Force Wars. They've got more than they did in the last, and a great grenade onto Magix. Maybe that can turn the tide.
But they have decided it's, you know, potentially 3 forces in a row.
The Bet Boom Dacha BO5 Grand Finals. The scorelines were all respectable. It was 13-9, 13-8, 13-7 as the series went on. Again, Anubis never got to be played in that BO5, but it would have been the 4th.
And then I think the Pro League Finals was after that, right? Just where they played against Na'Vi?
Yeah.
And they went 24 rounds on like 3 different maps in that series. That was extremely close.
That was the close one for sure.
Oh my gosh.
Wicadia gets caught.
Did he make noise?
I'm not sure. He was standing on the stall. Maybe the smoke rotated awkwardly, but Jota will at least bring it back. And we've got an MP9 to press into Zontix. Look, he's, for a second, wasn't prepared.
They're actually leaving to go back to B.
Yeah, good call. 35 seconds.
2-2 to site still.
Xantares and Woxic allocated to A.
A lot rests on just not getting mollied, but as time ticks down, it's possible they don't do it. It's just that this is a position you don't need to take as the T, so it's obviously oftentimes mollied no matter what, but yeah.
Molly misses its mark. He's able to hang on to that back corner. Madger can't offer much. Donk looking for the duel into the flat. Here comes Madger's Deagle. Oh, he stops it in time, or does he? It's a fast scramble into the bomb. He's maybe missed it.
I think he did.
He comes off. Yeah, he knows he missed it, and Woxic won't be killed. Eternal Fire win off time.
Yeah, man. Okay, look, it was a rotation where like maybe the B site obviously doesn't have the best guns, but it's still 2-2 to sites. They maybe just wasted an opportunity to take the A site slower if they wanted to. But this is a great opportunity now for Eternal Fire. They would have had to force again this next round if they lost, and that would just be painful to watch. So. It's a much better buy than they would have had off their loss bonus. Wow. Another money grenade. It's been Spirit showing Eternal Fire. They know exactly the spots they're going to be sitting in this game.
Nice. Oh. Jota already at half health. Remember, softened up early and dealt with. Magic's able to clip him from long, tapping into the tempo rotate, makes Xantares' job all the harder. And while time was on your side last round, you now sit uncomfortably desperate in a 3 versus 5. With a 12th round win on the line here for Spirit. So call the previous round a hiccup and identify that Spirit, they skip 1 beat.
Yeah, basically 1 extra second allows Eternal Fire to win that round. And, you know, that's already a close call, but yeah, at least this goodbye might carry forward into the next round. They keep 2 of the better guns that they have right now.
Better guns, huh?
Better guns, yeah.
2 of them better guns.
Tony, we got some good guns.
But me, I want the better guns. Bada boom. 12-4. Tough for Madger there. He got his damage in.
Where there's a gun, there's a way. You know what I mean? Oof. Oh, that's how we got him? Barely spotted.
Sneaky. But just enough. Definitely made possible by that nade, so. Tough start to the series for Xantares and Wicadia. Obviously the 2 big pieces in the online stage of Bounty. Like you said, at least the buy can trickle into this next one. It is majority rifles for Eternal Fire, despite a FAMAS being on the field. We haven't seen Spirit sweat just yet. Doesn't mean they won't throughout this best of 5, but to open with such impact, really just a testament to show that Spirit are the one team who haven't kneeled or waned in any capacity throughout this Bounty event, right? They have not lost a map. The closest being obviously Navi last night in triple overtime. A flawless run in 2025 so far, but Badger's got other ideas, combining nicely into the dark room. However, it is drawn back, so to look to end this on a 3 versus 5 as Zontix gets the 1 player in A peeled off this.
With the amount of time left over, I think if it was later in the round, they would have just committed A site, but now they're wondering, is there a chance they catch another rotation? Very fast push coming out last.
Xantares goes for the water duel and will drop bomb, so Zontix here to pick up the pieces. Oh, nicely done from Xantares. Peeks out wide, gets 2 kills to his name, and those rifles out there enough to extend play on Anubis.
Now the only thing Magic can do is drop out into Canals, reveal his position, and have very little time to kill 2 people on B. So this will be an elongated save for Magix, and another win for Eternal Fire. just in a, nice standard default. That's good to see. This one's a marathon, not a sprint. So again, even close maps is really key here for Eternal Fire.
Wonder if Madger is starting to feel like he did at the Copenhagen Major, where he said, on that one given day, he saw that his stars weren't going to perform, and if they were to win, he had to do it himself. So gunning down bodies inside of Dark, no easy challenge. The fact he gets Donk, all the better. But again, just to repeat myself, at the Bet Boom Grand Finals, he top performs 2 out of those 3 maps, and it's obviously not enough. I think our analysts did a really good job of highlighting, like, you can bring all the same tactics and team play that has gotten you victories over these debut rosters, but you need your X factor today. Arcadia, it's a one and done. Challenge through the bridge, denied. Santeras doing a good job of starting to collect some kills here. It's never too late. Man advantage for Eternal Fire. Woxic locking in versus Shiro, who tries to swing in through that smoke and gets punished. So, like you said, every round counts.
Yeah, I mean, they really scrimmed it out this round. They had some guns they forced down with and decided to take a bunch of individual duels, running through smokes even, and not winning the ego fights. This is a great sign for Eternal Fire to win a round like this now. Standard default into more gimmicky tactics here out of Spirit. The way they played that round was simply, we hope one guy gets 2 kills, then we can do the rest. All right, this one flash.
One flash and one deagle. Never be enough. Joda from Platt, waiting for Santeras and Woxic to support him from Temple, but you have allowed Shiro to get his hands on an M4.
Full Glocks.
And he picked up the smoke. It was the
deagle.
one flash that got them in. The Glocks run through for the kill. Now Chopper and Shiro both with the better weapons, but Donk's still on 100 health, and he'll do enough cover to keep that bomb down. And that's a lot of bodies confirmed. You've got deep temple control here for Shiro. What's he gonna do? He's gonna push? He's gonna try to do what Woxic did, but the bomb is planted on his side of sight. It's not really here for Donk. And Donk begins to disengage, anticipating that the CTs are going to come get him. That is their call. And as they come clear out that corner, Donk has positioned himself to really be a problem, but he'll die with nothing, as does Shiro. That wrap around the site nets them nothing, but with just majority Glocks, you'll take 2 kills in a plant.
Yeah, definitely had him scared, but now another round that Eternal Fire win, at least in the retake. Can always be a little scary. You see that Donk pulls back just to buy Shiro a little extra time, just like Woxic did in that first half, to pull off a long rotation. All good, though.
I love that he's pissed that he didn't win that round.
Yeah,
As if he doesn't realize that the odds are so against him. Could round 20 be the last? Santeras looking to go hunting over across the bridge.
Oh man, they're actually got the op here.
Uh-oh. A shot from Madger. Joda, double headshot.
Totally blind.
And then they catch Santeras getting a little rambunctious.
That op is, no, actually it's Woxic coming. Wait, they have 2. Yes, there's a chance here for Woxic.
Nice.
Instant into Shiro. He's not expecting that.
And when Cadia keeps up his pressure, he had pushed out A main just as early as Santeras did towards bridge. So sure, the Terminator falters, but everybody else for Eternal Fire content to pick up that slack. And Zontix is going to try the old Hail Mary into this B bomb site. No bomb possession. Has to be noted, Wicadia got control of that with the A main push. We talked about getting a round count for the matter of respect. That is 8 now. They are knocking on the door of the best result in a best of 5 versus Spirit. It's close.
9 rounds. They're looking for it. I wish I could say that the first half was closer. You got some, comebacks. You can precipitate more. Eternal Fire just have to turn it all the way up here on CT side in a way that we were missing on T, but 4 rounds to go and a half buy-in for Spirit.
And only one bomb plant in the last 4 round wins.
We're into dignified territory now for Eternal Fire.
Certainly better late than never. We got a long day ahead of us in a BO5. There's that map ticker at the top of your screen, just keeps on giving. Nuke next, train last. That's all that matters. Walk out middle from Chopper. Another smoke down in front of A main where we had that 3-player Spirit pack looking to go knocking.
I love the setup from Eternal Fire. I mean, they have info on E-Box. They're grouped towards mid to stop this split. Let's see how Wokadia does. It's the solo A site hold.
Smoke's coming for him, though. That's the one Shiro's got primed.
Yeah.
Oh, they push through before the util. Huge spacing taken up by Zontix, and he gets the double. That's a gun to be picked up, surely. He's fishing for it inside of the smoke. Can't get it. You could go back and grab this one on Heaven instead. He will find an AK-47 for the post plant. It is still 2 Tech 9s, but it's the numbers advantage. So efficient trade frags out of Spirit here will put Anubis down for the count. Madger to lead the retake, and he's gonna find them climbing up into Heaven. Doesn't know about the second. Zontix is gonna take all the attention down onto him, and Magix has to now go 1v2, push by the op.
Okay.
And on top of Bomb, Eternal Fire match that best score count, and double digits not far away as they're on fire.
That was definitely close to a lost position for Eternal Fire, so pulling off a retake in that spot, 3v4, is a really great sign. They had good grenades. Yes, we don't have all the best guns and the most high HP bars for Spirit, but the map control they had was wonderful. So good awareness here from Woxic to catch both swings. And now we're talking Eternal Fire. It was only a half buy, but they've earned their way this far back.
Put some respect on their names. 3 rounds the difference. Zero mid-play being utilized here from Eternal Fire, and there's so much util getting burned out by Spirit in that portion of the map. Xantares gets peeled off B to try and respond, just to confirm they haven't gotten deep yet at the minute mark. Eternal Fire, a little bit of confidence here again, taking a glance in mid despite the threat, going into A main control. Wokadia still having that smoke in front of him. That keeps Zontix back for now. Donk trying to get his game on, but he is sitting 12 and 15 at this point. They've effectively shut him out. Madger, oh, he lands the off shot. Donk almost killing him instead. Both players disengage at 35 to the clock, and now they're gonna go for mid. This has been open all half long.
Yeah, but look, if they're gonna split A, 3 players here waiting.
Wokadia so fixated forward, but that Molotov's gonna get Woxic off his roost, and Xantares is gonna lock down Heaven first. This is not looking good for Spirit. Magic's gonna try to find some sort of an opening, and he gets on sight. It's clean from Wokadia.
Whoa, Spirit have lost some of their punch here. This is a really good setup late into the round for Eternal Fire. They're fragging just as hard as Spirit were in that first half, and they have now made this comeback real.
Insanity that the 4 of the 6 T round wins won throughout this map are T-side pistol and the conversion. That's all either of these teams have been able to put up. We are playing Anubis, right?
I know.
Okay, just double checking.
I guess people is focusing way too much on CT side now.
The hell
but
is
the
going
double
on?
op is excellent. You can see the double op is actually just drawing a lot of time off the clock. The Spirit are really worried about running into it. Eternal Fire have weaponized this beautifully.
I also think, you go back to that round where they had Tech 9s and charging through the smoke unexpected before the execute came in, caught the Heaven player off guard. That's why the bomb went down and they had to go for the retake to get that 9th round win. This time, again, Spirit try to come through the smoke, and look at the way it gets stuffed by Wokadia.
Yeah, unfortunately for Spirit, it looks like they're maybe better off doing something simple.
That looming threat. Oh, the double op. Not like this. Not now.
And Donk's walking through.
Yeah, this isn't one of those rounds.
They have to stop him right now. They cannot let him get out of E-box.
He's ready to go. He's already got himself outwards into the pillar. That's covered, and he catches Joda off guard. Here he comes. Undeniable. On his best days, Donk, despite being negative here on this map, gets the double kill. CT scrambling over. It's a glorious comeback that could end in a hiccup, as suddenly another man disadvantage retake demanded of Eternal Fire. Into the dark room goes Wicadia.
Okay.
He will fight tooth and nail for this, but he will not find that third. It's Donk to get the triple, and he's gonna need the quad as Woxic's off goes hunting for him with the bomb beyond halfway. Can they keep this retake going? Woxic presses in, confirms it with the shadow, and he hits him with the kit on the bomb. We go the distance.
The shadow gives him away. Woxic wins another clutch from that same position. Donk had to get every kill in that spot. No trade inside of E-box.
3v4 and 2v4 near back-to-back from Eternal Fire. And Wicadia, key piece of Eternal Fire coming alive late into this first map.
Can you believe it? This was even a spot. Donk could have fallen back to E-box and really squeezed it for time, but obviously always wants to fight the confident way. But now look at us here, round 24.
Massive map from Woxic, already sitting 20-8 with a clutch now to his name. Drive-by Tech9 close in the 23rd. Matcher, dangerous inside of the smoke. But man disadvantage hasn't stopped them yet. Making it all the harder. Xantares returns the favor, but here comes Donk from Dark again. Xantares into the back of the obelisk, looks to hold his own, and he will do that with Wicadia right here with him. They go up 3v2. We get this next flood of util coming out from Spirit, as the smokes will hold them at bay for now. There is plenty of time in this round.
They're both smoked out. Now there's 3 players here. Everybody on both sides of this half are waiting for it to be a B hit. Zontic's waiting to see if they aggress through E-box. This could be the fight to do it. Xantares saved them a second ago.
They could. Will they do it with util? Not likely. Oh, Xantares takes another head off.
Oh my God, Connor. Are we talking about overtime?
But you have Shiro, the immortal in the clutch, the pillar of Team Spirit that will set his eyes onto the obelisk. 35 seconds to go.
One of the consistently best closers in the game.
Easy first pickup,
and
offer confirmed.
Missed.
Xantares in dark returns to the pillar to the right of this entry attempt from Shiro. He's reading into it, but he lets his guard down, and they pull that off all the way. Unbelievable.
That is an amazing comeback out of Eternal Fire. Great to see Xantares light it up in this final round to get into post-regulation. The B-side hold looked like it was heating up with Donk getting that first kill. There were a couple of close disasters in these last few rounds, but Eternal Fire avoided every bad situation. And emotionally, who's coming into this happier? It's definitely Eternal Fire.
8-round streak. 8-round streak to deny Team Spirit a map 1 win.
It didn't happen often last year, but there were moments of fragility from Spirit, and it felt like this event, we saw none of it. Never were they really tested. Now there's a chance for Eternal Fire to take a map.
We got to give the credit where it's due, man. Woxic remaining impactful on LAN as they have gotten closer to touching that trophy, and he has given runway over to the likes of Wicadia and Xantares, 2 other high potential players that came into Anubis flat. And as we get into the final moments of regulation, it is those 2 that step forth. Sprinkle in some Woxic clutch and Eternal Fire's recipe.
Honestly, when you see a team drop that much of a comeback, and then if they win the first round in overtime, that is the truest sign that they were feeling nerves. The truest sign.
Xantares keeping his head down, but there is no follow-up behind this. Whoa, Chopper trying to take a look. A main push, and Wicadia wanted to talk about confidence, right? Confidence that was stunted early on. Well, now starting to move forward. Woxic's angle denies Donk. He won't find that footing in dark as he loves. His entries into these B sites can be essential for the side of Spirit, but Chopper has gone unnoticed through mid.
He's got to see a lot of players. They have to not be aware of the timing at all. They are grouped a little bit too heavily in this site.
Woxic's nervous about it, so he's going to come back scoped in on this. Chopper, gets found out by Woxic, keeps his head on a swivel, keeps his impact all across this map. Shiro and Magic's now tasked at a huge disadvantage, but it's starting to work regardless.
10 seconds, they got to go through this.
Yeah, but you've got a player right here on Jail, and that snapshot's not going to happen. Magic's, it's a valiant effort as they do collect 2 through smoke, but believe your eyes, Eternal Fire have a lead.
No way. Oh my gosh, after those 3 rounds they got in the first half, I actually cannot believe my eyes. Amazing to do this on CT side on a comeback. That's why you always have to believe. Take it 1 round at a time, and as Katia said, never see yourself as the underdog.
Flash here. Again, Katia is going to want this. He's been getting that fight towards stairs well enough, but Zontix was so ready for this kind of an aggression. You know, making moves, being active, it's what got Eternal Fire into this position in the game. But this time, it's going to cost them man advantage. Ooh. Chopper missing nades. Santera's going to move forward into the position that would have been burned out.
Yeah, and no chance to remolly it. Chopper out of utility. Man, it holds the attention of Xantares in the spot. He won't be pushing this time.
Woxic's been so good.
Are they going to walk into another eye shot? Aye.
Fires before the flash pops. Jota's going to keep his head down behind Donut. Woxic dropping it. Jota's here to help. Woxic the only player on this site to do anything because Magic's got himself the double entry. And with that, Spirit should find their first in overtime. These all elusive terrorist round wins. And it only takes Spirit a second in OT.
Yep.
But that is, of course, to assume that this retake doesn't come through. Major and Xantares.
It would take some magic tricks, I think.
You got to give it a thought.
It's possible that you lose 2 rounds and then have one person buy an MP9 in the third. So, you know, saving in overtime is not something you want to see. But yeah, this would be definitely close to impossible.
Ninja.
Oh yeah, true. Why not?
Bomb's close. He's sliding out. We've got a commitment. He's not got the time.
No time. Yeah.
All right, well, keeps them on their toes at the very least, and we'll take Magic's down with him, but Magic's double entry, I think, well worth it.
Yeah, but look, it's another moment where Spirit are running through a smoke. They are not in control of these defaults. They're not creating opportunities like they did. So many times this game. It's naded open totally, so full view. Many words.
Yes, sir. These opportunities are far and few between. Eternal Fire losing 2 grand finals in 2024. They don't want that feeling to become too common. Xantares going again to cross the bridge, and he finds timing on Chopper.
That's right, and he has to be careful about crossing back.
Oh my gosh,
yeah.
You know, a little dangerous, but also just enough caution. Donk decides not to pull the trigger. Instead, looking to apply a bit of pressure into Dark, and this is where we're going to get, again, one of the 2 ops. Major and Woxic floating around on the cannons at the minute mark.
A-site hits haven't been too clean so far. Eternal Fire with the second op in play have been pretty good about holding this.
It's 2 on the approach, and Woxic just keeps sliding, taking a deeper and deeper angle. But if he starts jumping up, that could cause a problem. No, he'll plant his feet right before the first shot needed. Burning out at this point. It's an easy trade frag back for Zontix as he flusters the Opera in the site. And you've got still another rotate coming through in Xantares. Shiro's gonna find his. And now it is your time to shine. You have been given runway from your teammates. Terminate this attack. He gets the first and then repositions. And that's gonna let them get a little closer, but the smoke fades right in front of them. And at 20 seconds, that op looks the wrong direction. Jota, no, he won't be able to recover. The clutch falls to the shoulders of Major, and his timing's good. But he gets spotted out, and Magix comes off of the bomb. So much damage done, but it's a double pickup from the T side of Spirit.
Man, everybody was hitting shots in that spot, but there were so many moments Eternal Fire could have swung the momentum back in their favor. It came down to the wire on a few different kills. You can't put that down to one moment, but one thing you got to give credit for to Spirit is making sure to focus on their aim. Oh my goodness.
That gets
I'm
so close.
Not going to call that the cleanest attack. We had great counter flashes versus A-Main as they were trying to pop. Woxic getting the first kill because the molly came out a little later. They keep trying to walk by these ops, and they're actually paying for it very consistently. But Spirit still find the trades to survive all that. That would have been a 3v5 for a second, right? Xanterra's getting the first kill, getting away.
Yep. Both teams showing every round is a live wire. Couple shockers here and there. Spirit gonna lean back. Eternal Fire knocking on Dark in a second. Magic doing it on his own. Second wave of smokes dropped here by Spirit. They're gonna maintain this three-player B defense in the face of all of Eternal Fire. Their utility's going down just at the right time. It opens a door for the rotate, but Shiro's still just waiting back on mid and hanging on. It's gonna have to be Donk or maybe even Chopper. Finding one as the smoke blooms. Frag grenade down in front of Dark. Jail challenge gets Donk off the site. And Chopper is the only piece of this defense that has succeeded at all. We get that utility coming out from the back plat. Nice kills from Xanterra's. And this is going to be Eternal Fire tying up.
Wow, and this is Spirit waiting, not blocking, letting them into the site. Obviously, A-main or B-main is smoked, but in this spot, I think they knew that Eternal Fire with enough space are going to organize towards B. They kept 3 there waiting, but we're talking about a game where Donk is actually only on 16 kills. Even in the match versus Na'Vi, he went positive, like 34 and 32, something like that in that triple overtime match. That was, I think, his most strugglesome performance in terms of a team countering him. But this will definitely be that game.
I'll say as well with that countering of Donk, though, you know, it was actually really high-level CS in middle on Ancient, where we had this like evolution and utility from both teams. This just feels like he's getting bested. Xanterra is kicking it up a notch. The offer has been there from the get-go, but Eternal Fire's star rifle duo starting to become a part of this win condition. 14 all, guns in hand.
This time, the staging for an A hit here. Eternal Fire 3 outside there, waiting to take over mid. Molly's not going to do much to Zontix in this spot.
He's hanging on. Ooh, Shiro. Wow. Doesn't fully open the smoke. That could have very well been the first kill of the round.
Again, this site.
Flashed. Nicely done.
Wow,
He burned him into
beautiful.
the corner. Madra makes sure to throw the flash out for Xanterra's. And Zontix is not able to hold that back. So now Shiro not able to really dedicate onto A main. But so be it! He loses his teammate in the site nonetheless. And so that's a tough one still here for Spirit. Magix and Donk called from the B site. Don't waste a moment. Already into the retake position, but Woxic's gonna strike them down. And Eternal Fire on the brink of securing a second OT at the least. Magix down, and there you go, back into the lead.
Yes, back into the lead here. Oh my God, they're lucky to even have Shiro hit those 2 shots in camera. Holding the left wall is a hard shot for him to grab. Really overwhelming now, and it honestly feels like, I mean, they had this flash ready. They gave Zontix a spot to stand behind the molly. It could have been on purpose. One round to lose this game. Otis was secured basically the entire time through regulation, so Spirit didn't have to think about this. Full focus, Eternal Fire. It's the opportunity of a lifetime.
Spirit once leading 12-4. How far Eternal Fire have come. And only one more step to go. Xantares nails it.
Well, he says my presence is a present. Zontix has been nailing that position.
Double up on the T side. Does it pay off? Ooh, missed chance, but I mean, that's a lot of what's left of Spirit confirmed, and Jota sees this as a chance to duel. He softened up Magics. As long as you've got those CTs locked in, we'll see if the Ts make moves elsewhere, knowing that there has to be an open door. But it doesn't seem like they really jump on other opportunities.
Yeah, I could see why Spirit are just playing 3 and B even still. Like they know this is what Eternal, they get a kill, they go B. This is what they've consistently done. Now the thing is, the last time Spirit played in passive spots, it didn't go well for them, even with their surplus of players.
Oh, man, flash
now
again.
this flash timing, they're not playing anti right now.
Here we go. Pop comes through, all blind except
crush.
Xantares holds his nerve. 5 versus 2, right here, right now for Eternal Fire. And they're gonna crack open that smoke. Into the bomb site they'll go. Magic's on back plat. How can he do this on his own? How? He can't. Shiro, one shot made easy. Flooding into the bomb site, every other member of Eternal Fire, and the utility pressure is immense. The resilience has been strong, but Shiro, can you be stronger? Player behind the pillar! No scope to the brain! And another peek queued up, damage done, 2 health, and 2 players left. Not enough! Eternal Fire off the back of Woxic. He stokes the embers, and this BO5's got a flame.
Eternal Fire's comeback of dreams turns out to be reality. 8 CT rounds in a row just to push us to OT, where they were somehow, someway able to stave off Spirit. We now truly have a grand final on our hands.
You just cannot put Eternal Fire down. We saw it yesterday versus G2 as well. They got off to a rough start on 2 of those maps as well, believing they were down 6-0 in one of the maps, 5-0 in the other, and then they crawled their way back into it. What an immaculate comeback from Eternal Fire. In the beginning, I was standing with the feeling that this is just cosmetic. Spirit would close it out, but they got closer and closer and closer. And I was spending 4 rounds behind EF as well. And once the scoreline was 12-8, that's when they truly started to believe. That's when the EF camp really dug into the game.
Look at those frustrated images just coming out of Donk there. And
Wow.
I can understand that because you were up 12-4 and still somehow you lose the map.
That just feels unbelievable. I mean, I don't think that the name Eternal Fire is an accident, because even as just a smoldering ember, they were somehow able to bring it all the way into a flame that just engulfs Spirit. I am so shocked at the resilience of their team, and they just locked in a way that they keep doing it. This is so many times now in a row that they're able to bring these games back, and it feels like MR12, MR15, it wouldn't matter. Like MR9, they would still bring these back. Like, I don't even, they're so ridiculous when they're down. It doesn't matter. Like, they are so cohesive.
Almost feels like they need to feel that pressure in order to really lock in and, ignite that fire.
It reminds me of FaZe Clan last year, where it's just like, you can't count them out till they're gone.
The great procrastinators V2, I guess, reincarnate for Eternal Fire. Let's go back to the beginning of this map, though, because we've got a hell of a lot to be breaking down. One question that we posed, why would Spirit choose to start on the CT side of things coming into Anubis? Eternal Fire chose this map map. Spirit starting CT. You had a really interesting point about the E-box position for Donk, and we saw that time and time again working out for him.
It was pivotal. It was a focus of the game plan for Major in the other Anubis games they played. But this time around, I mean, even though they were able to take it at times, it's just that Spirit were faster at rotating than some of the other teams that Eternal Fire had played against. So even when they took that space, they just had so many great ways to deal with it. They block off B main, and no one's even there from Eternal Fire, but then they can just approach it from so many different angles, and it's clear that Spirit's defensive game plan here was strong.
And they kept on doing it. Round 5 is a great example where Donk is of the essence, of course. We also have round 8, which is a great example. Again, Shiro and Donk combining on the side. I know this is a bit of a calculated force buy, some may say, but again, this double peek in towards E-box. We saw that work out against Vitality so many times where Flamesy couldn't get it done. Donk could. Donk was shutting it down in the first half, so it did feel like Major with the game plan he came in with, that didn't really work out, and that's what we gave him credit yesterday as well. I don't know if the preset game plan for EF is that strong, otherwise you wouldn't go down 7-0 against G2. You wouldn't go down 6-0 against G2. You wouldn't go down 12-4. But the adjustments he and his teammates are able to make throughout their game, that's where the real value of Major comes in.
I feel like the take right now is that Eternal Fire and Major might have the worst game planning of any team in the world, but then the adaptations middle of the half are the best in the world. Like, it's just like, they just turn on a dime, they change things up just enough to upset what was happening for the first 6 rounds in every T side they play.
I mean, if you look at the round distribution, that would, you know, just certainly agree with your point, right? Because then we move into the second half. Spirit even winning the pistol, but then what on earth happens on that side, Jacob?
That's a good question. You know, I think in the beginning, to be completely honest, it's Spirit not taking it seriously enough. And that's a little bit of my issue. You know, when you're up 12-4, let's not beat around the bush. You know, you're supposed to win that map 99 out of 100 times, if not even more so. Now, I want to give all the credit in the world for EF for keep believing in the comeback. And as I said, I was standing behind them in some of the rounds that you're watching right now. And once the score was 12-8, I could feel the mood change when the EF came. They started believing in it. The reactions and the emotions coming out after they won the rounds, they were getting louder and louder and more hyped and more hyped.
This is the most unbelievable retake ever. The Wycadia double into E-box, Woxic finding a kill through smoke, Donk giving up his shadow right there. Again, like the way that Donk plays the 1v1 though, like we gotta love him, but you know, your greatest strength can be your greatest weakness. Just going for the wide swing right there too. Could have tucked into E-box, mentioned on the cast. I mean, those kinds of moments, it felt like though, those were just snowballing. That was the problem with Spirit, where because of how well that first half went, they honestly thought they were playing plumbers. Like they didn't think, they didn't respect their opponents at all. They were just peeking one by one, and we could see that Eternal Fire started gaining confidence. If you want to solo peek us, no trade potential whatsoever, we'll win those duels, and then we'll start to build on that advantage.
And that just continued into the last round of regulation, which ultimately went Eternal Fire's way, right?
Yeah, I think round 24 is a great example of the laziness coming in for Team Spirit. I agree with you, Maui, in the sense that EF were punishing all the different mistakes. Again, I would argue that Spirit have a great chance at winning this round. A 5v4, you convert the vast majority of those. A 5v3 or 4v3 for a brief second right here. But look at this, the spacing coming in. A player jumps in, Chopper, no trade frag. Then Wycadia comes in to help Santaris, and all of a sudden it slows down for Spirit. What you have to pay attention to is that all these players alive before they went into the bomb site had utility. You could have slowed down the 5v4. You could have slowed down the 4v3. Instead, you just went in, jumped in, and went for the duels instead of playing proper Counter-Strike. I bet you Spirit would most likely have won this round, but that's where you gotta give credit to EF again. Every single little mistake throughout the second half was punished, and Spirit, for some reason, decided to make an awful lot of them.
You could see on that site hit that there was a disconnect between the back players and the front players. They're just jumping in through smoke, trying to get onto plat, and then Zontix is in the back saying like, guys, I can molly plat. I can smoke this. Like, he's got his nades out and he's in no position to trade, and that's because Spirit, they just started playing off of their game plan. They went off the rails. Some of the individuals just took too many individual liberties, and people that are trying to hold the structure together, like Shiro, like Zontix, were left so far behind. They're the ones that are just at the end of it holding the bag.
I know that hindsight is always 20/20, but do you think that realistically, if Hallie was here, if he was able to take Spirit out of that mindset, do you think we'd be looking at a Spirit map win?
100%. 100% had Hallie been here, it would have been a different game. And the reason being is it took the coach, or Chopper for that matter, and I think it's more so Chopper's responsibility. As far as I'm aware, it's a manager standing behind him. Probably they made a deal in terms of what he can do and how he's interfering with the team. They lost 6 in a row before they took the timeout, right? You cannot allow yourself to do that. They had 3 timeouts left and it lost 6 in a row. They made EF believe in the comeback before they even tried to take away that momentum. Had Hallie been there, he would have localized that, he would have done something, and they sure as hell wouldn't have played how they did in round 24 had he was standing behind him. I also do want to say, yesterday we gave Chopper an awful lot of credit for his calling, his mid-round adaptation into double overtime versus Na'Vi. Today, not only did he not make the timeout call, today did he not only make those adaptations, he didn't even kill, was it 10 rounds in a row when he got off to a good start in the game. So in every single aspect you can value Chopper as an in-game leader, he failed hard in this map.
He got swept up in the momentum that his team had, and then he also just crashed into a wall. That's exactly what it looks like when everybody's just fragging, when the first half feels like it's going accordingly, and you can't even make a mistake. But then really, it's just that those little mistakes amount to so much when Eternal Fire have been a team that have shown so much composure in this tournament against favorites time and time again.
It's a crazy emotional roller coaster that we get to witness from Spirit. Yeah, thumbs up from Shura. It didn't really last for long, did it? He was absolutely hooting and hollering in this, and then as we move into that second half, obviously the emotions, the frustrations start to come to fruition. I don't blame them because Eternal Fire absolutely powering up into this one. As we said time and time again, this is both Xantares and Woxic looking great moving into that second half.
Woxic's, resurgence into that second half was fantastic. I believe for a period of time he went 11-0, in terms of kills, impact with the rifle, impact with the AK-47. I was watching Xantares as well, and his point of view, he played like it was FPL at some point. Like he was constantly pushing the boundaries, not afraid of taking fights in middle, not afraid of pushing into T-spawn in the beginning of the rounds. Whether that was him reading the game or whether that was him playing off intuition, I don't know, but that was fantastic to see from Xantares. And then I do want to say, as we saw yesterday, it's almost like the quite opposite. Donk coming alive in overtime, nowhere to be found today. He was frustrated. We saw the pictures of him walking off the stage as well. Donk had a horrible showing today in this matchup, where Xantares, he only warmed up into it. So isolation, looking at Anubis, had Donk played better, of course Spirit would have won, but the comeback coming in from Xantares and EF, that is the main story right here.
And it felt like to even make this series competitive, Eternal Fire needed this map, and they played like they needed it. When they were in the hole like they were, they still held complete faith, and they still give themselves a chance in this BO5 now.
Yeah, certainly. There's only one map in this best of 5 series, but for you guys at home, make sure you get involved in the chat because we do have a Blast TV survey going out for you guys to give all your thoughts and opinions to this brand new format at Blast Bounty. Make sure you're getting that in during this break because you'll want to rejoin us when we come back. We've got Nuke awaiting on the other side.
opening map for Eternal Fire on Anubis. They're down 12-4 and it looks like they're about to be destroyed. And then you make one incredible comeback as a full team, doing it on the CT side as well. Madge, just explain to me the emotions you went through and why it started off so badly.
Yeah, the emotion is so high now, but like I think, like yesterday or the match, mentally we don't give up. Even the score, just we say, like I even say to them, like even if we lose, guys, just fight, win some runs for the future maps. It's important to keep winning runs extra, but then one after one, we feel that the comeback was possible, and then we give everything we had. And then the T side on overtime was good also, and I'm very proud. Actually, we play really bad. I feel that we are in a really bad shape now, but we won, so it's something very good, I think, and we will see. It's a long marathon. It's BO5, so let's keep the cool. I will tell the guys, like, chill, and we have a lot of work to do now again.
A lot of work to do. Nuke is coming up next. I'm looking forward to seeing what can happen here.
As am I. Banks, Eternal Fire fighting back ferociously on their first chosen ground of Anubis. What was your takeaway from standing behind the Eternal Fire boys during
I just want to pick up on what he said here in the interview. You know, he kept telling his teammates that they should believe, they should keep fighting. Obviously, when standing behind him, I do not speak Turkish. I don't understand what they're saying exactly, but I did notice a difference in mood compared to Na'Vi yesterday. Na'Vi was super frustrated, you know, constantly throwing desk pumps, constantly looking up in the air, constantly taking their hands to their face. Even when EF were down 12-4, sure, the mood wasn't great in there. Sure, some of the players were a little bit frustrated, but nothing compared to Na'Vi. That's also part of why they were able to make this comeback. I think Na'Vi lost it mentally yesterday. EF never lost it mentally, and that's a big part of the reason as to why they were able to come back.
Being around your fellow countrymen likely instills just this feeling of pride that you can hold on to and everybody can link on. And for Eternal Fire, I mean, it's not just pride though. Like they've been playing some super well-oiled Counter-Strike, and the fact that they're able to feel those intangibles outside the server obviously transpire when they're playing in it.
Eternal Fire choosing to have a team huddle for the side of Spirit. They've been getting straight back into the server. Nuke, their map pick does await. Mary Snake, tell me what we should be looking out for from a T-side start for Spirit.
Well, Spirit has been just loving this map lately for whatever reason. It wasn't really a huge pick for them last time around, but coming into 2025, they are just going for it on every team that they find weaker than themselves. Fnatic, Heroic, it was their pick. But then actually what's confusing to me is just that they didn't even want to play it in the second phase against Na'Vi. They banned it out. So against opponents that they seemingly respect, they're a little bit shyer on it. And I feel like, you know, everything just went well for them when they played those worst teams. When they played against Heroic and Fnatic, Donk could just go outside, he could just kill a couple people, they'll just go door late. Like, it was just really simplistic calling that could work. But versus Eternal Fire, I feel like they need to show what they've been really prepping in the offseason.
I mean, we just saw Donk right there, you know, spawn killing everyone, you know, coming in for the
like anger management or something.
I was just about to say, you know, that's a big part of the story, and I think that's something we should follow throughout this game. Donk having a very, very rough game on Anubis. Started off well for him, second half, nowhere to be found. Overtime, didn't get a single kill, didn't have impact whatsoever. We know Donk to be a player that is able to bounce back, but he's coming in revenge, and I'm curious to see if he can be the difference maker now for Team Spirit.
Let's find out exactly how it is going to unfold. It's time to dive on into Nuke.
Thank you guys for the insights. You know, we were talking about Donk spawn killing everybody, but I've read through the kill feed for the 5 minutes before Donk sat down. Xantares was the first player back from the break after Anubis.
Nico, Zywoo, Donk. Just 3 victims maybe here for Xantares. We'll see. To do it in the grand finals, wouldn't that be miraculous? He stamped his name on the end of the game, and he gave Donk his worst map so far at the Bounty, and this year, in fact. So. Let's see if they can really spoil their start. Eternal Fire, looking at Nuke.
Is the first map loss of Team Spirit in 2025. 12-4, once upon a time. Xantares right back into it. Clean headshots in the pistol.
Deathmatch works, folks.
With Katie and Woxic right there. Clean sweep, game on.
Look at him, just looking a little angry. That's exactly what you want to see. Full focus, man. Absolutely destroyed. It was 3-0 the last time these two teams played. No double-digit map losses for Eternal Fire. They got absolutely wiped off the board. And they're already a map up now after a 4-12 comeback on map 1.
Last bullet for the third kill as well, right? Pieces ready to fly in on him.
This would be incredible for the Xantares conversation, his rifle work. Eternal Fire's success last year.
Yeah.
And listen, this is the best he's ever played because he's not speaking English.
And he's been around for a long time, man.
Yeah.
So good at the game that, of course, transplanted into different rosters to try to elevate them. We go back to like the big online time.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, cracked into the top 20.
You tell me Xantares could do this on an international? I don't think so. I don't think so.
It's actually the first grand final that we've had with two national teams, Mohan.
Two non-English speaking teams.
If that will, you know, that could, I think that gets you all excited, doesn't it?
It does.
Isn't this your dream? This is your dream, isn't
it? Yeah. I'm vibrating right now.
Little vibration, little gyration.
I'm ecstatic. I'm jubilant. I'm convivial.
All right, you win.
I'm hard.
The powwow has come to a close. 5 Glocks in lobby. Eternal Fire said, hurry up, would ya? Hurry up, would ya? You ain't got no chance. Sit down. Major and Wicadia, full house on the A site, and that there is the conversion for the 2-0 start.
There's a lot of great things to say about Eternal Fire, even all the way down to Madger's interviews, you know? He's had some really funny lines. He's just a really great presence, I think, as the leader of this team. For those moments where you want to pick their brain about, you know, what they think, and he always keeps it super honest,
right? With
a little French twinge in there.
It's one of those things I want to say thank you to the players for being open to having these mid-series interviews. You know, it's not just a fancy new stage, but some great content format too.
Yeah, yeah. It's awesome to get mid-series thoughts because they're so different than, you know, after you've won or lost, or before you know what's actually going to happen.
And you know, obviously that's really very critical time in a series like this.
Yeah, and that's time that they give up as well to make those interviews happen, so it's much appreciated.
Because it really does let us, as spectators of the game, appreciate the process of a potential BO5 victory. You know, Madger said it himself, we got to stay focused. It's going to be a long, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. There aren't many teams that get to go through the reps of best of 5s and officials, but funnily enough, Eternal Fire and Spirit are definitely in that collective.
This one could be an Iron Man, honestly. You gotta assume Spirit are gonna win a map at some point.
Well, now Pip's hard. Wicadia ready from the back of this smoke. He pushes back in. Gotta be cautious about Outer. There is, of course, no information on that portion of the map for Eternal Fire. Spirit, I mean, they don't have anything else of the map. They've still got a player up on the rooftops. Not as high up. Stands Joda. 35 on the clock. And Donk will be the tip of the spear for the ramp hit with bomb. 3-player pack pushing outwards, clearing down beneath him. Joda will catch them all.
Whoa, 2 is here.
Clean double kill, considering just the MP9, but man advantage up for Spirit. Madger along the hut wall. Oh, he can't get the better of Chopper. And now that last piece in Xantares is on the wrong half of the map, so Spirit, it's a slow burn, but it comes through with their first.
Yeah, I mean, Joda getting 2 from that perch is pretty miraculous with the MP9. And not the full amount of money goes into this round for Eternal Fire, so it's not the worst case situation. I think it's really just important for Spirit to get something on the board early. It's a best of 5, so even though it's their map pick, this is like, you know, we're playing most of the maps here. It's unlikely, we wouldn't have seen Train if this was a best of 3 grand final. But now there's actually an increasingly high likelihood that we finish on the map, which would be spectacular. What a way to start the year.
Xantares, denied by Chopper, who keeps it clean. And you know, during our last draft show, Donk did say the only time that they were challenged at this event was Fnatic on Train. Entirely tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
These damn sarcastic teenagers, I tell you.
I said, well, actually.
Spirits first. Chopper, he's doing this again. Is there not a gun lying around for him? We've seen this when he goes into the USP rounds on CT sides. He'll just do USP utility.
Donk, save every penny.
I mean, yeah, 2,500 on Donk. Chopper, take a Tech 9, brother. It's 500 schmucks. Incendiary goes down on the exit. Magic's Mac 10 entry. Quick crack of the whip. He gets a second. Scouts falling down into the back site. Oh, they just run rampant through this defense. Not a chance in hell. I don't even think Chopper had to shoot a bullet.
Hey, I come in, I plant the bomb, we win. Chopper is obviously the brains of the operation here. I think there is something, though, important to point out about T-side. With all the utility that's getting thrown for the exec, you almost never have room for everybody to even take a fight when you're on entries. On CT side, it's a little different because you're going to have one ramp, you have one outside, more untradeable players. But on T side, like, there's a huge case for trying to save money having 4 guns if you're going to make a set play happen like this. Chopper can also always pick up a gun, which you can't even do if everyone buys one. So, yes, maybe could have upgraded his pistol or someone could have dropped him that. But in reality, why even do that if his thought is never to have to use it? If his teammate's down in the exec, then ideally there's a gun for him to pick up. And if he's never going to shoot, then just focus on the utility. We are at a point in the game where not every dollar matters, right? People do make strange buying decisions here and there, and it's Counter-Strike. It's not, you know, it's not math, it's an art.
Yeah.
But the economy becomes increasingly more important as people become aware of how close you can be to buys, how much an extra smoke can mean in a future round. I'm sure there was some thought there. Luckily, we didn't have to see the Glock 1v2.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, as long as it goes well, as it regularly does. Because it's not like he's pulling it out versus full buy rounds. He just does it when he thinks they've got the force.
Yeah.
You know, who am I to question Chopper's decision making? Just our most recent major champion. Now without Howley around in the server, he can do whatever the hell he wants. That's the beauty of this Spirit tonight. Obviously down a map at the moment. All hands on deck. Zontix comes out into ramp with a double kill. That M4 still on the field, picked up by Woxic. They cleared it first, but then Donk's gonna connect to the headshot. Zontix looking to extend forward. He hears that reload, so he is going to be honed in on Madger. He thought it would be enough. Denial out of Eternal Fire's in-game leader. Now, it's man advantage, again, here for Spirit. They're gonna come at this A-bomb site. There's really no resistance that can be offered up.
No
There's
head
a
armor.
second M4, right? So cut your losses. All things considered,
Yeah,
it's not that bad.
Don't go for this. Surely not. Oh my gosh.
Maybe they do. That dink was only for 25 damage. He takes one chance.
I only say
Now
that
leave.
because, yeah, if you get shot in the body, like, you've got no way to aim. But 2 guns, that's a great save. So Spirit will earn this one back, even though it once again gets a little scary. And now, unfortunately for Spirit, the conversation will be if they have a lead and they go really deep into this game and, you know, leave Eternal Fire in the dust, is there a chance that they're still fragile and allow them back in? And Eternal Fire, we went past the dignity rounds of, you know, rounds 6 to 10 on the comeback, and then they actually made it into overtime. They actually won that game. And they will have earned the respect in the minds of Spirit. And they'll deny them smiles, you know, in this game for a very long time.
That's the sting of Anubis, we call it. Feels like Donk was looking for that quick 3-0 today.
And we could call it fragility as well. I mean, Chopper struggled in the second half to get kills like he did in the first. But overall, they obviously rely a lot on Donk, and he just had a very average performance, below his average. So we'll see if that happens again. Aye, that's one way to go.
Yes, sir. Zontix trying to step it up a notch. Jota calling for assistance, and it is inbound. Woxic with a smoke if he wants to throw it, but he's into the duel instead. They don't know, but Donk's gonna react. Jota comes from behind that box, goes down. Utility pressure to hell, and joining forces with a Chopper who slipped down secret. He hears the vent drop.
They have control side.
He's got a duel in his hands, but he opts not to take it, so offering single door control over to Acadia. Will that come back to haunt Spirit? It's a bomb planted by Shiro. Now 2 players on site looking for further fights. Donk doing a great job. Off to the races, 6 and 2. And individually, a step behind back on map 1, but an equalizing kill from Woxic.
They never found Chopper because he never showed himself.
He took his sweet time with this, and I think it's going to reward him. I really do. Obviously, they don't have a kit for this retake. Free frag for Chopper, and Madger's desperate to get in onto the bomb site. Great dink.
Wow.
And unfortunately here for Eternal Fire, Team Spirit just enveloping that site so quickly.
Making that round close is still very impressive for Eternal Fire, but Chopper shows a good example of when you just don't need to do that much. I mean, his teammates need to be trusted to not overextend themselves, but when he can cut off the entire control side, if you're coming down the ramp, you need to jump through that window and take control of it. Door's not opened. They know that nobody's here, and Chopper can get used in a late round situation a lot more effectively if he doesn't reveal his position too early. So 2 gaps, you know, with ramping outside, allowing Chopper to get down there. But with the kills, they'll keep it competitive, keep that money teetering for Spirit, even if they're winning.
I don't speak Turkish either, but I'm pretty sure that means ramp push. Watch this.
This will be the live translation. Everyone just stands and spawn.
Oh, Acadia, real step ahead. I think I heard some criticism from our panel yesterday in the Nuke game with some of the deaths early from Wicadia on CT side Nuke.
Okay.
Just sometimes kind of throwing himself maybe a little too freely at the lobby setups, you know, going for hut peaks. This sort of a moment where he goes through squeaky door. Obviously, it's a round where they're trying to force the issue, get something going, but it's eventually Joda to get the 1 so far versus Spirit. M4 on the field in Woxic. That's really cause for concern, but he's doing it with no armor.
Wait, he didn't see him.
That's crazy. Madger just missed the timing. M4 here for Woxic, but again, no Kevlar, so aim punch too much. And his head gets taken clean off as the streak from Spirit is 5 rounds deep.
Good clasp on that one. Oh, looking down just enough. I think he still could have been spotted.
It's hard with the outline. That's one of those moments.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Man.
Oh, he literally, he heard that nade bouncing and said, oh, we get to fight?
Easy, as far as Donk's concerned. He won't get himself a second. He's bested by Xantares downstairs, hanging on to 46 health. 2 players on secret, and I love this move from Chopper. Oh, do I love this.
Yeah, man. What?
As some teammates cross the secret, he goes deep. Joda back ramp behind box, and Chopper taking time now.
Yeah, he goes single. He's waiting for his teammates to go downstairs. But the thing is, Jota's now starting to cover options incidentally. The chance of, I think still he dies, right? Surely he doesn't check his flank here, so.
Nice.
Okay, that opens up lower once again. Peeking from Xantares, and Wicadia takes Zontigs out. Ooh. Not a bad find, Xantares. Down to the 2-on-2.
Definitely makes it interesting. As you mentioned, numbers evened out.
We saw some great retakes out of Eternal Fire.
No
trying
kit.
spots.
No kit, though. That's going to cause a bit of a problem. And Wicadia gives way to his position by stepping just for a moment into that fire. So that's 1 vent, you'd assume confirmed.
Interesting setup. They will be coming from the ramp as well, so they want to clear this after, and the first kill, that's everything, right?
Chopper, again, he's been so good in the last 48 hours. 7-2, trying to keep up alongside Donk and Zontix. Madger into the site, and Incendiary's on point. That's gonna flush Shiro out of his position, and Chopper only has 6 health. But the Opper's got an AK and a headshot right with it. 6-round streak for Spirit.
And every little grenade actually made a difference there. The flash slowed that molly down and made that hard for Madger to capitalize. And right here, again, you know, Donk is actually listening to this nade and speeding up because of it. He's just pissed coming into map 2.
It warms my heart to see how happy he is to take every potential ego fight.
Yeah, for sure. It's, you know, what would he play like if he didn't do that? Yeah, that's the question we might learn later in his career, but it's not something that you want to see now.
You know, there was that one top middle lurk on Ancient yesterday versus Navi. The analyst talked about it earlier, Pimp giving you your credit and saying like, wait, hold on, this is such a rare occasion.
Yeah.
Netted him a 2K, by the way. So,
what if he gets better?
Yeah, that's the big question for 2025, at least at the start. MP9's trying to press in against Shiro. He'll hang on for dear life as Madger gets a headshot on Magix, but disengages through Hut.
I mean, with this push, surely they think about just going ramp now.
You'd think.
Shiro's about to walk out.
He'll go carve the path. And you'd assume soon enough, Spirit follows suit.
No one up in heaven, so if Shiro wants to get here first, that's an option. But it certainly feels like actually the scarier thing to do, obviously. Easy to say from our perspective. 3 CTs waiting on the A site. Now the bomb starts to go down. And Zontix has been carefully watching the vent this entire time.
Xanteras has remained so ready as well for him to just even move an inch. We saw him play passive back lobby last round.
You just won't outpatience Zontix, though, will you?
No, you got to come peek into him, and we saw that, right? His last death was in lobby when the Hut player swings into him, and he didn't even get a bullet off, kind of caught with his eyes half closed.
Bomb has been planted.
But he will wait, and he will wait.
And they're saving around him. They don't clear out Squeaky, and he finally takes his peek.
Yep, and rewarded for that patience. You know, Zontix
He's
does
such
have
a nice
that
contrast to Donk. Right?
Yes, he is. He has that. He's just a mood about him as well, right? Always, you know, keeps it real in interviews. Will call out questions he doesn't like.
Yeah, he speaks very plainly in terms of the way he feels.
When asked why he likes train so much, he just said, "Because it's dark and it's raining." Okay, bro.
The angles, the bomb sites, utility options. But honestly, the rain.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
That is a really cool aspect of it being on the new Source engine. I say new. It's like 8 years new.
We'll take it. Hey, this feels like Anubis.
This does feel like Anubis.
Remember when we watched that?
Whoa, is that foreshadowing?
Remember when we watched that 9-3 half on Anubis launchers and it felt like Spirit were going to blow this best of 5 out of the water?
But Connor, that was a CT side start.
Oh.
Yeah, so they've solved all their problems now.
Oh, that's what they would lead you to believe. But
also,
I'm gonna.
The one real point is that Donk just looking like he's much better in this game.
Here he comes.
Okay.
Damn, he actually kills the op in the back and Joda gets away. that's such a. I'm so cheesed if I'm Woxic in that situation.
It's a why me moment. But you know what? He's holding on trophy. Nobody's walking in this direction, and Spirit are full on lobby control. So if they do this upper hit, there's a chance for him to move forward. And it really doesn't feel like they're going ramp right now. If they were, I think they'd do a better fake upstairs from outside first.
Madger's angle. This could very well catch someone off. Love it. Zontix just teases him.
Oh.
But he doesn't actually come all the way out, so. Incendiary doesn't spread, hangs onto the corner in the Hut. We go 35 seconds to the clock here.
No one clears because no one's up in heaven. Got to be careful of a mini smoke. Lots comes down to Wycadia.
Full nade still for Shiro. Wycadia on the door.
Time they're taking.
Ops posted, Magix misses. Shiro's gonna punish him on the fallback. There's the main peak coming out from Xanteras. Does he swing? Site players may need him. It's 2 sets of eyes turned towards Hut. Zontix slips out.
Wait, the bomb's
bomb
going
goes down, and it is perfectly timed to get down there. Now, Magix would have spotted that. Xanteras may be thinking he has an element of surprise. It is not the case. It'll be tough for Magix to get into the engagement. So honestly, this is 2v2.
Yeah, it still looks very disorganized at the moment.
No kit.
The T's get into good spots, however.
Xanteras nipping at the heels of this retake. Magix has gone for that long road over towards ramp. No kit.
He needs to
Second
catch the one.
CT's nowhere to be found, so it was all Xanteras if he could pull off the miracle. The op is too valuable to offer over.
That's actually weird if Jota wasn't even planning on going for it.
Yeah, I think because he slipped down vent, he thought he did it and they didn't know.
Yeah.
Right? Magic's only spots it from the background.
That's fair enough. But yeah, this one comes down to the wire, and it really is about them stopping the vent drop. I'm actually not seeing the vision right now in some of the rounds on Anubis as well. When things started to get a little bit more ugly on T side. Chopper did reference that there can be a lot of voices going on at the same time, and this is a more pressured matchup than the semifinal. Seems like he's largely got things under control, but does feel like there's an opportunity to exploit here if you're Eternal Fire. Let's take another timeout. They need to get the CT side online. I'm believing until now 13 rounds is on the screen.
They earned it.
Yeah.
They earned it after Anubis. We have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Especially with some of the teams they've toppled on Nuke specifically. Falcons and G2.
Yeah, no one having in that spot. Jota having the up, falling back on ramp. There was a lot of opportunities to like get in the middle of that.
Only a couple more rounds though to try and better this 2-round CT side, which, again, benefit of the doubt, but in all honesty, this one ain't feeling like enough. Ooh, wow. Shiro gets the timing.
Wow, what a timing.
They pop open the smoke, they catch Wicadia off. Nadra will play the same position as previously, now with just the MP9 sitting top A-site silos.
Dangerous time to push, man.
Jota's gonna try it. Easy shadow advantage for Shiro, so poor Jota a sitting duck, whether he knows it or not.
This is a full lobby default. They had the op and squeaky. There is a little outside presence, but they read this round a little wrong.
Donk, he's gonna go swinging for the fences as he does. A little crazy.
That's a little crazy by Donk.
Donk can be crazy.
Yeah.
He's earned it. 2024 all his. Shiro going to strike Madger down from above. It's raining Tech 9 shots as Spirit nab a 9th.
Okay. We have to have measured expectations for this map for Spirit. You know, it's another good start. Good start. That's it. It's a good start.
Just a good start, huh?
Some games you look at a scoreline like this and you'd say, well, it's over. We can think about the next map. But for now, it's just a good start.
You mean some games like the last one? Like Anubis.
It's a very fresh wound for Spirit. I think Eternal Fire have to keep that in mind, but I mean, Anubis was also strange. What was with those CT sides?
I don't know. Donk feeling frisky in the final round of the T side. It hasn't been fast enough for his liking, so he is going to go sprinting around, chasing kills as Chopper finds it through smoke. That'll be a set of eyes on heaven to deal with this peak. And I mean, just under pressure, I think, is kind of the title I would use for this defensive half of Eternal Fire.
Donk is just very clearly angry right now.
Under pressure the entire time.
Oh my God, Magic didn't see him?
Way.
Oh, okay, all right.
If he walked forward into that, Jota would have been given a gift. But Magic's gonna double down with the headshots. Donk, do you clear it? No. MP9 to the side of the head out of Wicadia. It's a 2 versus 5 demanded of them, and they will fight tooth and nail. Spirit, they went on fire and never looked in the rear view. Double digits for the 10 rounds straight. Straight towards B early, met by smoke. 23 on the entry, got a player into the corner. Yes, they've got it. Zaz footing on the site at the very least, but JL has been the bane of their existence so far, and he is going to continue to collect these kills. Bomb plants off. They don't want to go for it just yet. Zaz, turns for the double kill, looking for an ace against Na'Vi. Could have been in the post.
It's clean.
Instant headshot.
Hold my deep. You have heal dot. One more. Nice! Smoking. Good. You have smoke?
Should be clear, guys. Should be clear.
For long. I'm planting.
Get
around you guys. One. This smoke one. Any util? I have a flash. Last.
Emet into the clutch. A 2v4 recovery. And as Emet steps forth, Imperial could be on the brink of their second round.
And as they come back to it, she's now got a lot of targets to deal with. Let's see if she can handle this.
Two retro retaking, two retro. And on the plan.
This is a great call. They know that there's multiple people trying to take this.
Keep. Nice. No one headshot.
JL in with the headshot on the response, looking to hold on to the ramp control, but Anna's got her off kill, then swapping to the Tech 9. And this is where she does her best work. Multiple players of the year, and she goes, maybe? No repeat just yet. Delays!
Nice try.
No way.
But I still think Navi can pull off the upset.
To protect that $60,000 bounty. We'll see what their T-side starts. There was some nice slow calls from Tori throughout that half.
B, I'm ready to flash. They smoke long.
I'm ready to smoke myself.
Holy pillar. Flashing, guys. Boom, guys, fight together with us.
Swinging, and it's good cover from the Navi players that can see.
Wait, you can't push some? Pushing your cave, I'm planting, I think. Just save it, me close long. I'm with you.
And as that smoke will soon fade, we'll see whether Navi want to try to take fights off-site. Yeah, they'll try to jump through the BM.
Dark, pillar and close wall. Pillar, neutral wall. Short behind you and pillar. I'm holding short.
We've got Tori looking for one, but it gets away. Cat will recover. She's got the kit. Now she is going to get back on this. JL's looking for the swing.
Anna heavy.
Okay, but there's still two players on A, one top connector, and Bit's coming through the smoke.
Oh, he hit her. Oh God! He finds her in the smoke.
Default. 5 last. Default. Oh.
Remove his head from the body block.
Give them time to cook. Give them time to cook, Launders. They've earned it. After that massive comeback on Anubis, you have to give them a slight benefit of the doubt. Just a little bit.
You're talking about Eternal Fire?
Yeah, I'm talking about this 2-round CT side.
Two rounds. I would only call that a little worse than last game, and they won. So
that's true.
We'll see about this. This without the pistol, it might be a little harder. I won't lie. So what's the game plan, Madger? Xantaris, can you do what you did in pistol number 1?
I mean, it's something.
Wait, are those the only 2 rounds they won?
Yeah.
Oh.
Pistol and conversion.
Okay, let's start there here then.
All right,
this half.
Let's do it. Pistol and conversion. It's good positioning though from the defense. Shiro's gonna clip him. Bomb carrier responds, looking good. Dual Berettas of Magics get Gush down to 10 health. Looking good.
Down to 1 HP. Let's see if it matters.
Able to jump around. Magic still hanging on for dear life. His 2 teammates opening the double doors. That's a dead body. It's your teammate's dead body. Magic's gonna shut that single door. Xantaris starts to activate off secret. It's looking good. 1 health, 1v4, I think not. And it's a second pistol. And I just want to recall back to the mid-series interview with Magic, because we talk about it when comebacks start, right? It's about first getting rounds to gain confidence to extend the map. And that feels like just filler sometimes that you say before the comeback's actually happening. But Magic even emphasized it in his interview. He said, you start round by round. It will matter as this best of 5 goes on. And then once it clicks in your minds that you've done it enough times, you can start to think about a comeback.
Yeah, I think it's actually a very common concept, or a common thought. I think Nafny once said it after a comeback. Was it Rio Major, maybe? And he said, I didn't even realize how much we were down. Ooh, that's a big find. Yeah, like Shiro's. So probably going to get mollied here, if not just hard cleared with Kadia. Wait, that flash went down the steps. Yeah. Something of a close call.
Yeah, just to say, the word comeback is not being thrown around in Eternal Fire's TeamSpeak right now.
Yeah, you never hear people think or say it's a massive comeback and like we thought about it every single round. No, it's always, oh, we just went 1 round at a time. And then eventually, playing our best CS, round in, round out, the score is closer. So I think it's one thing to say it. Eternal Fire showed that they can do it. Their head was in the game, man, and Spirits wasn't. There were actually so many winnable situations on that comeback, even in half buys, where Eternal Fire needed to make magic happen. And it did because they were focused on winning, not focused on, or I should say, they were focused on playing their best, squeezing the most out of every situation. Whereas I think Spirit were just focused on can we win this on time? Can we just barely get this over the edge? And that's what lost them the game. And Spirit are a young team, man. Like, they've been there before. They've been there many times. And in the middle of last year, we had moments like that. And they still managed to close out the entire year at the major. So there might be blips where that occurs. But that's not something that should define them. It should be, you know, do they overcome it in the long run? Interesting stack here. Let's see if they go forward fully with the secret push. Chopper will get cut down.
Does Xantares take 3 more here? They're looking to attack him. He's got support behind him. And that's the key to every good fight. Bring friends. Donk finally able to strike 1 down. There's actually a lot of damage on the field, all things considered. And
Careful
Magic's,
with the 5-7, man.
Yeah, right. He has slipped into the perfect spot.
He's thinking about the rotation back. Deep in credit card. Xantares, are you going to molly this? No. But that would be crazy.
Oh, there goes Wicadia. That was one of the 2 low health bars. Fire burns Magic's down to a measly 17 health. So it's looking like they've gotten through it. Now, if Donk can do something insane off this ladder, it's really what they're banking on. Xantares plays it extra safe.
Oh, Zontic's got a kill. Woxic, that allows Donk to get out of Squeaky. He picks up an AK.
No. The AK is everything because he also hears the lobby player running.
He can.
First it's going to be about dealing with Xantares, and then they can try to get onto the bomb site. Now there's no kit for them.
No, this is unreal.
He's gonna milk this situation. He could find both players front sight, but he fires. Madger's then given enough time to reposition. No kit. No kit is huge here for Spirit to have to deal with, and it's too far gone.
Oh, no instant headshot fight here. Well played by Madger. Close situation, and Donk will get the last kill as well. I mean, that's about getting as much out of that spot as you can for Spirit. 5 deaths is pretty huge on a round where you're fully saving, and definitely a little scare.
Xantares let Zontix get a kill.
Yeah.
That main Mac 10 peak.
The Mac 10 shoulder peaks. Disaster averted, and then that was also like Anubis. Had actually many rounds like that, but Eternal Fire kept surviving. You can tell by the way Donk was playing that first half, he's pissed. I'm expecting him to swing. Nobody is swinging wider than him even. You know, for as many steps as he takes before jiggling anything, like there's not a single player that does that right now.
He's like the one professional player who I think, if you told me he just unbound his walk key, I think he'd still do all right.
Yeah, welcome back, Art.
Bunch of bodies jumbled up behind red box, and honestly, Shiro's op could end up being critical in round 16. At the moment, he's a little more passive, though, letting them get towards him if they choose to. Angled smoke wall. Garage a real possibility, but they are indeed sending a player in secret. Almost Woxic.
What?
Oh! Not so much an almost.
Did Woxic hang out a little too long too?
Perhaps.
Oh,
he saw that as well.
Oh, don't let. Yeah, right now, man.
And Shiro's been waiting and waiting. And as he waits, they walk away. Donk loses the second fight. Good flashbang into main, then contact on silos. Player out from hut, it's clean. Chopper's pinned against the wall, needs a little bit of an assistance, and nobody's close enough to help him. It's Zontix into a lobby push, and Shiro still relegated to the lower site.
Yeah, they want to make this a longer round now. But unless Zontix goes squeaky side, it's going to be hard for Shiro to get out of the vent without just taking a risk. Wicadia up in the heavens.
Ooh, they're both watching, though. Both watching. Oh! And that just allows for the hut peek. Xantares doesn't bite as he sees the barrel come out. Wide swing from the vent out of nowhere.
Oh my
Shiro
God.
swings.
He had like a sense that that was how Xantares was going to scale. That works out really well for Spirit. And they'll get 11 off this round. I think it's a close call that Eternal Fire could have won, but Spirit played it quite well.
Yeah, he's kind of floating.
Yeah, he didn't just keep going
No,
across, right?
no.
It's like he probably got scared. Up in hand, moving slowly, getting hit down 89.
I think there was a bit of a transition there too in Eternal Fire's post plant where the upper player starts walking back towards heaven as Xantares takes Squeaky control from him. There was like a second where they're both watching Squeaky.
Yes, yes.
And then for a second, neither's watching Hut by extension.
Yeah.
And that is when Zontic strikes, so.
That's a good point. Hey, money's not great though.
Oh, and the pop looks like it could be perfectly timed. A-site player falls with nothing.
Alone for now as well. Double volley up in heaven.
Yeah, that'll keep Zontix out of the equation, so well-timed. Hyper-aggressive move from Eternal Fire.
Oh, this is pretty nice for Chopper, but...
Obviously, here's Madger jumping around back in T-spawn. They're going to boost a player up into the rafters at the same time. That deep peek into heaven as the fire stops burning, but it's a lost duel. And this could very well draw that next player from spawn.
Oh, they missed a volley in heaven!
No, they're opening the door for Spirit to rob this back. Bomb at the halfway point. Still, again, no kit. And no kit with no success on that heaven retake. It's going to give the round to Eternal Fire, but those sorts of mistakes on a true full buy round could very well cost them a chance at this comeback.
Yeah, and hey, great attack, but oh, they lose all their guns now. Woxic dies as well. Chopper, last man standing, and this is pretty bad for the Eternal Fire economy, actually. We've got, 2 rounds with 5 deaths. The A-pop is the right call, the execution's perfect, and they catch the anchor blind. They could have paid for this volley up in heaven, but they didn't. That's definitely what's most important. And also, Major doesn't freak out when he's rotating inner. He's still holding for the ramp push, and they've already had something weird happen inside of Squeaky. Fast cross outside. I think Donk saw someone jumping too, in fact.
Yeah, that's numbers called. And Donk, he's been happy to go for these fights all map long.
Dude, credit to the Eternal Fire, man. They're keeping up on aim. He's at best getting 1 in a lot of these spots. Versus most teams, he gets 3. So,
and the tale of 2024 is that the only person who on an individual level can hold back Donk was Nico.
Yeah.
But this is still Donk clearly getting some clean kills, but being somewhat muzzled by the Eternal Fire camp.
This is it's not enough to scare Zontix back, and with full info, it looks like the CT is going to get cozy upstairs. Still, it's only an MP9 back of the site.
He's got an incendiary, but now he can't pull it out. He knows they're getting too close. Oh, and he drops the ball. Magix has been struggling to get kills from the back of that site 2 rounds in a row now. He's got Chopper to lean on, fortunately for Spirit.
Oh, he'll get spotted.
Yeesh, not a good duel for the SMG, or never mind, it's broken.
That nerf is coming, I'm telling you. My goodness, Zontix.
Shiro's gonna find a back turn to him. Okay, not the cleanest, but he gets there. Madger into the 1v3. Does his SMG look as good? You've got 2 players already out in heaven.
No kits.
He's going to announce his position. Don't think Magic's had one, so peeling Zontix off the play is huge. And he's got a second, but Chopper's going to get him. Back to the bomb with time. No kits, a problem for Spirit. This time, though, they move fast enough, and that's the 12th round secured. 8 map points was not enough on Anubis. They will have 6 to close out Nuke.
Yeah, I think one of the differences is, Spirit got the 12 right away, and then it was a comeback where they just couldn't win a single round. Now they're winning rounds in the middle with their lead on both halves. That's such a ridiculous.
Yeah.
MP9 will get nerfed, mark my words. That is like, the accuracy at range is so absurd. Last map, we had Eternal Fire by 5 MP9s and no utility.
Yep.
Because that's how good it can be.
With the price, the kill reward, and its distance ability, yeah. But first, we'll rework the FAMAS.
Yeah, at least that came.
We have a Nuke Tube on the field. Magix, who has struggled to get a single kill in multiple A-holds, says screw it.
What'd you call him?
Shotgun out. Looking to get tubular with the XM1014.
Let's shred the gnar, man.
Chop! They hit this A side, dude. I'm gonna get gnarly. And I'm ready for it, because I know he can. Magix loves a little shoddy clip. You know, if your aim's betraying you, just shoot pellets. "55 seconds, this quiet approach from Eternal Fire banks down to a single smoke on Xantares. You'd assume it goes on main. If they announce themselves at all, they actually just walk forward. Xantares dead. Clean up from Donk. And the shotgun looking for the close.
They didn't find him.
Eats the flashbang, and that just lets him set his trap even more so. One map point needed by Team Spirit here on Nuke. That T-side felt so dominant that the comeback impossible. This series tied at 1 map a pop.
Yeah, no bounce back permitted this time around for Eternal Fire. Spirit stamping out that spark, and after what was a commanding T-side, they equalized this grand final at 1 map apiece.
This is what Anubis felt like up until the point EF came back. You know, a game with no nerve, a game where there was only one team on the server, and a game where Spirit were dominating. Not from the get-go, you know, because they did lose the couple of pistols we saw in this game, but apart from that, it was Spirit all over it. EF, they tried to resemble the comeback, never really got any close. This was a great bounce back for Team Spirit.
Just putting them in the dirt when they had the advantage. That's what Spirit wanted to do on Anubis. Things got a little bit too loose, a little bit less disciplined than Holly would have wanted. So hopefully he was able to call them between map 1 and 2 and
he
say,
must have been yelling.
Guys, like, they locked in. We need to lock in harder.
Yeah, and I think they did that valiantly. Let's talk about the bounce back from Spirit. Obviously, you touched upon the fact that Eternal Fire, you know, winning both pistols. We'll dive into that in a moment. But rounds 3 and 4, how were they answering back to Eternal Fire?
This kind of felt like a simplistic approach in some ways. We had Spirit just hitting the A bomb site with some nice just executes, or at ramp actually as well. I mean, it was kind of just like group mentality for both these rounds, really. It was overall what Spirit were kind of showing in the early stages of this game was just that if they just run at you, as they did with round 4 just on A, round 3 at ramp, like it's the firepower really carried them in these kinds of moments. And I was kind of wondering, are they just going to keep doing that? Are they just going to have these like really fast plays or anything like that? But then they changed up, and that's where Spirit actually showed we did work on some stuff in the offseason. We're not just a death ball mentality type of team anymore.
One of the things we also saw in these clips was that whenever EF were trying to make a push on the CT side, whenever they're trying to regain map control, we saw in the first round where Jota gets a double kill on ramp, then someone is trying to push hot, EF would always be punished by that. There will always be a Spirit player in position to punish any sort of aggression coming to take away map control, sort of. So it felt like EF were trying to, I guess, disrupt, disturb, whatever, trying to change the tide of the game a little bit, but all those aggressive moves that work so well on Anubis, Xantares in middle, you name it, they were just straight up punished here on Nuke.
Yeah, so Mario, tell me how, you know, Spirit kind of had to adapt things, had to move on this round number 8 example.
Well, this is where they actually showed more of their hand, because what was kind of a death ball for the first few gun rounds, this time around, they send Donk on this solo mission, but he just goes 1 for 1, and you see that Chopper is able to slink his way into hell. It pauses for about 30 seconds, and then he finds time to strike. This is the type of misdirection that you get from the better teams, the elite teams in the world, with great IGLs, great calling. Even though Zontix isn't able to punish, they still have their players in the right pieces, and Chopper and Shiro are able to just clean things up at the late round of this situation. Good utility from Chopper, by the way, to slow Madra's approach in this post plant. All in all, this was just like great macro understanding, even when they're apart, showing just a diversity where it's like death ball some rounds, split up default in others.
A game of information, a game where Spirit always knew what they wanted to do, they always knew where the EF players were at, and they always knew how to punish them. A couple of great rounds to showcase that, and unfortunately for EF, they never could get it going on the CT.
I think the scoreline looks even rougher for the side of Eternal Fire when we consider they won both the pistols on both halves, right?
And they converted both the pistols.
Yes.
Well, they came in hot right here, you know, to win the pistol after coming back on on Anubis the way they did. You could think to yourself, with Xantares having such a strong start right here, doing such a good job, backed up by Voxic, backed up by Valkyria, idea. Would that be enough to completely destroy Spirit? But no. A couple of easy, transitions into the second round. They convert, but from this moment onwards, like we just saw, they had nothing to offer on the CT side. You think to yourself, can they pull off another comeback? That would be the 4th map in a row when you consider the G2 game as well. They win the pistol, they win the follow-up round, they even win the 3rd round as well, because this was a force buy coming in for Spirit. But again, this time around, I think you're right, Maui, when you said that Halley probably would have spoken to the Spirit players and said, stop throwing, stop losing, stop doing whatever you're doing when you're leading big time, and just finish the game and move on.
Yeah, it totally makes sense. Any thoughts, Mari?
Just that Eternal Fire, by losing in this fashion to Spirit, it almost shows the levels ahead that Spirit is of any other team, because Spirit was able to handle G2 on this map. So thinking about what we consider elite teams, I think Spirit might just be demonstrating to everybody it's a super elite that they're actually the sole occupant of.
Yeah, obviously we saw Donk bouncing back massively. That started from basically the get-go in this first half of Nuke. Loving to get to see that from him, considering, he went a little bit quiet in the tail end of Anubis.
In all honesty, that's very important for Spirit, very important for Donk. We saw him leave the studio, we saw him leave the stage after that Anubis game, feeling visibly very frustrated, unwell, mad, sad, however you want to appreciate it. He didn't have a single kill in overtime on Anubis, so part of the reason was that he probably felt like he let the team down. So for him to come in and find instant impact on the T side, I know on a scoreboard we've seen better performances from Donk, but I think the impact on the T side, the entering, the spacing, everything he did was just almost to perfection.
Man, just every time he takes a fight, it's just a crouch slide. Every single time it's a Donk slide. There's no time where he's just counter strafing and just shooting. No. Every time he just backwards strafes away from the angle, like the most annoying player to play against.
Just to keep on the Donk train and the Donk conversation for a little bit, I said it in the green room as well, but it does feel like Donk is so much better at aiming than anyone, that he can afford to do the wide swings at all times. But I'd almost say when you watch a POV of Donk and you think to yourself, is it a good idea to wide swing right here? Is it a bad idea? More often than not, you find yourself saying that's a bad idea unless you're Donk. So he relies so much on that aim. The second he loses 5-10% of that aiming capacity, that's when you can punish him.
Hey, and I think there's not many conversations in order to tear down Donk today, but that is a real possibility for the future that's worth understanding, that these plays and the amount of times he just kind of takes an untradeable kill right there, that will eventually fall down a little bit. And so that's why we would want to see him evolve his game a little bit more in late rounds. I'm not going to nitpick today too much because he is just dominating, but it's something to keep your eye out for in a couple of years.
Was there any point where you felt at all nervous for Spirit in this map? Was this the version of Spirit you expected to turn up from the get-go?
In all honesty, no. Probably we should, considering how good EF have been at making the comebacks, and that was the only thing I thought to myself. I had the same feeling on Anubis. There's no way they come back, and there's no way you make a comeback when you're down 12-4. You're playing CT side on Anubis. I felt the same here in Nuke, and this time around, I guess we'll restore back to normality.
Yeah, any thoughts, Mari?
This is exactly just what they should have done.
Yeah.
So good for EF to win that one map of Anubis. I feel like this series could have felt like a total slaughter if they just fell down when they were down 12-4.
Definitely.
But they are going to still believe, because I mean, I don't think Nuke really was their best map last season. So I think that the great thing about EF is that they still hold the fire.
See, that's a good point. You're now heading into what essentially is a best of 3. It's 1-1. I know Spirit have looked like the better team. They felt like the better team. They probably should have won Anubis. They won Nuke, but essentially it's a best of 3 and it starts now.
Yeah, and Dust 2 does away on the other side of this break. Now, one map apiece. Spirit equalize the scoreline in this grand final. We're going to be diving into map number 3 in just a few minutes. Oh yes, so much to be excited about as we move on forward in the 2025 season, not least because the Austin Major officially announced the time when you can be getting your tickets. If you sign up for pre-sale, that will be February 11th. General sale going on sale on February 12th. Kind of close to Valentine's Day, so if you've got a girl or guy that you're with, that's probably the best present you could gift them.
No, but
yes,
give it to yourself. Yeah, you would. I tried, didn't work out. So here we are.
Well, how do we end up talking about your relationship status? Back to NA for a major though. I mean, Maui, of course, you are extra excited about this. What has it been?
Finally.
7 years since Boston, since we had an NA team lift the trophy.
Oh my gosh. Can it happen again?
Can it happen again?
Oh my goodness. I mean, I'm dreaming and I woke up. Okay, all right. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, I can think for a split second.
Maybe you get a team at the tournament if you're lucky.
One team.
One team.
One team. I mean, they have to be there. They literally have to be there, right?
Have any of you guys been to Austin before?
Never actually, but I heard good stuff about it.
Yeah, I went last year. Very interesting place.
How's the
very
weather?
fun. Weather is amazing. You can canoe on the river, like literally through the city. It's amazing.
Wow.
So much karaoke, Maui.
Oh my.
I can't even explain
Let's
how much
go.
karaoke.
Let's
Say
go.
less. Yeah, very exciting indeed.
Barbecue?
Lots of barbecue.
Hell yeah.
Lots of barbecue. I think the promo does a very good job of really describing the city. There's a hell of a lot of stuff going down there. But back to the task at hand, of course, it is Spirit taking on Eternal Fire, and we do have Zontix for a mid-series checkup.
Spirit come back into it on Nuke, and they look oh so dominant. But I'm going to start looking at Anubis, because you looked dominant on Anubis as well, and it slipped away. Was that a frustrating one? Was it one that you understood why it went wrong?
Of course, you don't want to lose a map in grand final like that, but we understood that we have everything under control and we understand how they play. It was 12-4, I think.
Yeah.
And yeah, we kind of lost way too much dumb rounds, and we should have won, but we didn't. So it's 1-1 right now. But we understand that we know how to play and everything works, so we just have to chill.
Chill and do what you guys do best. And on Dust 2, you have not dropped many rounds. You were like 13-4 against Fnatic, 13-3 against Heroic. You had dominant performances, right? Any worries at all about Dust 2?
No, it just comes to how we will play, because we have a great game plan, we know how to play, and we just have to perform. And when we lose some rounds, some dumb rounds, we don't have to tilt, because in the end we can lose even 12-4.
I love how Zontix says when we lose some dumb rounds. Not if we lose some dumb rounds, we know how to bounce back. But either way, Dust 2 does away. Spirit have chosen to be starting on the CT side of things. What does that tell us about how they're going to be approaching this map?
Well, I feel like they're more or less just at the mercy of whatever crazy game plan Eternal Fire comes up with, because we've seen them play in a couple different ways at the Bounty, where EF will just hammer B 4 or 5 times in a row. Are Spirit going to make the adjustment? And I've also seen EF just hammer long, like 5 of the T rounds for gun rounds for on another team. So like, it's really just up to Spirit to adapt. They got to recognize what Eternal Fire is doing and then say, that's where we send Donk, because that's what Donk is so great at on this map. He moves wherever he feels like he needs to be. It's what won him the major finals against FaZe, and I have no doubt that he's going to be in that same sort of sense here against EF.
Yeah, it's another big test, obviously, for EF, and I think this is where I guess the difference in terms of map pool also comes into play. For EF to pick Dust 2, I was a little bit surprised. I get why. They play the map at a higher level, and probably Matcha have been looking into Spirit and thinking maybe there's ways we can try to exploit them. Maybe we know how to avoid Donk or how to punish Hero when he's just posted on an angle. But overall, I would argue that Spirit perhaps is the best team in the world on the very specific map of Dust 2. So going into a third map here in a series that is already tied up 1-1 on what is potentially the best map out of all of them for Spirit, that's a tough task ahead of you right here if you're EF.
I'm so excited to see the potential duels we're going to be getting between Xantaras and Donk as well. We just saw Xantaras warming up there. I'm glad that we've seen them both hit heights so far in this grand final and hopefully go head-to-head here.
I mean, if Xantaras can emulate what Ema did a little bit yesterday, that's kind of the recipe that Eternal Fire need. So we'll see if he's able to kind of like instill that sort of game plan, that sort of individual flair that he had. And I know Xantaras can do it in terms of skill. It's just about putting himself in the right place at the right time.
To me, it's Voxic versus Shiro as well. I think Shiro is a very passive defensive opera on Dust 2. Voxic, go out there, be aggressive, be disruptive, and give yourself a chance of winning.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your thoughts. It is time to be diving on into Dust 2.
A little bit of aggressive opping, Wanderers. That's what Pimp wants. What do you want today in this third map?
I mean, when we saw it in Anubis, double op was actually huge for the comeback for Eternal Fire. It was a nice change-up that Magic called, and I think that brought them the ability to create new situations with similar setups. They burned a lot of time off the clock for Spirit. I think Spirit crumbled under the fact that their game plan could no longer adapt to that, and Dust 2 is another map where you can have 2 ops and make it work. So, last map, 2 pistols, 1 for Eternal Fire, and they still got destroyed. We're trying to find out if Spirit are back in form or if this is going to be a struggle. It starts with Donk. And it ends with Donk.
Ace? No. Triple kill out of Donk, and Shiro takes his place. We saw that phenomenal 4K USP moment yesterday on Dust 2 from Donk. And, you know, the desk just highlighted it, right? Donk's going to go around doing what he wants, where he wants, when he wants.
And he was trying to do that on Nuke. I mean, they still crushed on the map, but they were at least getting him without him getting 2Ks and things.
Sure.
I mean, this is like, honestly, one of the rarer multis in the series so far for Donk. So,
good
clean one, but I feel like he's still angry.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he was angry after map 1, a little frustrated even after Nuke, and I feel like he's going to be swinging even harder now.
Yeah, because I feel like the frustrations he walked into Nuke with, like you're saying, with a lack of multi-frags, he couldn't get it all out.
Yeah.
He's still pent up, that teenage angst. But if I told you he was coming into this third map as only the 3rd highest rated player on Spirit, I mean, it's a pretty average day. If anything, you know,
below average day.
Yeah, it's disappointing in that regard that Donk hasn't been able to step forth.
Well, he's old now. You know, time is limited.
Yeah, the knees, they go first. Do they? I don't know. I'm not old.
If Zontix is shooting you.
1.06 for Donk entering Dust 2.
Noob.
The old chopper armored USP makes an appearance.
Relax, done. Nobody gets the right, you know.
North America does.
Yeah, you have to have
But you're allowed to make these references. It is the 10th anniversary of the iBuyPower bans.
That's right.
So it's relevant because it's all swag clips that you're mentioning.
Steel gets unbanned in like 2 days, I think.
Wow. What if Valve just said, kidding, and added 5 more?
That's not funny.
No, it's not funny at all. Please, God, don't. By God, I mean Gaben. Glocks. Double kill. Magic's right here. Good nade out of Chopper, as you would expect. If Eternal Fire have a fight to offer us on Dust 2, it ain't coming out of the back of 5 Glocks.
Yeah. Yeah. I think our new god is Min Lee.
Our new god is Min
I mean,
Lee.
it was he's an old god as well.
Yep. Made his debut appearance at the HLTV Awards.
And he recently tweeted, "How come Simple isn't on Navi? Did he get injured?" He said he only started watching the pro scene just a few months ago.
Okay, Woxic in with the entry. Nate goes deep into the pack. Magic's bringing 1 down with him, but that is numbers confirmed, of course, for Spirit. Everybody's there. Prime for the taken. As Shiro peels away. It is a shame about Simple's injury, though.
Yeah?
Yeah, he broke his ego.
Himself?
Yeah. He'll come back. We're waiting. We're all waiting.
Yeah.
We're all waiting. If Device can come back and start the year like he did.
He's on that list.
You know?
You know, he's on that list of players who
Waiting.
You give them as much time as they ask for because they are, you know, they're like 4 in a million, basically. There's not that many. Okay. Low HP bars, B-site, you know, Zontix is, I mean, he's only got the MP9 in this spot, but it's actually kind of scary for Eternal Fire. Woxic's going to make contact, but that could mean death. Easy. And the CTs will start to move. Oh, no. Oh, I thought Eternal Fire were going to wait the smoke out. That was their best chance. But now they've foregone that timing, and Zontix is going to get real comfortable on the side of the site. Donk, once he clears Cat, surely they start to move over to B.
Still far, though. Way too far to really give Zontix any kind of help. He'll have to do something. Oh, perfect timing slide out. Second kill on Jota. I mean, Zontix really just going above and beyond at this point. Madger's going to challenge into mid. Yes.
Oh, that was almost
Shiro.
so good.
If only he had gotten the headshot. Donk hot on your heels. And that's going to be 2 alive as Spirit nab a 3rd.
That was almost a play, for sure.
I like that Zontix mentioned in the mid-match interview that when we lose...
When we lose silly rounds, yeah.
Not an if, but a when.
I think that's, you know, you can look at that and go, that's kind of funny, but it's also quite, like, serious. You have to expect for things to go wrong.
Of course, yeah.
When you play this many rounds of Counter-Strike versus really good teams. You know, you can't really moan about some of the ways you die in these positions.
No.
Like, if you watched every Monacy kill, you'd feel terrible for his opponents. You know, it's going to happen.
It goes beyond Counter-Strike, but it's just this mantra that you can't control when bad things happen. You can't control how you react to them, more or less. You know, and I think that's why the add-on statement to when he said, when we lose dumb rounds, we just have to make sure we don't tilt. It's like, that's the part that you're in control of. And I think it's a part that Hallie maybe kind of plays into a strength.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, last year they had similar issues just once in a while, you know, so I don't know who. I think, honestly, it's just overall such a young team. That's going to be something that happens. Oh my God, baby. Shots like that.
But it cues up Shiro to have a nice little moment here, a little bit of extra pressure on him, and he'll show you what he's got to offer tonight. 7 and 1. What, a little M4? Sprinkled into this one. Santera's 1v4 attempt already surrounded as Zontix was about to start climbing up the catwalk. Shiro, beautiful hold.
No wallbang on that flick. Just a sleeve sticking out.
And it started with him too. Help the field for Chopper.
You see shots like all these shots in this game, it's like, you know, you're going to die in tough ways. Playing Counter-Strike at this level, that's just what it is. All right, man. Eternal Fire, let's see if we can get back into the game.
They've been competitive in one half of this match so far. A beautiful comeback it was. Can't take anything away from them, but obviously Nuke leaves a bad taste in their mouth.
Yeah, I mean, it'll really only matter if they actually pull the series out with it, so.
Flashes over to CT's inside of the pit. Nice second volley of flash. It looked like Donk was trying to get himself into an engagement. Magix is going to serve up the distraction. Let's see if Donk can be banked on after. Molly, I mean, doesn't spread. And they still don't know about Donk, so they're going to keep fighting tooth and nail, but he steps in.
They can't hear it.
Yeah, they're spamming so much.
Oh my God.
Oh, Donk, what are you going to do about it? Woxic's gotten one. Donk doubles down, turns back towards long. They're still just hoping that the smoke will deny him a triple with Cadian now looking to come deal with him. And Donk switching out rifles will finish with Cadia. Triple kill from pit for Donk. So clean.
Did he use all his ammo there too?
Owned.
Damn. They honestly could have even crushed that round further. Donk had vision. The smoke push came out. The full bait setup works beautifully here. You almost never see this out of Spirit, so I'm not surprised that Eternal Fire weren't ready for it. And even after the first 2 kills, it wasn't even a thought in their mind. I mean, they just had fights on both sides. Nice. Crazy clean. What do hand warmers smell like? Only Madger knows the answer to that question.
Hope.
It says breathe strip.
I'm still surprised that in Counter-Strike we haven't gotten into the whole sniffing salts thing like traditional sports.
This is not a thing that was going to happen.
I think maybe it might.
It's just something you brought up like 2 days ago.
Yep, I did.
And wondered why no one's talking about it.
Yeah, and now I'm introducing it to the cultural zeitgeist.
Okay. Fair enough. This is the biggest platform you could bring an idea into.
Yes, it is.
This is how we'll get the MP9 nerf. This is how we'll bring bath salts.
Just imagine
into Counter-Strike.
Yeah, let's leave that one on the kitchen counter.
And maybe have a zombies mode.
No, I'll pass.
With bath salts.
I'm just thinking, you know,
that's Connor's idea.
Shiro into a 1v3, reaches for the salts, pulls it out on a major stage. Come on. Think of the
I've already
branding
exposed the
opportunities.
scene once for PEDs.
They don't count. It's
don't
just
make
salt.
me do it again by accident.
Yeah, man, you're such a narc.
was an accident, okay? Sorry, Sempus. Sorry, Corey.
Walking away from this one, Spirit content to lean back on this classic Chopper Magic's A setup. Always there with a flash in hand for the palm tree. Donk hears utility and thinks, okay, let's fight. His flash finds all 3 players. And then they start to run this one down. Oh, we go. Wow. Shiro, I mean, he didn't see much, but he saw enough. And Donk ready to hold back. He doesn't get the kill towards tunnels. Zontix will, and it's the window push that leaks 2 Eternal Fire players into a bomb site.
They're in business. It's going to be, what, 2 tunnels retake? 3?
Really?
Interesting. Okay, 2. They're
Makes
splitting
more
up.
sense.
Yeah, got to hold for the push. And Shiro's 10-1 on the SOP, just waiting for the pressure to come down through tunnels.
Incendiary here for Woxic, right? Chopper's got it. He's going to chuck it out
Woxic
for
is not
flat
aware
for sure.
of this. Oh my god, be careful.
Fire's coming at him. He's got to give up this position, so easy pickup here for Chopper as he continues to keep those headshots clean. Can't transition in the spray down from Joda, so bomb plants and some entries, but a 6th consecutive for Spirit.
This could have been Spirit with one of the most dominant, you know, well, best of 5 grand final since the last one they played against Eternal Fire, but because of that hump comeback, we had some more hope in the second map, but now start to wonder. How long does that hope last?
That might come back to help. So Terra's routing quickly for an entry here. Magic's peels away.
5 long. Full tunnels clear instantly. And, you know, you could be onto something because there are narrow margins for these attacks. Zontix will be retaking with 27 health. Wow, look how actively Spirit are playing. I mean, they have full information now.
Yep. There is no mystery about round 7 as far as Spirit are concerned, so it'll boil down to the shots. Another smoke, and that puts 3 along the wall. Inching ever closer. A couple more flashbangs go out. Nobody's shooting, though.
You have to space out these nades to make those smokes expire.
Yeah, Eternal Fire is still thinking they've got the element of surprise. 50 seconds.
Why is there so much utility? Because every single Spirit player is here.
Yeah, and they know damn well what you're up to. That grenade goes deep. There's always the possibility of a Magic's challenge from sight. Donk keeping his head down. Magic's falls back. Chopper burns 1 alive. And Wicadia, the only player to start to get this going. It's man advantage set up. Shiro, beautiful wallbang. And again, Donk has just kept his head down. The element of the surprise.
No kill here for Donk, so.
It's going to be Woxic versus Shiro on this smoke. 25 seconds remain. Donk slipping outwards. Missed shot from Shiro. That draws Woxic into the action. He knows about Madger, who does have the
He's
bomb.
going to go towards B. Donk's going to probably just jump down right after him.
Yeah, going to give him the chase. Can he get into the window in time?
I don't think so. Oh, we're in the head, too.
Spinal tap to the back, and Eternal Fire go running for the hills.
Sure.
Little did they know that Spirit knew the entire time.
The hills have eyes.
Oh.
This is like a perfect example of how Spirit are more than aim. They end up losing some of their kills here, but the protocols to slow down the long attack is beautiful. The initial setup where they re-cleared tunnels just to have clairvoyance about the map nice and early, like they literally spaced everything out to, you know, in an idyllic fashion. There was no possible way they could have squeezed more out of that. Zero missed 1 shot this game. It was that round. And he's still 12-1. Oh, they're not clearing.
Not again. Double kill made easy. Shiro's gonna snap it up. Deeg's out. And it's just the scout to swing it. All right, good flashbang. Patience pays off there. They don't just force the issue. Chopper and Zontix versus Woxic and Madger.
Oh, even these flashes help.
Yep. Just allows for the climb up, uninterrupted. And they're going to look to trade off the top of ramp to the T's, anticipate the peak again. Donk did it to them, and Chopper almost finishing it, but good trade protocols, good reactions, good team spirit.
I mean, good team spirit, man. Just faster, just better in the right position at the right time.
Better, faster, stronger.
Yeah.
Sneakier.
Yeah, man. A couple of times I forgot about Donk. I mean, someone's got to clear it, I guess. Not really sure you can get mad at anyone in that situation. If you're second in.
You can get mad at Donk.
True.
You little...
Curse you!
Why I oughta...
Enough for that meddling kid. For those wondering what it felt like to be in the Astralis era watching Counter-Strike games.
Yeah.
This is kind of how it felt.
Wow.
Like even FaZe and Navi, who are the two best other teams maybe, you know, in the beginning of the year in the first half, none of their wins were ever this clean, you know. They'd win the games, but the dominance when Spirit are on point, it's pretty much unmatched. G2's wins were miracles, amazing games to watch, but cleanliness, it's immaculate for Spirit, man.
I think it'd really be a testament to their abilities if they could also just sprinkle in a flawless map in a best-of-5 finals. You know, would a 13-0 on Dust 2 make up for your inability to close Anubis? That's a question the internet can debate.
Yeah.
But certainly a statement as Mirage waits in the wings.
And again, I like how Spirit play the A site because they don't usually commit to long, like going into the pit, which is maybe something Eternal Fire were expecting. But this allows them to play Goose and play 2 towards the A site, and then just have their car player who ops or rifles just go back and check on long every once in a while just for a lurk. So it's a perfect setup once again. I don't know how they knew this.
Donk chucks out the last flash, finds them exposed, and Chopper's got himself the double kill. Nicely done from him. He's low HP, but with the fresh magazine, not able to go one better. So 2 versus 3.
Okay. They're in business. They did hear Shiro running. I think they know that he'll be going long. And oh, that's a quality grenade out of Zontic. Let's see if it helps him out. Xantares, obviously the headshot machine.
Giving himself the best chance at straight up winning the duel, especially with Woxic layered up on the same angle. But, you know, Zontic, sometimes he just takes his sweet time. And so the T's peek into him. He is so patient. And now Shiro's going to start getting active, and he's not even needed. Zontic just dismantles this post play.
They didn't need to move. Nope. Xantares, they had a high-low stack with a bomb planted for them, and the only way they could have lost that. I was thinking Zontic will die in this spot because eventually he has to come.
Right.
And if he goes into a vertical stack, one of his issues is that he jiggles everything. So, you know, he could have gotten tagged down to 20 HP, but Xantares gave him the only way he could have won that round.
It's like a moment in a negotiation where some people just can't sit in silence.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, and that's one of those instances where they weren't as comfortable as Zontic's in the waiting game.
That's kind of, you know, that's sort of, I don't know if there's a real justification there when the bomb's planted for your position. There's no way for Woxic to help him in that spot.
There's no way for Shiro to help Zontic either. They were both tucked in. Shiro was taking his sweet time, worried that they wouldn't both be there. Zontic.
He's been great.
Calm in the rain.
Eternal Fire looking for 1 round. B-split oncoming. They know that the op was here, and I'm not sure if door was smoked yet. So, oh, this is key timing for Donk, because Eternal Fire are like, okay, we know Shiro was over there. They want to try. Oh man, it's a decent grenade.
Could have been
but
worse.
They want to take advantage of the fact that Shiro last shot off Cat. No rotation thus far. Found something interesting, but for the moment, Spirit have to believe they can still beat Cat.
Oh, Donk continues the spray. Won't be able to body bag a second. Chopper, time to shine. Ooh, gets the dink off. So there's been a ton of damage done. Scout trying to hold flank. It's a nice commitment from Woxic to drop Shiro at the least.
2v2, you got to win this one, Eternal Fire. You have to. Joda is low.
Looking to hang on. He'll keep himself tucked in under window on that 11 health. Wicadia here along the wall. There's a flash on Zontix. That one flash to most likely get them through the door if they throw it at all. Zontix just going to walk in, gets put down with ease, and Magix goes silently. Waiting and waiting as Wicadia's position's well known. Swap out, and Wicadia, you could just stay stuck in. Magic's gonna peek in with nothing, and it's not at least a 13-0.
Yes, they do survive, at least grab one round. I mean, in reality, we know they just need 3. And then we can talk about the second half. But jokes aside, another good entry round out of Jota, going to the window. It's not the first time he's done that. And Wicadia does an excellent job playing active in that spot with his teammate low. Mid B is successful because they go Donk 1 for 1, and the flash to assist Jota was perfectly timed as he got into the window.
Yes,
so
yes.
Chopper was even lucky to get a dink.
Very clean. Now, you brought it up on Nuke where...
Molly smokes, flashes, grenades. Attack. You just said every nade.
He's just play-by-playing what he's buying.
Utility, communication, crosshair placement.
His sternness caught me off. Here we go into the lower tunnel. Chopper and Donk. Yeah, Xantares just
Not
gets
even a bullet out.
dude. Xantares is now 4 and 11. Right down there with Madger. Magic's 5-7. Woxic's position will be found out, but that's fine because your pistol player goes into an AK.
And he's out of there.
And so I'll say it again. At least it's not 13-0.
At least it's not getting egged, as they say in Denmark. No one here to find on this quiet hunt for an early fight.
Just a good old MP9 long A duel.
Yeah, let's see him win this one. He would, man.
Obviously just spotting it and then jumping into the cross commit. Shiro up above him. Ooh, beautiful shot comes out from Jota, and
make this real.
You've got a player down exposed. Nice patience from Zontix, as we have already highlighted, and then Donk won't waste any further time. A headshot to close this.
They lost one round and called the timeout, and then won the next one.
Without a coach here.
Without a coach.
That was classy. That was a classy little high five, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Let's replay that. That was cool.
It was like oddly satisfying. All right, 1 round to go in this half, Connor.
Don't laugh
This
at
is one of
them.
the most one-sided games.
It will be
We
most...
really blew our load in the first map.
Give me a bit more time. We can get back on track. 10-1 up. Of course it's going home flat, dude. Sees one nade, bro. One nade, all he needs to see. Full commit to the spray down, calls it out, taps him out. And maybe it's Eternal Fire who should tap out of this one. Already flanked is Xantares. He's going to be ending the half 5-12. Team Spirit have kept Eternal Fire at bay for nearly 2 maps in a row now. A quick glimpse at what Donk had to offer here in the final round of the half. Shooting off as he saw that nade come out, commits to it blind, finishes off Woxic. Shooting, rootin', tootin'.
Obviously, guy with a perfect spray in the exact right position for a full B exec.
And a tap.
And that's like this game, man. Like the 2 times that Eternal Fire went for long control, full commit, they doubled up in pit or had someone or donked against the wall.
Yeah.
Every other time that they slow walked out, they had someone at car come in to check the flank. They were ready for every particular situation, and this was just another example.
It felt a lot like the CT side back on Anubis, where I felt like the proactivity from Team Spirit showed us they were ready.
I don't even know how they, Dust 2 can be so, spawn-based, but Spirit made that look like they influenced them out of spawn.
Mind games. Donk 18 and 5. Having the best map of the series yet.
How's he doing that with a Glock?
He can do it with whatever he wants. Dude.
Hey, dude.
I mean,
give me a break.
I actually just feel bad for Madger. Pistol here going to be critical for Eternal Fire's hopes of making a comeback. Actually, I don't even use. I'm not going to use the word comeback for making it close. Again, that conversation about every round matters to try and get your head into the next map. Mirage is what's waiting for us. CT's on a good recovery, considering all the damage that was done on long. Eternal Fire just kind of catch him out on the cross, and oh man, I feel like Spirit just kind of threw that.
Yeah, I mean, they missed more shots. That was actually good from Eternal Fire aim-wise. It was a lot of progress that Spirit made, but they held their ground on the site. That's the most important part. Took out Donk after all of this, too. That is slow motion with like 10 seconds, yeah.
That's kind of unfair.
Yeah, there were
unfair.
Some shots that got missed. All right, let's gear up for another comeback, folks.
1 Deeg on the field in the hands of Donk. It's a lot of bullets.
But they're free. Use them. Donk just listening to the crowd. Donk, 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 donk.
It's just Maui Snake waiting off stage. There you go, Santeras. Get a few freebies, my friend. You've earned them after the beating that was put forth in the first half of map 3 of a best-of-5 grand finals.
So you earn them if you top frag, you earn them if you don't frag?
Yeah, you just earn them if you're
Everyone
Santeras.
deserves ecos.
He's put in a lot of work over the years.
Yeah, true.
So he can have some.
Right. My small mind was thinking in the context of the game, but yeah, even in the context of this tournament, he's put in work.
Zoom out, Launders.
Nice shot, but why me, says Magix.
I don't know, man. Hee hee. Luck of the draw, Magix. Luck of the draw. (13-6), the lowest score that Eternal Fire has ever had versus Spirit in a BO5 Grand Finals across the 2. Just happened on Nuke.
Chopper loves a good B hit, but they're not super careful about this. Donk looking for the jump up timing. Can happen sometimes inside the molly, but no one there to fight. Santeras will have to help out mid B if they're going to survive this round.
We said Donk had some pent-up aggression. Well,
they just don't have the guns to stop this attack, man. And Santeras full committed to the A site. This is not looking great for Eternal Fire.
MP9s though. MP9s in one flash.
Yeah, that's true.
Back turn from Madger, flashes over. Donk instant headshot. Good damage out from Car into middle, but not nearly enough to obviously stop the hit. It was more so about stopping tunnels and hoping the CT players could deal with your mid pressure.
You can only rest in that position if you've got kills, maybe, but they They didn't have any movement across mid doors, so Spirit just had too much info to make the bad decision of going A. And yeah, two MP9s on that side. In that case, you might as well just all be stacking A and just carry him forward. But this was just kind of throwing something at the wall, see what works for Eternal Fire. At least they keep their good guns to next round. Shiro cracking jokes.
Just trying to keep himself entertained. It's like Dust 2 now at this point, nothing but a technicality to wrap up. This was, for the record, second map pick of Eternal Fire from Anubis to Dust 2. I'm really loving these camera angles.
Yeah.
You know, Sponge had a great tweet
It looks
about
different when you're standing behind someone 100%.
Yeah, and it's just a great reminder for people who are coming in as well. I mean, how many times do you have to explain to a friend that players can't see X-rays?
True.
So show us the POVs.
It almost feels unbelievable to think that, you know, at this level with how consistently close by everyone is behind a wall.
I mean, and all of our perceptions of the game are so warped because majority of our time spent playing with X-ray on, or watching rather.
Oh yeah, you play with X-ray.
I don't know.
That's
that
really
was
interesting.
God damn it.
Self-report.
You'll never catch me.
Oh.
Woxic. Not the shot
Right now,
you want to miss.
You can't. Just right now, you can't miss. Unfortunately,
no.
They just don't have that bandwidth.
Little flat duel queued up. Can't be jumping with a smoke like that.
Oh,
It
it
just
totally scared him.
gets Zontix's finish of the kill made way too easy. Smoke ahead of the 3.
And once again, Xantares there's a lot of responsibility on him to make a play happen, because if this is going to be a B hit, and it is, they need to get organized fast. Magix is holding this. How long will he hold it, though?
Long enough. But he doesn't get the kill. Joda finds a bit of contact. That's the 4v4 found back, and can't be understated. That early damage into Chopper and Zontix.
Overstated.
Exactly.
This is kind of surprising Spirit aren't going, though. Like, if there was a better time to go, I guess it leaves it open that they could be taking long. But look at this, man.
They've been so
Eternal
silent.
Fire still have not moved.
Yeah, they've been
Guys,
so silent.
you just pushed long.
The whole entire time, Spirit not making noise, and oof. Madger's tough map gets rougher. 2 and 15 is where it looks like this one will end for him. 3 versus 4, retake of the B-bomb site demanded of Eternal Fire. Their second map pick not going nearly as well as the first. The Anubis comeback, the only half that Eternal Fire have found themselves competitive in the 3 maps of play so far, and this retake will remain shut out. Team Spirit took that Anubis loss personally and have made sure to put all of the distance possible between them and EF as the series goes on. This the most lopsided outcome of our best of 5 yet.
Things going from bad to worse for Eternal Fire, not only losing out on their map choice into this grand final, but being completely blown out of the water. As Connor aptly said, this is the most dominant victory we've seen Spirit having over Eternal Fire all series long.
Yeah, it's been quite a stark contrast from what we started off this series with. Anubis, an absolute fantastic matchup, great comeback from EF. Now we had 2 maps in a row where Dust 2 as well felt that there was no nerve in the game. I can appreciate Spirit playing incredibly well on that CT side. I think there was a lot of great moments, a lot of great individual display, and a great understanding of where to place Donk on that map, which we'll get back to. But overall, it felt like a game with no nerve at all.
It feels just so deflating for Eternal Fire. To see them come back in the way that they did in so many of the maps, I held out a little bit of faith that there would be some sort of resurgence, but it unfortunately never came, just like Nuke. So it's been a tough series for them.
Okay, let's look at the highlights, though, from this map. I know it was an incredibly fast one, but Shiro, he really turned up to Dust 2 today.
Yeah, I spoke about him. You know, I would love to see some aggressive opping coming out from Shiro, and I think we saw some semi-aggression. He was not afraid to take peeks, not afraid to go deep with the peeks as well, as you see right here. Shiro is just becoming this turret that you place in a certain position and he will hit the shots. If he's not flashed off, if he's not smoked up, if he's not standing on the top of a Molotov, he will hit the shots. And this was a great, great display by Shiro, who accidentally headshot a Matcha right here.
The op headshot right there, Pimp. I mean, because this game didn't give me too much to really talk about, let's just, like, I want to say, if you're headshotting somebody with an op, Do you think that's on purpose?
I think that's a mistake. I think that counts as a miss shot.
Should we just not count that one? Should we give him another chance? Give Madrid that clutch?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's so ridiculous. Where there's Shuro, as always, there is a Donk as well. It's basically, you could throw that at any single game we see Spirit playing. Donk is almost certainly going to be showing up for Spirit.
This is really the entire CT side game plan of Spirit. It's just try to slot Donk into as many active positions as you possibly can, and you're setting him up practically every single time. You're going to see a highlight package from him here, but at times he's baiting Magics in pit. He's going to spring in action in just a moment, but like they are constantly going for different ideas with Donk as the focal point every single time. It is why I think, Pimp, I'm going to say it. They're the best Dust 2 team in the world. Are there any people that are really going to debate that fact?
I don't think so. I think G2 had a debate, you know, when they still had Nico on the lineup. They had a good period of time where they could play Dust 2 at a high level, have even beaten Spirit on the very map, I believe, in Singapore at a grand final. But right now, no. And that's why we also are going to have the conversation later on why we think they ended up picking Dust 2. I like the point that you brought up right here, Mauro, with Donk being all over the place. Because yes, Freya, we're always going to bring up his name. And yes, we know his aim is a quantity of assists. But the fact of the matter is that his highlight package is from A long, it's from A side, it's from B anchoring, it's from B deep, it's from middle. It's all over the map. If you look at a heat map from where Donk got his kill in this game, it's spread all over the place. And I love that. I love that they give him so much, I guess, respect. And they give him, you know, the entirety of the CT game plan is just about where do we place Donk now? And I guess it's Chopper calling him around.
They give him all the tools to succeed. In lower, it's Chopper taking first contact, and then Donk swings off of him. On long, he's baiting Magics in the pit. Magic's even sending himself up the pit, dying for a bad fight just to sell Donk deep in the pit. Yep. Yeah, every single time. And what was crazy about this game compared to some other Spirit Dust 2s is that I don't even think he was wrong more than twice. I think wow. 10 of those rounds, he was in the exact spot that Eternal Fire chose to attack. Like, I was thinking maybe Eternal Fire are going to go for some really one-note game plan, because they've done that before. They do long, or B, 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 B. This time around, they tried avoiding him, and he still was there every time. Like, if I just watch this game online, I'm glad it's in a studio. I'm glad it's on LAN.
Don't say it.
Because...
Don't say it.
I would be questioning how he chose the right spot every single time.
Maui.
Every single time. No. He was just in the right spot.
You're not doing this to open up 2025. Please don't do this. Realistically, though, if you're Eternal Fire, is there anything you could have done to make Donk feel less comfortable having that amount of proactivity and having that amount of movement?
Honestly, no, I don't think so. I think this is one of those where Donk decides whether or not this game is close.
Yes.
Spirit decides whether or not this game is close. Yes, you can argue that a couple of the duels, you know, I think when Donk was in pit, you know, the third kill he got was outstandingly well played by him. Maybe he could have been traded. Maybe it could have been a 2v2, but it felt like even in the clutches that the rest of Spirit would then step up. And as we saw as well, Shiro having a great game. So no, I didn't see anything from EF that made me believe that it could have been any closer.
Let's address the elephant in the room, the fact that Eternal Fire were the ones to be picking Dust 2. Yeah. As you guys were just discussing, we're kind of almost ready to crown Spirit as the best Dust 2 team in the world right now. Why on earth do you think Eternal Fire?
I honestly don't know. When we walked through the video coming into the game, I was, you know, I was surprised when
that was the weird one.
Yeah, because we were discussing a Spirit got to pick Dust 2 ahead of Nuke, because we consider Spirit to be the best team in the world on Dust 2. Now, EF, they play the map normally at a high level, and the track record on the map is also decent, but you're a massive underdog, you know, and you've been proving that time and time again, because you're not willing to wager any of your money. You're not willing to say that we're the favorite going up against anyone you played. So, you know, considering the train was up for grabs, considering that would be a curveball to throw into a best of five. I know it's easy to be clever in hindsight, but
we said
honestly,
we said it during the video
we said it before the game even started. You know, so go for train. Go for train. I don't understand why they didn't.
Well, maybe we can get a little bit more insight courtesy of James Banks.
Spirit continue some dominant form on the previous two maps, and Dust 2 coming in here. It was actually Eternal Fire's pick. Did you guys expect them to have picked into it, considering how good you guys were looking? I know it could have been play, but we were expecting maybe a different map order.
Well, going into this match, we have wanted to pick Dust 2 actually, but when you check on what they prefer to play, it was pretty obvious that their second pick gonna be Dust 2. So we were ready for that map, because it was meant to be played pretty early. So yeah, we were ready for that.
And you've had the last two maps, right? Nuke and Dust 2 looking very good for you guys. Are you confident, if you can keep this level, this form going, that you're going to go and get the next map and win it on Mirage?
No, we're getting fucked.
always that answer coming out of Magic's, all right. I think it begs the question, though. Like, Magic's, he said some good words there in regards to the
Also
Dust 2.
bad words.
He was expecting, also some terrible words. But what begs the question for me, why not train from Eternal Fire? Like, why not throw a spanner in the works early on? You know you are going to have Dust 2 somewhere. Why not?
It's a great question, Freya, because we view them as the underdogs, and so we would want them to pick something that's a little bit more of a curveball.
Yeah.
However, Eternal Fire coming into this match viewed themselves on equal footing or as strong enough that they should be able to take them when it's a comfort map for both of the teams. And really, I think that you need to sometimes be a little bit realistic with your chances on maps versus the level of opposition you're playing instead of having a blind faith in your own picks and your own strengths. But I guess the credit goes to Eternal Fire in just that, yeah, they believed in themselves, and so they picked Spirit's arguably best map.
That's true. It's hard to be critical of a team that backs themselves, a team that believes in themselves. But I gotta be honest, considering that you're going up against Spirit, considering the playing field, it would have made sense, or maybe it's just a wish for me, in terms of it would have been fun to see Train in that map pool, and it could have changed the dynamic of the game a little bit, especially considering what happened at Anubis. Heading into the third map being Train, that would open up the entire series, where I feel like now it's pretty much closed.
Yeah, well, we will see exactly how it is going to go down on Mirage, but not before a bit of an extended break. The players need to go off and get some food, get some water, and I suggest that you do the exact same thing, but make sure you join us back after this to be diving into Mirage. Up next in this best of 5 grand final. If Spirit have anything to do with it, this will be the last map that we do indeed see. So what do Eternal Fire need to do to ensure that we get to see Train to end out this best of 5?
Well, they gotta stay active. That's the one thing that I've liked about Eternal Fire on this map. I feel like their defense, when it's at its best, is a defense that's in motion. They're not just sitting on the bomb sites, they're not playing static, they're taking the fights they want to, and they're taking them together. So just concerted efforts for mid fights, Xantares and Jota doing something together towards A. I just wanna make sure that they're staying as coordinated as they possibly can, because let's just be honest, they're not gonna win on individual firepower head-to-head versus this Spirit today.
No, it may sound a bit boring to say, you know, but you're looking towards Xantares to be the playmaker on that CT side. He's playing in the connector position, and you're saying he needs to work together with Jota and A. I would agree with that. I would much rather see Xantares go out and dominate the mid area. I want him to force Spirit to go either A or B and not middle. I want him to shut down the mid area. I want him to dominate from connector, which he's done against pretty much all teams we've seen so far. I hope he can do it against Donk. I hope he can do it against Spirit, because if Xantares is not dominating that portion of the map, then Spirit have free access to A, B, C, and D bomb side for that map.
You just made up 2 more. Is that your take on it?
We're playing Valorant now.
Oh, no, say it ain't so, Mary. It's an important aspect, though, that was brought up, right? When we were talking about Eternal Fire taking on G2, you were saying, you know, there isn't a way in how they win in the firepower department. It's going to be on that team play, which we didn't really get to see Eternal Fire do anything with on that Dust 2, which was their pick. So CT side, what's going to be key?
Well, I would also like to see Woxic being a little bit more active, of course, too. I feel like the other thing that I've kind of been hit or miss on, or hot and cold on, is just Wykadia's performances on this map. Him and Madger towards B, I feel like, might be a target for some teams. It's not always up to snuff, and Wykadia seems to be a budding star, but I wouldn't classify him as one just yet. So if they do target that B site, which Spirit sometimes does, just out of spawn, they're just going to call a flat-out B hit. I just want to make sure that Madger and Wykadia can slow that down, because they just need to gain respect. At this point, I don't know if Spirit actually really respects Eternal Fire. They lost a whole map because they didn't respect them. On Dust 2, sure, they ran some setups, but some of the rounds got a little bit wacky because they also continued to show a lack of respect. And so there are ways you can take advantage of that, but you have to kill the first guy running in, because if he just runs over you, you're never going to gain that.
As a guy who, I guess, have the opportunity to stay completely objective as to not caring who wins. I don't care if Spirit is winning. I don't care if EF is winning. I want the best team to win. I will say from the outside, to me, I'm almost willing to be a little bit cynical here and say that it doesn't matter what EF is doing if Donk and Spirit continues at the level that we've seen the past 2 maps. There's only so much they can do. I agree with you, you know, you can point out Voxic, you can point out Xantares, you can point out them moving around the map, you can come up with all these fancy words for how you play Counter-Strike and how you do it properly, but there's no doubt that if Spirit is playing their A game, if Donk is playing his A game, if Shiro is playing A game, there's just a difference in the level between the 2 teams we have in this grand final. So it may sound harsh, but if Spirit wants to win, they will win. So the first step Eternal Fire have to do is to survive the first layer of pressure coming in for Spirit, and if they somehow drop down to the B level, then maybe, just maybe, we have a game.
Let's see it. Is Donk just gonna run him over, though? That's. I feel like that's also the obvious fear for them.
Doesn't sound nice to say, right? No, but that is what it comes down to.
It really doesn't. I would love to see just, you know what? At this point, Chopper, show me you're a great IGL. I want to see some cool mid rounds. Okay, take mid control. You know, actually play with the defense a little bit. They're gonna use mostly Brawn in this game to find success, but a little bit of brain would at least gain some respect from the nerdier fans, the ones that want to see some cool late rounds.
And the production put up a cool little stat right here. Obviously for EF as well, you need more than 3 rounds in the first half to stay alive. Brutal. I know what you did on Anubis, it was fantastic, but let's be honest, EF off to a good start, then maybe we'll have a game.
Eyes firmly on Eternal Fire to see if they can push us to that 5th map of Train, but Mirage does wait in the wings.
Yes, that's right. I think that the lower third just brought up by production really tells the tale of what has been a struggling evening for Eternal Fire. 3, 2, and 1 rounds in each of the first halves throughout the first 3 maps. Mirage is where they can maybe extend us into the unknown quantity of Train, where who knows what happens.
Please give us Train.
Who knows what could happen if we get there. But after watching Nuke and Dust 2, it's a massive if.
Yeah, man. Train would be incredible. 1 map helps out a ton. An extended break maybe helps clear the mind here for Eternal Fire. But they've got to break Spirit's confidence. They have to make him scared again. And It's been a long time since that last happened. Starts by hitting shots. Nothing just yet from Xantares.
Feels like Jacob really nailed it with that. If Spirit want to win, they will.
Yeah,
was a great
that's
statement.
the Astralis era that they, Astralis confidence that they have right now.
So right now, what they want is this A site. Xantares trying to maneuver through the smoke to get away from that push.
But they just gives up the site.
Yeah, not ideal, right? Especially with Shiro down here behind Xantares. He's going to be found out, but he will bring Zontix with him. Now concerned about Catwalk is Shiro. Not going to be able to stop that ladder climb up with Katie. A beautiful tap from the Berettas. And then he wastes no time trying to go beyond default. Madger will be cleaned up off Cat. Woxic 1v3 demanded of him. And the P2000's going to catch Magix at least. Now, Bomb clearly exposed to the 2 players remaining here for Spirit. He doesn't have a kit, and his 11 health gets whittled down to 7. It is no chance for Woxic, and a pistol round for Spirit as they start another first half strong.
Yeah, like their only option there was the guy who was fighting stairs, and when he jumps out of the smoke, that's kind of just what Spirit want. They've even got the lurk into mid here from Shiro to get that frag no matter what goes wrong. So hitting every shot, controlling the whole map, and moving pretty quickly. Spirit doing as Jacob said, and showing that they want to win and then doing it. That just had to be the only conversation that took place between maps 1 and 2, because we know that like if they're prepped and they're aiming, not even like A game, man. I mean, even they're aiming decently well, they can be the best team in the world. So it's gonna be hard to, believe that Eternal Fire can make something of this map until they actually show us some rounds. Got that MP9 buy again.
Yeah, what's
fair
with this,
enough.
man?
It's
no nades.
It didn't work on Anubis, but hey, it's speaking. That's putting your money where your mouth is. The MP9 is a great weapon. Let's see if they can do without grenades.
I do think the MP9 is a great weapon, but I also just think that the MP9 is a greater weapon when you've got a flash to swing.
It can be, but you can use people as resources too. Like, take this cat player, for example. If there's any kind of bait,
flesh bags,
then you might get a kind of opportunity.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Damage output is fantastic, considering. But nice flank out from
Chopper. Should have got 5 MP9s.
He got tagged by that scout.
Oh, true.
That is 3 of the 4 players wounded. Madger in a tricky position.
I fear there's not enough time for him to... Yeah, okay. Maybe if he moves off a little bit.
Magic's going to clear that bomb site. That'll activate everybody else to come running on over. Water's warm, boys. Come on in.
The HP is low. They did create some opportunities for themselves.
You going to queue up this 1v4?
No, I just mean to say that the MP9s almost did it.
Competitive round.
Yes.
Competitive round considering no util in the mix, but... Again, I think there was this conversation that Pimp brought up in contrast to Navi, who I think it was dead on about. Their frustrations yesterday were so evident. JL's head in his hands constantly, just like mood low. Eternal Fire have been getting walloped, right?
Yeah.
And they started back on Anubis with the belief that if you go round by round, it's all going to be good. And we credit that mentality in the ability for them to then string together a comeback.
I think the other part of that problem is just like, even as a team, Spirit's prep is better.
Right.
Their setups are better.
Surely.
Every single round on Dust 2 basically looked like a read.
Yes.
It was not only some good shots being hit. When they had long control setups, they caught them. They caught them on a weak mid B setup on the CT side. They really just were one step ahead every round. That was hardly a scrim for Team Spirit. It's not like they just barreled out long every round and took the initial duels like it was, Mobs or Bit or something just running head first out the doors. They never did that, actually.
No. They played Counter-Strike deserving of a grand final. And they will continue to try to do that. Eternal Fire fighting tooth and nail here. 5-7 to be found out down beneath. Zontix double zing. And
double zing.
Double zinger. Double zinger from the ringer. And Zontix, good on him.
You have some explaining to do.
It's one of those days.
Word associations keep us alive.
I'm just like Eternal Fire. It's
Internal Fire.
It's tough to hold things together after not 1, not 2, but now the start of a 3rd whooping.
You think that's what they're doing right now, Connor, making puns?
No, probably not. I think they have bigger fish to fry.
Yeah. One really big dragon fish.
Okay, here we go. First guns. Walks it out here with the AWP. Can't see a damn thing.
Oh, Pip made a lot of accounts to click no.
Going for the underpass peek. Too many bodies top middle to keep him comfortable. They'll extinguish the fire.
Look how fast that is, not a single point. Oh, actually.
Cadia traded. Nicely done here from Donk. He's the one that put out the fire. He's the one that puts down Cadia. But clearly Eternal Fire aren't going to shy away from, at the very least, keeping Woxic on this line. Or, never mind.
It's just that, you know, without the cat and not knowing what's happening at top mid, you can't stay here safely. Zontic's getting real close to the mouth of Palace at the moment. And there's still no idea because there's no push just yet. Jota, I mean, you know what? He could send a few shots through this smoke.
And he will.
All right. And that immediately exposes the game plan. Question is the Spirit going to commit now? Donk's on cat.
To start to work their way up Con. Jump up, activates Madger. Nicely done, controlling the shots to kill Donk. Nicely done indeed. Kicked off by Jota versus Zontix on the Palace. And Magix on the recovery doesn't even have the bomb, so we can't get too excited about this one if you're Spirit, but you should if you're Eternal Fire, because we talked about how slow it took them to start each of these maps. In fact, only one of the maps did they ever really get started, the Anubis comeback from 12-4.
Yeah.
So 3 rounds, 2 rounds, and 1 round in the first half of the previous 3 maps to win one in round 4 on Mirage could bode well. Could.
That's optimism at its finest. But it's a quality round at that. Madger as well. Donk has every right to go for that swing as soon as his attention's drawn toward Connector, and they had a great chance to kill him, but his aim was very sharp. That's his first kill of the map, and an important one at that. Back to mid-control here for Spirit. They're just going to walk right into Connector, aren't they?
Cadia's in the right spot to try to deal with this, but he's just
doesn't
missed
really
the timing.
know. Yeah.
He's just managed to miss timing.
Look at
God,
this.
they've got this.
Wait.
Or it gets actually caught out by Woxic. Now, you'll think one slipped up, but will you anticipate Donk as the second? It's with Cadia off catwalk dead, so Donk freed up to go back into the jungle fight. Sight player sees him. Nicely done from Jota to push out. Xanteras gets a double. And we're starting to see individual levels step up to the level they need to be at if this is ever going to get close.
Now we're talking. I mean, that was looking very tricky. We did still have like a double connector setup, and they were watching the smoke, being careful. So not enough pressure elsewhere as Spirit tried to go incognito through their own smoke in connector. Madger looks to get the final kill as well.
Listen, Launders, I'm not going to get too ahead of myself, I promise.
All right.
But I just want to say it early, and then I can leave it there.
Yeah. It's looking better.
Train's the next map.
Train's the next map? I am super... Oh, my God. Imagine. First tournament of the year, we get Train in Map 5 Grand Finals.
In a $300,000 game of Counter-Strike, nonetheless.
Yeah, it's a big prize. So it's like, right now, it's like roughly 280 for Spirit, 320 for...
Yeah, 310 or 312 for Spirit specifically.
Yeah. Okay.
Our big brains did all the maths back on the desk.
Counter-terrorists win.
It's 2 rounds, it's a conversion. Like you mentioned, you know, an extended break in between map 3 and map 4. It is an ability to kind of play into catching your feet when you're in free fall.
Help you clear your mind.
Xanteras wasting no time with the double kill. So force buy back from Spirit here, looking to hang on to the 3-2 lead early. But Shiro kept that op. So with him on an op and Donk on an AK, Spirit think they have a chance.
And Donk not starting off this game with 1,000 kills.
We've only really seen that on Dust 2. This best of 5 hasn't necessarily been his playground.
Got another window smoke. What's the play here for the two guys in middle? Jail time. Just gonna pretend like it doesn't matter, maybe.
Bomb stays back on Shiro. Xanterra's leaning away from the window now. They completely evacuate mid. In fact, they're going to rock this back through.
CTs just haven't moved during all of this. They're just chilling. So Xanterra's actually at least peels back to the perimeter and spawn, and Jota and Woxic stay watchful.
And one Molotov thrown out by Magix over towards B apartments. Got Wicadia to fall back from Catwalk, but as they get into the ramp positioning, they're met by a smoke at 30 seconds. And Woxic's going to play against it.
They can blow this open, so they will, I'm sure.
And when they do that right here, right now, Woxic's going to be in the open. Tech9 tries to chase him down, and he holds his ground. So first frag made easy. The smoke goes back up, and we see this immediate scramble come out of the Eternal Fire camp. It's going to be a bit desperate here with pistols, but they will at least drop Woxic. Xanterra's and Jota with vision in sight. Backs turned to them, and this one gets swept away with ease. Never did they leave that A site. Never did they move a muscle, barring Xanterra's playing a little more safe. Team Spirit, it's not what they wanted to do.
No.
It's off of the missed window smoke that they tried to go back to that full-blown exec.
Yes, it looked like if they're walking down to the bottom of mid that way, they're going to boost specifically into the smoke, then maybe go back to A and try to make something happen that way. But that tactic obviously becomes impossible. So, don't miss your smokes.
Or else.
Chopper got that nose trip from his fight, but you should see the other guy.
Oof.
Don't mess with this guy right here.
How he's not around to hold him back. Good job by Woxic. Again, I think just the timing of the smoke as well really discouraged Team Spirit. They had to try to fight out from it, but
I mean, they had to commit when they blew the smoke open to be able to swing for the trade, but they didn't do that. And yeah. Not looking too explosive right now.
Oof. Down goes Shiro in the pistol round for Team Spirit.
Oh, Madger, be careful.
Cash. Donk, Tech9 headshot entry. Bombs on the third player in. AK for Donk.
Oh, no.
From a Tech9 to the AK with armor. He is the reason that bomb is planted. Zontix versus Jota is being queued up top mid while Donk just hangs on to the marketplace.
Oh.
And because Zontix plays it so patiently, Jota made sound. He's still watching his flank. Or he was, but Zontix is trying to get closer. Now Magic's dying could be huge. Donk gets caught off by Xanterra's inside of the apartments.
Bombs planted default. Oh, AK
No
and
way.
a molly.
No way. Oh, it's empty. Zontix back into the deagle. Little bit more damage.
The molly.
Incendiary's got to hit the bomb, but Xanterra's is already on it. 57 health. He'll stick that. He'll stick it.
Oh, he didn't get it.
No way.
He didn't get the bomb.
0.04 seconds as fire spreads.
Was perfect.
Disgusting.
Sensational.
0.04 seconds left on that defuse. If my eyes don't fail me, that's about as much time as it takes for Donk to rip your head off. Watch that clock. Oh, 0.02.
What an opportunity. Oh,
that makes me sick to my stomach. Wow.
Which part? The Donk entries or the Zontix flank?
Fire, dude. The fire. Don't play with fire, kids.
Oh, hold on. Surely Chopper dies here. Okay,
Yeah,
well, he's
been
spotted.
But he's also got support and Donk to climb up on bench. They're going to come clear him. Donk looks for the trade. Catwalk player looking to come deal with that, and things start going well.
One trade from the top of mid, but yeah, the A play gets shut down. They've really been stubborn about trying to get up here. It's good to see if Eternal Fire immediately bounce back and deal with the same problems as these previous rounds and make you question Spirit's game plan. Last round they only won because they decided to rush B after losing one player at the top of mid.
Man, if Xanteras had even 5 more health, he defuses that bomb. But Donk softened up in apartments for 57 HP. I'm going to have nightmares about that if Eternal Fire lose this map. And it's close. Good lean into the back of bench. 30 seconds, Spirit approach. Magic's with a ripper of a headshot, but he lets his guard down on the fall down. Zontic's good trade frag. It's another B bomb site plant.
Wow, they made this happen versus 2. He didn't really milk the fence play. He could still get cleared afterwards. It's normally a good position for the one and done.
Really?
He's going through it?
Really?
Whoa, okay. I mean, he could have been in and out, but smart for Woxic.
Zontix catches the player in the back. Woxic gets in. Catches Shiro, catches Zontix, keeps this going. Eternal Fire tie.
Yeah, I mean, they hear the smoke, so they're going to assume it's some regular post-plant situation. So Shiro thought he was being crafty, but we saw how close they were to the doorway already.
Where you going, buddy?
Went flying.
Let him know, man. Listen, if you can bounce back after that Dust 2 whooping and still have this fire lit underneath you, let him hear you.
Yeah, and even the eco in this game. So good. They had some fabulous retakes on Anubis. Predicting when Spirit are randomly going to look human is impossible.
Should be this round with Tech9s, but can't forget about what Zontix pulled out of the hat.
Yeah.
Made possible by Donk. Woxic's deep angle. Will it be rewarded? Should be. Zontix.
He's got them shoulders. He shoulders everything.
Yes, sir. On skates.
Window is actually there for the take. Oh, and Xanteras will turn around. Well, just for a second.
Yeah, comes back and gets the better of Donk. So good on him to double check.
I think it.
Pretty sure Chopper exchanges glances with Joda over towards Ticket. So now they've kind of prodded both sides of the map. It's going to keep Eternal Fire on their toes. On high alert, they'll wait 5v4.
Makes way more sense, I think, to go B is the call for Chopper. And Shiro inside a connector, he can obviously be a round winner, but that definitely lowers the amount of attack force they've got here. Woxic will be holding with an op. One shot and it's all good.
Yeah, Shiro's flash is on the other half of the map, so another jiggle. Ooh, the wide swing commit. Madger MP9 better be careful. You got 3 pistols still to deal with.
And now Shiro becomes a problem.
Activates into the M4, and now you've got what's left of Eternal Fire pinched between these sites. Dude, Spirit keep finagling something out of nothing. Tech9 swap to try to gun down the bomb plant. Xanteras on it, but he's got a ticker because behind him is Shiro, and that timing will be key.
Off Cat, and Chopper gets away. They're now playing with each other perfectly.
Xanteras.
He can't cross.
Yeah, he's trying to slip in between, not quite sure which pillar these T's stand behind, and they just go stoic, sitting silently, awaiting for him to make his move. And it's a Tech9 breakthrough, not once, but twice.
Woxic just needed 1 kill there. It's another B play, just fast off the pistols. That works out beautifully off the back of great aim, obviously. Oh my goodness. The crosshair placement is actually phenomenal.
I'm very happy that Chev gets the Zontic shoulder peek bait shot.
Yes.
And then we get to see him come back and commit to the crouch swing.
I mean, it's just, it's just perfect.
Playing around with Woxic like he's some kind of chump, which we know is not the case. And that breaks the money of Eternal Fire. This is the most competitive half of Counter-Strike that we've had in this best of 5 series. And there's still a bit for them to do. Woxic not able to get anything going on this A defense. Xanteras is concerned about middle, stuck inside of the corner, as he loses his support on both sides. It's an eventual pinch. He'll be found out, and it'll be an empty-handed Eternal Fire in round number 10.
Unfortunately for Eternal Fire, man, they had some very quality rounds so far this half, but like the important rounds are not winning. The ecos, the half buys, and obviously Spirit are going to make this one look easy. It's an ante for them after doing significant economic damage. Again, off the back of the entry from Donk on Madger that other round, and this one, a perfectly placed shot at Azontix. But can't say I've been too impressed with Spirit when they try to make the rounds complicated. Their longer, more drown-out situations, Eternal Fire have been on top of it. But look at this, man. Oh, another save.
Yeah,
that was a force down last round. Aye.
The costs.
All the wrong rounds.
Add up. And Spirit will feast on the opportunity to deal with pistols. Sorry, Wicadia. Not long for this round. Just all about whether or not Eternal Fire can get a 5th come the next round. A certain level of caution still being exerted here by Team Spirit as they approach this A site. Donk is just showing you why he's the best. Tapping into the heads of all like it's nothing.
Over top of default, dude. Brother. Oh my goodness. Just a pre-fire map.
Yeah, it's just nothing for him. The going can get tough as the game goes on, but in a round like that, Donk's just simply gonna own you.
That's a missed molly here once again for Spirit.
Smoke.
Or smoke. Unfortunate.
Matcher dropping nades out the window.
Did he get spotted?
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't think he'd be approaching this way if he thought he was. A chopper
just blew him through the windowsill.
Yeah. And Magic is calming a lot. I feel like he maybe saw a shoulder of Madger, and Madger doesn't know that.
Uh-oh.
Let's see about the swing.
He's bringing Shiro in.
Oh, he doesn't know exactly.
Good wide swing, Shiro, good trade. So good thing he brought a friend to the fight.
Yeah, that was a great swing.
I'm there with you. Feels like they had an inkling as to what was up. They would have loved for Magix to have just won the duel himself, but so be it. Trade's good. Half health for Shiro, 25 HP on Chopper. And a defense that will remain spread thin. 45 seconds left in this CT side of Eternal Fire. Pistol in full conversion for Spirit. That 4 of 5 rounds right in the middle of the half was looking good, but it's the money that's really started to cost them opportunity at the end of this half. 30 seconds, and it's a very quiet walk-up.
They don't know. They don't know.
Molotov's coming out. Jota's trying to help from the staircase. He'll go back, and they don't actually burn out under Palace. Jota killing Chopper is huge. Donk missed the jump. Nobody has checked this. Wicadia is given a gift as he snaps over Shiro's Tech 9 for the double, and all he has to do is now kill Woxic. It's a 1v3. He goes deep. You'll love to see it. The Immortal is their pillar. numerically the best first half that Eternal Fire have put forth in this best of 5. We had that miraculous comeback on their first map pick of Anubis, and it really looked like they were bringing fight to the table there, Launders. I can't help but wonder if economically, them not having buys at the end of the half could very well come back to haunt them.
I think for sure, man. The 2 rounds that came that close, the amount of damage they took on the Tech 9 rounds, that's pretty much what dictated the scoreline. Eternal Fire won some quality rifle rounds there versus Spirit. This is the best start for them numerically, but also, you know, passes the eye test completely, but aim also matters, as Spirit showed us. And now once again, and maybe for the last time, Eternal Fire rely on a pistol.
Huge impact from Shiro, 15 and 4, looking for more. Zontix, patient as ever, sits inside a sight, looking for a double down. Xantera's on the recovery. A 3v5 is not too much to ask of in a pistol, but now he's got to do it on his own, and his counterpart in Donk wastes no time.
Wow.
Dude, this kid's USP has been sick for the last 48 hours.
Yeah, 12 months maybe. I mean,
just an executioner with that thing. Like, it looks competitive until Donk steps out of Marketplace, and this happens.
Xanteris didn't even get to shoot once on this wing. It was just perfect, like, literally.
God damn.
Quick reminder. Okay, instantly to Glocks. Some of the other halves were so bad that Eternal Fire just immediately started forcing. It actually worked out on Anubis, but they had to let it get to 12 first. At least here, I think they'll make the better decision. No plant on that round.
Magic's running in, making quick work of this attempted Woxic lurk. Just trying to hang on to some kind of map control so that they could try to go into this 2-2 mid split. But now that that's happened, Donk's going to be freed up to fight from Connector. And when we first saw Donk emerge in Katowice of 2024, it was all about Mirage, and it was all about aggressive mid play.
Yeah.
And that's even where Zontix ended up looking more aggressive than usual. Kind of him and Donk, that duo that would go swinging top middle. So I think that, again, as Pimp so eloquently put at the start of this, if Spirit want to win, they will. Now that they're on this CT side, they recovered the momentum at the end of the T half. I fully expect them to swing for the fences to get this BO5 done with.
Definitely a little bit more wary about Spirit on like the T side right now, but like they've totally survived it and then some. So I mean, yeah, in terms of what we know about Spirit on Mirage, the quality they brought, the wins that they have over top teams, it's pretty much up to them. If they want to play their game or get scared.
Terrace will try to sign up for this, having one of his better maps of the series as well, but he's going to have to hang on for dear life as his teammates try to go barreling into A. Magic's MP9's found one. It's 2 players down beneath flat that serve up the perfect distraction for Donk to come in with helping hands. The health that's left is almost unfair.
Can't believe they survived all that.
But Eternal Fire will have to walk forward with Woxic and Xanteres on half health. It's a missed flick from Shiro that could reopen the door. But remember, Bomb is sitting inside A, also, where the majority of spirits still stand.
Right, and still Zontix doesn't move. He doesn't worry about it. Finally shoving himself into position. Chopper expanding through Palace. Eternal Fire, I mean, they want to go for this. There's so many things to clear. It's possible they find their targets on the way, but time is just going to bleed dry if they go via the ramp. Oh, and that early peek from Chopper. He's low, commits to it, and now all hope is lost in this round. Woxic will just think about saving.
Yeah, if you know, he had Bomb at the moment, we could...
Look how early Zontix walks. Yeah. He knows he's going to save.
We could talk up the possibility. We could try to hype up the chance that Woxic might throw as this game looks to be concluding, but no bomb possession. It's going to fizzle out. He'll be able to keep his gun. That's his silver lining this round. What a dominant force Team Spirit have turned out to be at the start of 2025. And in the very first moments of having a season end with a major, proper amounts of time off, these guys strut into the award show, rack up all their trophies with swagger, matching turtlenecks on all 5. And they come to Bounty and own. They have lost a single map so far on this run, that being this Anubis comeback earlier today, and even that map at one point looked unlosable. A single shortcoming without their coach that really goes to prove that Team Spirit are the best in the world.
Oh, eye contact contest. Okay. He's not playing games right now. Job's not finished. We saw Donk frustrated in the first half of this game, even after small moments. And again, I think it's because Eternal Fire were surprisingly good. Like, Anubis was a massive comeback. There might have been something to do with nerves and pressure there for Spirit, but Eternal Fire definitely, obviously earned that victory. It's one of the best comebacks we've seen so far in CS2 period. But here on Mirage, there was definitely something special. Their game plan was suddenly looking better than Spirit's, and that's something I haven't been able to say.
Easy pickup. Shiro not sweating at all as the double catwalk hold maintained top mid control. He knew his fallback was guaranteed. And it's nice to see Shiro coming alive as this series goes on. Shiro really putting his name forth.
He was amazing on Ancient yesterday versus Na'Vi.
Little 1v3 to end that last half to really remind Eternal Fire who's boss. And poor Madger stuck top middle with a deagle and 9 health behind those boxes.
Yeah, they're trying so desperately to dislodge him.
Yeah, go ahead, send Donk. Thing is, support's actually inbound, so Donk can get caught off, or does he bring the pack out with him? It's Woxic down for the count.
Magix might just be low on ammo in general. He spammed a lot.
Yeah, I like the Eternal Fire have kind of swiveled back to scoop up control of mid alongside Madger, despite his low HP, despite his struggle here on Mirage at 5 and 12. Eternal Fire gonna do it as they always do, as a unit.
Okay. I mean, Shiro's here pretty far away from actually taking a duel. They're walking by connector. I think it'll be understood that they could be doing this, but the plant looks like it's imminent. It's gonna have to be a flick, and it will be.
Bomb planter goes for the peak. That's the recovery right there with that 9 health. No, Magix from catwalk, and even if he dies,
he could have maybe. Oh my God!
Oh my God! Chopper's got this locked in regardless. Joda using a little bit too much time. He's gonna run around helplessly, hoping that he can find Chopper, but stoic as always. Sat back by ramp. 12-4 to Spirit.
All right, man. Yeah, that's a position where they could have planted for Cap, but they knew that Magix was up there. They wanted to take CT control, but that swing wasn't convincing enough. They could have fake planted double swing versus Shiro and then maybe got him to lean more into the fight, but they obviously didn't know for sure that he was there. And Magix, the running USP is so crazy.
It's wholesome. It's a wholesome day for Team Spirit by the looks of it. Off of the back of Donk's 18th birthday, back into the server. And it's nice to see a Team Spirit that didn't just need him to thrive. He is all the way out here in open ground, fighting for every inch. But they will get through with a chance to plant. Oh, until Zontix shows up, kills the top mid player. And a snapshot from Shiro that will cost him as fire spreads to his feet. And Eternal Fire, we saw what they could do. The comeback in their back pocket, undeniable.
Well,
Jungle walkout gonna
this.
get caught fully off guard. And Eternal Fire's grand finals doesn't come to a halt just yet.
Yeah, it's possible Zontix will just defuse, though. You have to leave that possibility open.
Frag, smoke, incendiary. There is no chance in hell he pulls this off.
Woxic looked up at Palace a little bit earlier. Zontix would have to get the kill.
No.
Let's see if he walks.
No.
Oh my God.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
Just taking a little look. Checking out the weather.
All good. No problem.
They have literally won 8 rounds in a row back on Anubis to force that game into overtime.
Yeah.
Same situation demanded of them on Mirage. Will this match end the way it started? And there
If we get Train, it was just destiny.
Those MP9s.
Oh, it's 5 MP9s back the other way.
Yeah, with
They're
a few
stealing
grenades.
Eternal Fire strats.
Just taking a couple nades to try to support the top mid push.
Oh, nice.
Beauty of a headshot there from Woxic, and you'd think that means they're done for, but god damn Shiro, give him a chance. He's 20 and 6.
This is the move too from Shiro. This covers everything on the map. They've got, you know, mid timing, and this MP9 going underpass means you cut them off early. But it's good for Eternal Fire to go this way. Probably just want to go back and grab the bomb. But once Shiro clears out B entirely, he's even going to hear this run towards middle. The best play is for Eternal Fire to go up cat, but you can see they're looking to split A.
Simultaneously, Spirit going for the ramp control. With Cadia doubling back. If he's not careful, he could be caught off. And then site control is no guarantee. He'll kill Magix. Donks gets the trade frag. It's only a third of Donk's health dealt with, and he's onto the AK. And I love that he quickly repositions. Now, Shiro is non-existent, but do you need him? Because you've got Donk going tit for tat with those peaks into the A site. And Shiro far removed from this situation. Very little to lose, barring Kevlar and an SMG.
Last spotted top of middle.
No kit. And deep positioning from Eternal Fire. Madra going all the way through that spawn.
They could take this AK and go. Maybe look for some kind of mistake, but yeah, I think it's just a matter of waiting now.
Yeah, much like Zontix in the last round, just looking for some kind of impact perhaps.
But he kind of has to grab it and leave right now, right?
Yeah, unless the bomb blows it closer into ramp. Now's his chance to nab it, and he will. So free gift for the road. That is 2 down, 6 to go.
Okay, 1 at a time. This would be something that we haven't seen before, probably ever. So certainly not in CS2. 2 comebacks of this magnitude. Not good enough, not good enough.
Just 21 and
14. 2 kills there.
What are we doing here? Late out of spawn. Donk armored AK.
Wait, Donk armored AK bombs up in B apps, and he's in B as well.
No. I'm pretty sure that's what took Zontix a little time out of spawn. He chucked it over, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no.
Who's the main character, man? Who's the main character? Oh, okay.
There can only be one him.
That's a quote from Donk.
Is it him again? Pistols serve up a distraction. Players start to run in. It's a free first frag. Donk locking horns with the apartments players down. Joda gonna make sure that all is good. It's a Zontix USP kill. Things get a little wild, but from here on out, B bomb site belongs to Eternal Fire. That's 3 down, 5 to go.
Okay. I'm listening. I'm learning.
Maybe close your eyes for this one. Poor Woxic. Also, you're just giving an op over to Shiro. He would love to keep this. You know, we're talking about just Donk having a chance in this round with that solo AK. Shiro would have loved a chance to be the hero in the next one, but it does get removed from him. That's 2 surviving with the op in hand. And Eternal Fire will fight.
Zontix put it best in these situations. They just have to learn to chill.
Wait, I just made it sound like Zontix bought an AK last round. They're on defense.
Donk had one.
Yeah, but I said Zontix bought it. Which,
that's okay.
He'd have a hard time.
That's okay. It's not the dumbest thing you've ever said.
It's not the dumbest thing I'll end up saying. Teres looking like he wants to get the party going, and Zontix will give him that. You know, serving up a bit of a fight towards the connector player, just gets Zontix to engage on catwalk. Compromised B site, maybe, but Eternal Fire gonna take their sweet time with this. You got nowhere else to be. Nice. Woxic finding the timing of Donk's movements in through the window. That's gonna send Shiro over towards the B site, though. They're putting the right pieces that are left, at least, in the right positions.
Shiro's a little early, but right now Jota has to make presence because there's so many players on the other side of the map. Like, yeah, now the CTs, surely they think about respecting this, right? But the jump spots, don't commit now. Eternal Fire, there's 2 players here. You still have time to go back.
Yeah. Major knows better. Wicadia left to just deal with at least this one confirmed CT. Shiro's position still unbeknownst to Eternal Fire, but they'll rock that bomb back into the A sites. And that comes off the back of a Xanterra's move out middle where, you know, Zontix looks to get a bit frisky.
And a quality find out of Woxic.
Yes, sir.
That cat rotation.
Clipping Donk's wings as he tried to crawl around through window with Shiro. Both those players looking to get over to this B site. And it just doesn't happen. Screw the costs. Try to bottom out the money. This was the full buy of Team Spirit. Obviously, it had some limitations. We saw that with SMGs, but keep them as non-lethal as possible. That's 4 down, 4 to go.
4 to go. All right. They're getting louder, getting more active, keeping Spirit's money hurting, like Spirit did to them in half one. Wow, look at all those papers.
To hell with the trees.
And purple people.
The very first Blast bounty, trophy ready to be hoisted. Team Spirit thought they were just gonna mosey their way to a Mirage win, but Eternal Fire putting up a fight, and you love to see it. They proved that comeback potential. They proved it in spades on Anubis. Again, pistols once more for Spirit. You'd think that the 9th win for Eternal Fire is guaranteed. You'd think. But that assumption could cost you. Donk and Shiro have been playing with so much X factor that you feel like if an upset is going to happen in a round like this, it should come from one of them.
Yeah, it's an anti-eco, but it's a tough anti-eco. There's some grenades available. There's half armor or full armor on players right now, so it is one that has to be taken seriously. It's not like a 5 USP round. Spirit have shooters.
They've also got a good head on their shoulders in Chopper, so what's the move, right? With enough utility, you'd think they try to make something happen. Zontix has been found out.
They're talking about retaking mid.
Nice flash. They swing.
Oh, it works.
Yes, sir.
And there's no one else here. They were just peeling back. Major, he might take some kind of risky move, hoping there's a stack happening.
Oh, Chopper found, looking foolish there at the hands of Jota. 5-7 for Shiro. He's locking horns elsewhere. Dogs found his deagle. That response back into the palace is causing problems. Zontix, the AK picked up.
Oh, not like this.
They made their moves into middle.
Wait, Woxic, oh, he's last alive.
It was 4 down and 4 to go. And the Tech-9 taps away with an op on his back. He gets a second with just the sidearm. It was his clutch that kept them in Anubis. Can it keep them in the grand finals? I think not. Team Spirit on Mirage. Plenty of map and match points to finish, but 2025 will begin where 2024 finished. Team Spirit on top amidst the world's #1. Pushed on Anubis, not flawless, but my God, they've done it in convincing fashion from there on out. Afforded a little fun. Team Spirit are your inaugural Blast Bounty champions.
In a very convincing fashion, Team Spirit do walk away with the win over Eternal Fire. And the first thing I want to ask you here is just, obviously Anubis, you were tested a bit, but in all the other maps, you were dominant in, you looked very confident in. Was it easy to reset after Anubis and stay strong? Because you guys have spoke so many times about the tilting and how you were feeling.
Yeah, I've said it in the interview before that we understood that we understand everything they're doing and everything is works that we have in game plan. We just have to chill and we have to play a bit slower, but we couldn't manage to do that on Anubis. That's why we lost. But in the end, all the other maps went pretty much dominant. So, yeah.
And are you impressed with the form and level you guys have shown and how you fought in these games? You only dropped one map across every game in the tournament to Eternal Fire in this grand final, and you did it without having Hallie behind you. Does that make you more proud?
Yeah, it says that we have a really good team that, you know, we are helping each other a lot, and we're helping Chopper a lot. And yeah, obviously it is good to start the season with a win, but I think many of the teams not in their best shape, obviously because of the changes and because of the first event this year. But we will have to see what's going to happen on Katowice and later. But obviously it is a great start for us.
You did end 2024 with the major win, and now you get the first opening win of the season as well. What does that tell you about the form you can hope to have throughout the rest of the season? Is it a very good sign?
Yeah, of course.
I like it. Well, congratulations to you. For all of Spirit, your trophy awaits. They ended the season in style in 2024 with the major win, and they've got the greatest player we might have ever seen in Counter-Strike to do it. Your champions of the Blast Bounty Season 1, Team Spirit!
The first ever Blast Bounty, the first trophy of 2025 hoisted by the best team in the world. World #1 Spirit start the season as they mean to go on and continue that unrelenting form that we saw at the end of 2024.
They did end 2024 winning the major. They did end having the best player in the world on their team. They did end on a high, and they will start the new season on an equal high. Spirit, from start to finish at the Blast Bounty, were the better team. There was no doubt about it. Maybe a little bit of a bump on the road on that first map on Anubis, where they somehow, some way found a way to lose the map. But apart from that, a flawless experience, a flawless performance coming in from Spirit.
If people are superstitious with Chinese tradition, the Year of the Dragon officially started February 10th, 2024. They won Katowice one day later. They won the major in between, and now they squeak out one more tournament before ushering in the new Lunar New Year, which begins in 2 days. So we'll see what the Year of the Snake has in store for Spirit.
Beautiful stuff from Team Spirit. We get to see Donk celebrating with yet another trophy to his name. He picked up plenty of them back at the HLTV Awards as well, but this was a true team victory. Also, what a way to be ending it out. That round of all rounds. When you just got pistols to your name, I thought for sure we were at least going to be seeing an overtime, but nope, Spirit say hell no, that trophy's ours.
Gave you a bit of a flashback, right? Because that's been the storyline for Eternal Fire throughout this entire tournament, and also against Spirit tonight, that the comebacks were on for Eternal Fire. They tried their absolute best on Mirage. They were outmatched on a lot of different parameters inside this game. Santaris wasn't enough, Boxic wasn't enough, and when you have a guy like Donk firing on all cylinders, you have him backed up by Shiro, who had a fantastic showing on Mirage as well. It's hard to imagine a world where EF could have done much more than they did tonight. Them placing second is by no means a weak performance at all, but there's no doubt that Spirit were the better team throughout the entirety of the tournament.
Eternal Fire consistently showed resilience in so many of their games. The comeback victories against Vitality, the comeback victories against G2, to defeat teams that most would say, I would say, that had better firepower than them with tactics, with teamwork. That stuff goes a long way. It's setting the right tone for their season, that they have a great foundation to build off of, and I'm sure that they're going to be in many deep runs moving forward.
I'm kind of curious to see Donk's physical, I guess, improvements as well. Lifting all those trophies must do some well stuff for his shoulders, his biceps, the rest of his body. The fact that he's constantly just lifting these heavy trophies almost on a weekly basis, that's good training.
Of course you're thinking about the training aspect of this, Pimp. It can be nobody else but you. But all jokes aside, just from the emotional angle for Spirit, right? Because even in some of these victories, we've seen them getting a little bit frustrated, a little bit tilted. This must do great to reset your emotions, particularly when you don't have Hallie here. Like, I don't want to say that this is a placebo effect, right? When you don't have your coach around, obviously, we want Hallie back in the fray as soon as possible. But the fact they could do it without him, that's super important.
To me, it's almost just the margins of victory would have probably increased with Hallie behind them.
Yes.
Would we have actually seen that Anubis come back from Eternal Fire when Hallie's standing behind them, can call a timeout 2 rounds into what is devolving into probably some of the sloppier Counter-Strike that Spirit have played at the tournament? I would say so. So he could definitely have cleaned things up, but the game plan, the philosophy of play that he has instilled to Spirit, they were able to carry it through regardless of having him behind him. So still a lot of credit to Holly for what he did in the last year and setting the tone for this team, but good win for Spirit, and it's one that Zontix was proud of for that reason.
It's just a scary start to the season, in all honesty. I know for Spirit, obviously, it feels great to win the first tournament of the year. It must be nice coming into IM Katowice, which of course is a massive goal for them and their season to get started with. But everyone else watching this game, you know, if you're sitting at home right now, you're Kerrigan in FaZe Clan, you're Apex in Vitality, you are Alexi B in Na'Vi or Blade for that matter, I think you're looking at this game, I think you're looking at Team Spirit right now, and you are a little bit afraid of them. You're afraid that they're going to turn into this monster team once more that we saw in the beginning of 2024 again. The level of Counter-Strike that we saw tonight and the level of Counter-Strike that Spirit have been able to replicate throughout the beginning of the season has been incredible high, and it takes someone else to step up in order to even be close to matching them.
I would argue that they're not just a little bit scared, they're a lot of bit scared, right? Because obviously we've got Kato just coming around the corner. It's in just a few weeks' time we will be seeing the playoffs go down, where of course Spirit started an incredible reign throughout 2024.
It's been just it has had its ups and downs. That is what I would say, though. I mean, it hasn't just been a non-stop dominance, but in what was a roster mania in the last player break that was mostly at the beginning sparked to catch up with Na'Vi, now you're looking at a lot of those moves as you need to catch up to Spirit. This is the team that is setting the pace for what top-tier Counter-Strike looks like. I would say that they're the sole occupant of just the super elite tier right now. No team taking a map off of them until the grand finals, and doing so consistently with huge margins of victory. Very few teams even getting double digits on the maps. Of course, Na'Vi pushed them, Eternal Fire did on one map, but some of these other teams just got it rocked.
Yeah, we got a lot of really cool highlights out of the last map of this grand final, though. Let's start off with Zontix and a very cheeky little molly that allowed Spirit to turn the round back in their favor.
I mean, I love this from Zontix. I love this round because when he's setting himself up for it, he's trying to catch everybody from behind. He's going for a lurk towards middle. Some of his teammates are handling the dirty work, and he had an opportunity right there, but he didn't think it was a good shot. Donk goes for a push right there, and yeah, he still knows he's got the better of this player at Catwalk. He's got him right dead to rights, but he isn't able to finish off the kill. He's not even able to finish it off with the deagle, and you know what he says? I'm done with bullets. I gotta use my utility, and that's what a great support player does with how much time, Pimp?
0.0 for the hot says. I was told it was around 60 milliseconds. Oh. It was so goddamn close for him not to get that diffuse off. And in all honesty, you know, Zontix, he probably couldn't have messed it up more than he did. And all of a sudden, all of a sudden he comes out and he makes it work. So
where did he get that?
That's
just
also
found
part
that
of the story. You know,
he didn't have that at the beginning of the clip.
No, exactly. When you're winning and everything is going your way, you know, it's those small things within the game that also goes your way. And it's part of the story as to why Spirit were so much better than Eternal Fire.
It wouldn't be a Spirit victory without at least having one Donk highlight in the mix, would it? Should we take a look at the shooting gallery that we had in this round?
We could choose many different highlights from this man throughout the tournament, and I absolutely love the fact that we get to see it from behind the screen as well. Donk walking up on the A-bomb side and just absolutely destroying everyone that's in his way. I don't know how you get to play Counter-Strike at this level. I don't know what he's eating. I don't know what he's drinking. I don't know how he's practicing. I don't know how he's breathing, but whatever he is doing, please don't stop. That's very nice to see.
That honestly looked like he was playing a pre-aim tutorial. Those targets right there were dead so fast that you wouldn't even say that they were moving. Donk popped off, but
honestly, a lot of his teammates chimed in throughout this tournament. Obviously, Shiro carrying a lot of that. Like, that kill-death ratio is simply absurd. A 2.0 kill-death ratio.
This was also nuts as well, by the way. How does he get away with this?
This is like Simple. This is actually what Simple did. I remember watching a clutch where he does the exact same thing, jumping from default to the triple box and nailing a guy moving up connector. Creative thinking, and for a guy that seems so timid at times in default, in starting of rounds, how he gets pushed back by utility, it's nice to see him take it by the horns.
It felt like he was out of character, you know, by jumping up on that box. So I absolutely love it. Maybe he was inspired by Simple. The first kill right here as well, turning 180, hitting that shot, pulling out the Tech 9. He is so fast in his reactions. I like the fact that he realizes this is my best chance of winning the round. 8 seconds left. I may as well go for the kill, and he pulls it off. That was a beautiful play by Shiro, and I think the reason why we want to show these highlights is that was the level of Counter-Strike spirit brought to the table.
Yes.
No one at this tournament were able to match that.
It was so stylish. How does that, you know, poise spirit for going into the rest of the season? Obviously, first tournament of the year, first trophy of the year, a hell of a lot of cash in their back pocket now. How are we framing them going into Katowice? They're still firm favorites?
Favorites, for sure. I would say that they're my favorites. They're the bookmakers' favorites. They're going to be everybody's favorites. Donk is turning heads. He's changing people's hearts, and they're all falling in love with him so quickly because of how consistent this dominance is. And for a guy that is using the rifle to show that you can be this consistent, it's actually in some ways surpassed Nico. Nico's done it over more years, but in terms of tournament to tournament dominance, like, Donk is untouchable right now. So all in all, they have the best player in the world. To take your Zai, we'll take your Monacy. I'll take the guy that starts every round with a 2K, okay? That's just me. I don't know if that's crazy or what.
That's the scary part about Spirit as well throughout this tournament. Shiro was having a great showing as well. I know a lot of the conversation, a lot of the attention will always be towards Donk because he is the most flashy player. He is the best player in the world. But I think Shiro backed him up throughout the entire tournament as well. As you said, in this final, Shiro was great. Throughout the tournament, he was great. And when you have two of the best players in the world combining it like this, one being aggressive, one being in your face, one wide swinging 24/7, one constantly installing a fear in the opponents, and then another guy a little bit more timid, a little bit more defensive, ready to punish every single push, ready to punish every single mistake that you do. Those two combined, it's a scary duo.
On the other side of the coin, for Eternal Fire, how are you guys framing them for the rest of the season as well? Because obviously, you know, an incredible comeback, managing to seal their map pick of Anubis, first map in this series. They were the huge underdogs coming into this grand final. There's no doubt about that. How are you looking forward to them for the rest of 2025?
The scary part about being Eternal Fire right now is that a lot of your wins came down to tactics and strategies, and now everybody's going to look much closer at you. So the individuals today could not stand up to a team with Spirit's firepower, and Xantar is great. Woxic, excellent. You know, Wycadia, gonna be great in maybe like a few months or so. Maybe can be even top 20 this year if things go well for them. But all in all, I would just say that temper expectations with Eternal Fire, because they were a solid team throughout this tournament, pulled off some upsets, but at the end of the day, when teams start to game plan for them a little bit harder, that's where the going's gonna get really rough.
There's no one that should be expecting Eternal Fire to be a team that walks into a grand final again, just like that. It's gonna be incredible tough for them. But what we already discussed was that throughout this tournament, they showed they have the ability to beat some of those teams, especially considering all the roster changes coming in. We've seen weaknesses coming out of FaZe, Vitality, you name it. So they're ready to grasp on those opportunities. They're ready to punish the mistakes and ready to punish the fact that right now they seemingly is a bit longer in the process of integrating Jota fully into the team. And I think that's the big story for me. Eternal Fire, they got into the grand final. That's a massive result. Don't expect them to be a top 4 or top 3 team. I don't think that's fair to Eternal Fire. However, fact of the matter is, since they did so well at this tournament, they almost guaranteed themselves to be invited at every single tier 1 tournament. They almost guaranteed themselves to be part of the major. We will see Eternal Fire be there. We'll see them make some upsets. And if they can establish themselves as a top 5, 6, 7 team with a scene like Turkey where there's not that many players, there's not that big of a pool of talent you can bring in, that in itself is a massive achievement, and that should be celebrated.
Yeah, definitely. Second place for Eternal Fire here in Copenhagen. So let's get ahead and check in with Major.
Eternal Fire fought with everything they had across the whole tournament, beating some very good teams as well. In the grand final, it wasn't the way it was meant to be there. Spirit do manage to get the win. I know, Magic, you're probably feeling very sad right now, but I mean, looking at this just game as a whole, does it feel like you kind of, Anubis, you had to give so much and then the rest of it wasn't there, maybe the energy or something like that? Can you put your finger on what it was initially?
Yeah, as a team, it was not the best day for us, and also for me individually and my mind. Like,
I feel like Anubis, we did a really great comeback. We started pretty bad on T side, and after that we won some run. It was okay. On City side, we did an extremely good comeback. We played really well City side, and then on overtime, I feel like yesterday I feel good on T side extra. We win on overtime. After that, we played Nuke, and the City was this time a rebel. And I feel on T side that we can come back, but we didn't won enough run on City to make the comeback. It was difficult. The third map was like, I think, just Donk reading my mind, I think, to be honest, because like I call Long, he was there on the second bonus man. He was like following me, like this little monster, genius. He's really good. Yeah, on the T side, Dust 2 was very, very bad. And then Mirage, also City side, a little shaky. Like individually, I feel like I let my team down today, and that's why I'm very sad. But like we're fighting, we're grinding every day, and when for this moment, I'm sad, to be honest, because I had a lot of hope for this tournament, but when we're gonna watch the big pictures, I think it's a good start for us this season, and I need to think now like for the future, and we will see.
Let's focus on the positives, right? Because I know the grand final does make you feel sad right now, but you beat Vitality 2-0. You beat G2 as well, when you even said to me yourself you weren't in your best shape. You have a brand new player as well that seems to be an upgrade for sure, but how do you view the overall tournament performance from Eternal Fire? Because this looks like you might be potentially being in the best shape we've seen you in.
Like, to be honest, we started very early this season with Jota. I try, because when Jota came, Calix and Jota are two really completely different style of player. So when he came, we did a boot camp of 10 days. We start really early when people was on holidays. We start very early, and we did like 10 hours, 12 hours a day, all the playbook, all the theory. So I think, in a way, I think we deserve here to what we did, because we also worked really hard for that. On the early season, we made some sacrifice. But a lot of things change also, and sometimes when we play really good, like Spirit today was really good, sometimes we get blocked. I don't have the solution, and I think we need to work on that. It's just the beginning. Jota came, and we can just be better for the next event, and we need to focus on that. And just learning every day, I think. Like all my life, I just fall down, get up, fall down, get up. It's again, it's in my face, but I need to get up.
You said it to us very well, right? It's like Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali in a prime, and you did take down some of those monsters for sure. Looking at, you said there about the kind of block you have when you're trying to call right and you're trying to do the game. Is there another voice in the team who's helping you more with that? Is there someone else you'd like to see chime in more to make sure that if you do have that problem at future events, you can kind of fix it?
Like, I think Nuke T side was okay, like just City side was bad. That's true, like, to be honest, like everything I called, Donk was there, like on second guys. Like I was planning to go on Magix, he was Pete 2 times. I was planning to go A again. He was Goose with the flash, Womp, there was 3 people. We did base speed was okay. I think we catch them 2 people, but we lost the clutches, important clutches also. And also when we take long, I think they push B and get some info, and there was 5A extra. So they play some gamble, and they really play well on City side, on Dust 2. Congrats for them. And for answering your question, yeah, I think Xantares is helping me.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he's helping me. Like Dust 2 was very complicated. On Mirage T side, losing on Nico, so it's very sad, like very sad. They gamble again mid. I think they played really well, to be honest, and today there was the better teams, and we need to accept that, and that's all.
Lastly, anything you want to say to all the Turkish fans and also your family back home?
Yes, my little daughter, my little son, my wife, I'm sorry. Özür dilerim, yani yapamadık. Da savaşıyoruz. Elbette bir gün olacak. Size seviyorum Celen Aslan. Defne, sizi çok seviyorum.
Really appreciate how much detail and insight Magic can provide us in such a tough situation. He said it there himself, you know, he's fallen down so many times, but he's got back up more, and that's what I want to see from Eternal Fire. I'm very curious, obviously, no guarantees going forward for Kato, but if they can make it to playoffs, like, it's been a while since we've seen them in a big arena, so I'd be really excited to see how they fare there.
That's true, and of course, this is just a great start for their season simply because they didn't even qualify for the last major.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna remind everybody because they were on our radar for their Copenhagen performance, getting top 8 there, having some deep runs at events like ESL Pro League, but that disaster led them to make this change to add Jota, and in practically no time at all, I'm already sold on the move. I already feel like this is an upgraded Eternal Fire, one that's more active, moving together as a unit a bit quicker, and I would say that Jota himself proved that he belonged here, that he was actually an asset to them in the wins over Vitality and over G2.
Beating Vitality, beating G2 on land, that is no joke. I think that's something they can and should be proud of. It's something that tells us that when they're hitting their strides, when they're working well together, when Santaris are having great games, EF can cause the upsets. But as we spoke about already, Katowice is going to be a different breed. I think the teams are going to come in a little better prepared for it. Some of these roster changes that's been shaky to begin with, those teams will have elevated themselves, and that's where it comes down to for EF. Can you replicate this kind of performance? Can you show us once more that you're in the conversation for the playoff? Then that would be a massive step in the right direction once more.
Both teams going to be going home with a hell of a lot of VRS points and also a decent chunk of change on both sides of the equation for Eternal Fire, just over 85k. For Spirit, though, just shy of $300,000. Donk's got a great birthday night ahead of him, maybe.
That's a lot of Big Macs, you know.
That's what he goes for? You think
that's what I would do?
I saw the McDonald's actually arriving as well. So
really?
maybe that's already the celebration. Yeah, apparently they love a bit of McDonald's.
That's so base to celebrate winning $300,000 with some McDonald's.
I don't think that was celebration. I think that was the mid-series food.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, maybe they'll find a better restaurant or something like that. I hope.
Either way, I'm very excited to see what both of these guys are going to be delivering for the rest of the season. And the fact that we've got to see so many new rosters here in Copenhagen as well. Like, this has teed us up for a great 2025.
Hey, can I just steal the word for a second, you know, and just be very thankful for Blast changing the format. I think a lot of us have been a little bit, not frustrated, but we've been tired of the teams coming into the beginning of the season treating the Blast group stage as a boot camp, saying that we're here to practice, we're picking maps that we normally wouldn't pick, we're testing out stuff before Katowice. I've felt throughout these couple of weeks, and I don't know if you agree, that every single team came in here with the objective to win their game, because they knew losing, you're out of the tournament. Losing, you lose valuable time of getting to know each other in a pressured environment, playing official games, and there was something at stake for every single game.
Exactly.
Yes.
I love this format. I love the fact that we don't have the Blast group stage anymore, and I hope the teams will buy a little more into it next year and wager some goddamn money.
I hope so as well, and I just love the aspect of them picking. They're showing that they're watching the games also, that they knew that G2 was weak. That's why Eternal Fire go for them. You know, all of these kinds of matches where they sense blood in the water. They see a team that isn't quite gelling as fast as they should, and it affirms the things that we're providing up here in terms of narrative, because they're making picks almost based on the exact same information. And it's just nice to see that, that seed that you have, G2, maybe someone else was responsible for it a little bit.
Yeah, well, if you've got any feedback for us at home, make sure you are filling in the Blast survey, which will be available as a link in the chat as well. Give us any of your insight, any feedback, anything you've been enjoying as well. And speaking of enjoying Counter-Strike, there's going to be plenty more this season, because not only are we going to be going to Lisbon, which you guys can still join us at, it's going to be dates March 28th, and tickets are available to be purchasing now. We've also got the Austin Major, first CS2 Major of 2025. Tickets will be going on sale if you sign up for the pre-sale on February 11th. General sale will be February 12th. And I can almost guarantee you they're going to be going very fast indeed, because it has been such a long time since we've been in NA for a major.
It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be so awesome. I think the fact that we have the major also being the last tournament before we head into another player break, where we get to see a lot of roster changes, the way this circuit is shaping up right now, the way the calendar is being built out, makes me incredibly excited for this year.
It's an incredible 6 months for Blast. To go with a new format, to have a major, to cap it off at the end, a lot of great events in the middle of it. I mean, this has been an excellent way to kick off 2025.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Mary. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me for this week. Thank you all at home for tuning in as well. And as always, thank you to the wonderful production team behind Blast. We'll see you back in here in Copenhagen on March 19th for the Open. We'll see you then.